Okay, here we go. Yes, we are live. Hopefully, you can hear me. If you are, get in the comments. It's early morning here in Portugal, but it's definitely early morning over there in Sweden. Maciek Rutkowski. Yes, Maciek Rutkowski, the Polish rider, is trying to sail today from Sweden. Yes, over to Poland. Now, I don't know. This has been a bit of a last minute call for me. But obviously, he will be doing it live on his YouTube channel. We're going to do it here on Windsurfing.TV. And I'm just basically going to share what he is doing over on the Polish channel and try and bring you some commentary just to stay up to date with this whole thing. So hopefully we're going to bring you some maps. We're going to be bringing in guests because this, in theory, this journey, this challenge could take a while. Yes, they're hoping. I think I read if he averages 20 knots, it could take as little as 6 hours, which is not a little amount of time. 6 hours, 6 to 7 hours. I think there is already a record which is over 20 hours. So he would smash that record. He's also doing it for charity. More on that in a little bit with some young girl. Is going to get some help at the end of this. So that is the main kind of reason for doing it. We're going to be seeing some stats. I think the amount of money that actually Maciek will donate will depend on how many calories he has burnt. Yes. So like I said, a little bit new for me, but we're going to watch it. It looks like it's very light winds at the moment as he goes out of the harbour over there. Obviously, the forecast, they've had a look at it. They've checked the wind. And well, let's hope the forecast is good, because at the moment it doesn't look very windy, does it? We've got Norway tuning in over there. We've got Dave O'Riordan tuning in. Says hardcore. You're right, it is hardcore. We've got a bit of a good morning from Beach Bum Extreme in there. That's quite a good name. And we've also got Max who says, let's go. So, like I said, hopefully you're hearing me. Like I said, we might have a few teething problems here. I'm just going to stay. We're going to reshare the link that we're getting from Maciek, and we're going to try and bring you some information. It'll probably turn into more of a podcast. We might have some special guests tuning in. And there we go. That is what you can donate if you so wish. And they've already got what's that? 6 million? Is that 6,000? I guess that's zlotys. A little bit different. It looks light, doesn't it? So I'm guessing it's kind of semi offshore over there. We're going to go through the gear that Maciek's using. We could even give you a bit of Polish. Oh yeah, we might give you a bit of Polish.
QR kod, który jeżeli sobie telefonem zeskanujecie, od razu was przeniesie do...
That's what we've got at the moment. I'm not sure we're going to go down that Polish route. But if you do understand Polish and you want it in Polish, you can actually go onto Maciek's channel and it will be there in Polish. Tim Jansen says, hi, Ben, you should try and bring in Bob van der Berg. Funny you should say that, mate. We might well have Mr. Bob van der Berg coming in. He did the Netherlands to England and back in one day about a year ago. And we will have, and he will have a lot of insight on what a day that was. Well, there you go. That, I've been told, is the plan. Like I said, I've been drafted in a little bit last minute here on Windsurfing TV, but I thought, well, we got to cover it. We got to at least show the people what is going on. Like I said, we will get more information. It's pretty early over there. Well, I'll tell you what time is it here in Portugal? 6 o'clock. Here in Portugal, I've got a cup of tea on the go. What's this as well? We've got Dave saying Matteo Aquino did Sardinia to mainland Italy. Funny you should say that as well, Dave, because we might have Matteo Aquino dropping in at some point. So that is what I've told is the plan. we'll have to see and wait and hear what goes on. Look how light it is. How do you tackle a sail like that in terms of rig size? Well, like I said, I have got some information that they've been dropping into me. So let's see if I can let's see what I can gain for you guys that maybe you don't know already. Because like I said, I do have a few little bits of info which I think will be useful. I just want to make sure I don't press the wrong button. So this is windsurfing off the Baltic Sea. This will be the toughest part, very dangerous. Okay, so I mean, it's going to be a fairly. Who thinks he's going to make it? Like, because I think at this point we're all thinking, oh, he's going to make it, but there's no guarantees he's going to make it. Really, is it? It's a distance of over 200 kilometers from Sweden to Poland across that Baltic Sea. He's trying to break 7 hours. That's the goal. I think ideally he's trying to break 6 hours, but that's if everything goes smoothly. You're fully foiling because he is on a foil board. So that does make a difference. We'll be bringing the maps up and showing you that in a little bit just to give you an idea, but we just wanted to see him leave the harbor, see the start of this challenge, you know, to see how it's going. I was saying what gear he's on. Like I said, I will get confirmation of that. There was a bit of talk yesterday, so we do have a GPS. I can bring that up at some point. But I've got some little bits of information which I will go through about the team and stuff. But in terms of equipment, he's got a fair few boats with him, which the idea was, I think, to use like a 6.5 and an 85 wide foil board from JP, obviously. I think he's got the Patrick foil, as far as I'm aware, which has got the 450 and 550 front wing, which I think he can change. And then obviously just a 3-2 wetsuit. That was actually the stats. So here we go. Let's see if we can. Yeah.
500 metrów, więc korzystając z chwili, że emocje są jak na grzybach, proszę każdego o wejście na siepomaga.pl / misja-Baltic i wpłacenie 5, 10, 20, 50, 100 złotych na zbiórkę dla Malwinki. Widzimy się we Władku. Mam nadzieję, że zaraz uda się odpalić i będę leciał już docelową prędkością.
Pretty clear, to be fair, the footage. I think well, it's not hard to work out. I think it's sponsored by Samsung, so they're using the Samsung phones, as far as I'm aware, to broadcast the images we're seeing, which I've got to be honest, well, it was looking pretty good, as I said that. It looks a little bit more pixelated, just typically, as I said that. We got Bob saying good luck.
Jak widzieliście, humor Maćkowi dopisuje. Również zachęca do zbiórki na Malwinę. Tutaj macie QR code.
Like I said, if you do want to follow it in Polish, you can go over to Maciek's YouTube channel. You will be seeing the same feed, but you'll be having all the Polish commentary, which if you're Polish, that's probably a good thing. But we're going to stick to English on Windsurfing.TV. And like I said, let me know if you think he's going to make it, because there's no guarantees. It is a long way. Someone said before, it's like, it is a long way. There is no guarantees when you're talking about that sort of distance. Yeah, you know, everything goes smoothly, everything goes right, but 6-7 hours foiling flat out in one direction. that's pretty full on. That is pretty full on. So obviously 6 to 7 hours. We're not just going to talk about, Maciek going along and stuff. We're going to be going off topic. We're going to be going off stuff. So feel free, to let me know any topics you want me to cover. We're going to hopefully get some special guests in. That is the plan at the moment. So yeah, that is exactly what we've got. What we've got lined up. And I'm just going to hopefully don't press the wrong button.
Jest duża deszczowa chmura. Według prognozy ostatnia dzisiaj.
No, you're still speaking in Polish right now. It gives you a little bit of atmosphere. It's clear audio, isn't it? Very clear. We like to see that. So let me see what else. Like I said, hopefully they're going to be bringing some maps up. They've got GPS, obviously, and then I think they've got the Samsung smartwatch, which will be doing some live tracking data and understanding, all the stats, the heart rate, the calories burned. Obviously, that will be the bit which will go to charity, which I'm going to talk about a little bit more in a bit. But it looks a pretty light start, doesn't it? I've got to be honest. I was expecting maybe a bit more wind from the beginning. I mean, maybe they're thinking, hang on a minute, this is not quite going to plan. We've got about 6 knots of wind here, maybe less actually. But obviously, if you want to go from Sweden to Poland, you've got to, I guess, take a little bit of an offshore direction. I'm guessing that it is cross-shore. Let's have a look. Anyone check the weather yet? I'm just having a look. I've got some external links to the GPS and stuff. And when you look at it on the GPS, I've got to say, it looks a bloody long way. It looks a real chunk of a way. So I don't really want to leave the Polish feed at the moment, but I think I will do in a minute, because it's worth having a look at the GPS exactly where they're sailing. I mean, I'm impressed with the quality on this camera so far. But yeah, there we go. I'm guessing that's the Polish commentators on the other side. Well, 2 can play at that game, people. 2 can play at that game, because look, this is the English commentator. I don't think we need to see my ugly mug at this time of the morning. We got Vino saying very cool. Good luck from South Australia. Yeah, good to see. Good to see a few people tuning in. Like I said, we're going to have 6 to 7 hours. It's going to be a pretty much just a podcast is how I see it going. But again, things can change on these types of plans where you don't, the plan is not so solid. But yeah, it's a light start. I'll be honest, so far, I'm worried. I am worried that there's not enough wind, because we want to see this fella foiling. Obviously, foil has been the choice of craft. And it makes sense. When you see the guys doing the Deafy wind, it's just a good choice. There is less effort. There's a lot of concentration needed. But in terms of physical effort, I think on the foil, it's quite a lot less than the fin, obviously. Or for people who don't foil, maybe it's not obvious. But, to cruise around on the foil is quite a lot less effort. but it's mentally tiring because you're always trying to trim the stuff. So, you know, so we hear from Maciek. We'll see what he's...
Mam nadzieję, że przyniesie dzisiaj Maćkowi szczęście. O, to jest totem?
Tak.
Chrystus, a co to jest? Co to jest?
Okay, we're not going to hear much from Mr. Maciek at the moment, but I think they're saying, or he's saying, there's not a lot of wind right now. This is going to take a while. Like I said, it's over 200 kilometers in one direction. So, you know, going 100 kilometers one way and 100 kilometers back. I don't know. I think, would I prefer to do that? Maybe, just because you change tack. So I'm guessing they've lined up the wind because they're going to cross over the Baltic Sea. So let me just, I'm going to maybe just bring this GPS on. This could go wrong. So I'm hoping they're actually going to bring up the GPS and the maps and stuff like that on this feed that I'm getting. I think that obviously would be pretty cool. But I have got some different feeds, and one is the okay, I'm just looking at the map exactly where they're going to be coming in at, because I do have, like I said, I do have some data, which the brief, what's the brief? Start to finish. So Sandhamn in Sweden, and then, oh my God, they're testing me here. Vladislavov. Oh, sack the commentator already. Apparently it's a surf capital beach in Poland. What the? Are they someone having a laugh here? Is someone having a laugh? Oh my God, that can't be right. Is that a real name of a place? If you are looking at the comments, I think I'm gonna have to use my my comment section here to add you a comment, because what's he okay, I'm just putting the comments just so you can see. That's the start to finish. So starting in Sandhamn in Sweden, and then we're going to Władysław in which is the surf capital of Poland. Obviously, I mean, if you didn't know that, where have you been? Where have you been? So that's where we're going. Has anyone got a nickname for the surf capital of Poland? Władysław. Wow. Well, you try and say that at 6 in the morning. Well, yeah. Okay, I just did. Francois says, good luck, Maciek. He's going to need it at this rate. So far, I think we might be average about 3 knots at the moment. So we are hoping he gets a bit more wind than this. Come on, Maciek. I've got to be honest, though, as much as, you know, it's going to be difficult for Maciek, being in the support boat, I have been in the boats, and obviously we're in the harbour-ish, just, you know, leaving at the moment. And it's pretty light, you know, there's not much chop around. But when they start moving, if the wind is up, being in that boat is going to be quite uncomfortable compared to the foil, because the foil that Maciek's on will be relatively a smooth ride. Yes, it's going to be tiring. Yes, it's going to be physical. But I tell you what, sitting in a rib for 6 to 7 hours and at the same time filming, that is not going to be an easy ride. So maybe those boys need a bit of a clap, I reckon, if they make it, because that's going to be pretty brutal. So what stats have we got here? It's all in Polish, but he's used 325 calories already, and I think they're doubling it. I could be wrong, but I think that's already 650. Depends if we're doing that in zlotys or euros. I'm guessing euros. Foil or fin, says Francois. It's going to be a foil. He is on the foil, although not much wind at the moment. We're still waiting for him to break onto that foil. Vino says he needs a sticky water bottle from the boat, Tour de France style. I think he's going to have a few things from the boat, would be my guess. Are you sure it is sand harm? No, I'll be honest, Francois, I'm not sure, but that's the information I have got on my PDF. So maybe they've moved up a little bit depending on the wind, but that is the information I have got here. That is what it says. I have got the mission name is Baltic Mission. The star is Sandhamn, Sweden, over to Vladivostok. The distance is over 200 kilometers. The planned time is for Maciek Rutkowski to break 7 hours. Now this, if he did that, would be 3 times faster than the previous attempt of 22 hours from Max Wojcik in 2013. So 12 years ago. They're starting at 7 a.m. in Sweden, which is obviously 6 a.m. here in Portugal. And the goal, the Guinness World Record. So they would be in the Guinness Book of World Records. And obviously there's the charity of Malwinka Mazurek, suffering from extreme rare Rett syndrome. So that is what the charity cause will be going towards. Malwinka, who's a young girl from Poland. So yes, that is what we're looking at. Yes. So yeah, here we go. So Rutkowski converts burnt calories into donations. Every calorie means more money for Malwinka's treatment, and that will be followed on a Galaxy smartwatch, which will track the distance, the speed, the heart rate, the calories, and time in real time. And I'm going back to the YouTube, and he's still not foiling. This is, I'm sure this 7 hours is getting longer and longer already. Yeah, so you're going to have to keep me company on this race. We're waiting for him to get foiling, aren't we? Surely we have to wait for the Maciek Rutkowski to get on the move. He looks pretty relaxed so far. Do you think he's a bit like, this is not quite what I imagined?
Generuje ogromne opory, także czekamy, aż przyjdą pierwsze mocniejsze szkwały. I tak jak...
We're still in Polish. I'm hoping we might get a bit of English at some point, but we have got some time to go. Maciek Rutkowski, rocking from side to side. It's good to see the technique of the pumping. You can see how he's moving his body forwards, just kind of using the weight hanging off his arms. He's not just using his biceps to pump in and out. So if you are, trying to learn how to pump the sail, you can see a bit of that. Looks like he's getting some questions at the moment. But we really want to see him playing. Please. Otherwise, that record might not be going anywhere. So who else what's the furthest you've ever sailed? Anyone done any sort of mini, I won't say long distance races, but you know what it's like. I mean, I used to grow up. Well, I used to grow up. I should say I grew up on a lake. It was a couple of hours from the house, actually, but I used to go to this lake every weekend. It was like 4 miles long, and it was kind of like a thin lake, but the wind would like funnel down the valley, and it was kind of like a mini gorge. I always remember it. I should really go back there. Bala Lake in Wales, in the UK. But 4 miles, we used to sail. You know, foiling obviously wasn't a thing back then, and not even, you know, shortboard course slalom in the early days. So it was just like slalom stuff. And we used to sail up to the top of the lake. I used to do a bit of longboarding as well, but sail up to the top of the lake, take a while, and then blast all the way back down, you know, because it's like a long, thin lake. It was probably less than a mile wide, way less than a mile, probably like half a mile, quarter of a mile, maybe at some places. And then you could kind of blast down full speed, jibing all the way. It was pretty epic. I've got good memories, and that was only 4 miles upwind, but it was a fun, you know, couple of hours spent. And then now I'm in Portugal. I've been looking for some kind of little long distance missions. Now I'm in Sagres in Portugal, right on the corner of Portugal. And I know Joel, who is a local slalom racer, owns the sort of surf school here, Wind for All. These boys have just, well, him especially, has just sailed from Sagres to Lagos. Just like, yeah, I'm going to go sail. And he not even took anything. He's just gone, yeah, I'm going to go, which is not easy, but he's done it a few times, just gone, why not? So it does make me think, oh, maybe we could do that. And then even from Martinal, which is one of the beaches here, which is close to the official end of the world, they call it in Sagres, which is Cape Vincent, the point. I was thinking of sailing up there. So, you know, you look at what choices of equipment you've got, and the foil is definitely right up there now. When Joel's done it, he's just done it on normal slalom equipment. But I was thinking with the foil sort of stuff, could be the way to go for a little cruise. And that's what Maciek's obviously got on. I wonder if he's ever sailed in one direction for 6-7 hours. I would say no. It's not the sort of thing you do. Hayo says wind should fill in over the day. Well, I hope so. I hope so. I hope it fills in pretty soon. Forecast is for 15 to 25 knots past the peninsula. Yeah, that's what I thought. They've probably just got to get out of the lee of that peninsula. We'll see how it goes. Pan says, what is the forecast? Can Maciek talk to the audience? I think he probably can, but he's in Poland. He's thinking, I really thought I'd be foiling by now. But you look at the ground he's covered. Again, we haven't got a direct link to Maciek or the boat, but it would be interesting to see how much ground he's covered, because he's obviously been going slow, but he's actually already covered quite good ground. So it's not like he's not moving, but it's different. Let's have a look. I'm just going through the comments at the moment. So I'm going to show the GPS in a minute. I thought they might be showing it on this channel, but it doesn't look like they particularly are showing it. So I'm going to pull that up. So let's see. I didn't want to look. I actually wanted to see Maciek plane or foil first. Anthony says, good luck from southern Spain. We've got mine saying, I wish for better wind. Yeah, me too. At what speed will he achieve liftoff? It's a good point. It just needs a bit of power. So as soon as he gets some power in his sail, you can just force that board or that onto the foil, because obviously it's got a hydrofoil below the board. And with a little bit of power, he can just force that thing into the air. Are you sure they're in somehow? I see. Like I said, I want to click to the GPS, but I don't want to miss the actual takeoff. What do you think? Should we have a look at the GPS? I can show you exactly where he is in the world. Francois says all models are aligned with the type of wind, 7 meters per second to 9 meters per second ground wind to 13 meters per second gusts. So meters per second, if you're not used to it, basically double it for knots. So 7 meters per second is about 14 knots roughly. 9 meters per second, 18, and then obviously 13 meters per second is 26 knots. So it gives you a bit of an idea. Oh, maybe we'll get a bit of this Polish.
Żeby trochę mniej przeklinać. Stoję na...
Dużo jest niewiadomych.
Chciałeś rower, to pedałuj. Na początku pukali się w czoło, a potem wzięli się do roboty.
To się jakby gdzieś tam rodziło przez ostatnie 4 lata, więc
Not sure, there's no English version.
testowy, taką próbę generalną.
Mógłbym wsiąść na deskę, mieć motorówkę, mieć asekurację, przepłynąć Bałtyk.
Ale trochę będzie bardziej bujać.
Ale gdy nie pokazujesz tego wszystkiego na żywo, gdy nie pokazujesz tych
Anyone
emocji,
speak
tego
Polish?
wyzwania, tego bólu, który zapewne będzie, tego wszystkiego, co to otacza, no to ten projekt byłby niepełny.
Płynąć będę bardziej tak, nie?
Niedobrze.
Dobra, i co, streamuję to?
Czekajcie, bo nie jestem w stanie robić 2 rzeczy naraz. Do 3 telefonów teraz naraz.
Przed nami dużo pracy, dużo testów, żebyście wy, widzowie, mieli z tego fajną rozrywkę.
Czemu nie ma audio?
Na chwilę obecną nie mam pojęcia.
Misja Bałtyk to taka układanka, która składa się z tych wszystkich elementów.
Jedna rzecz się wykrzaczy i generalnie wszystko leży. System na czym połączony.
Wszyscy, którzy są zaangażowani w projekt, są all in.
If you do want
Ja
to
chilluję,
follow
reszta pracuje. Idziemy małymi kroczkami.
the Polish version, you can go to Maciek's YouTube channel. You'll be able to hear all the Polish, but to be fair, for us non-Polish speaking, it sounds pretty tricky language, doesn't it? Definitely does. So, yeah, that's what's happening. Maciek Rutkowski going from Sweden to Poland on Mission Baltic. And that is a bit of the boats and crew that are going to be helping him out. It's going to be a bumpy old ride. I thought we might get some subtitles, but, you know, obviously this is a mainly Polish thing. But who thinks he's going to do it? Who thinks he's not going to do it? Anybody out there? Come on. You all must think he's going to do it. Maciek says that he came up with the idea himself. And at first people thought he was crazy. But they started talking and actually he could have sailed alone, but then there wouldn't have been live stream. I'm not sure sailing alone, but you never know. I mean, that could have been just like, there are people like that. They just go, yeah, I'm just going to do it. And off they go. You're like, oh my God. Oh, it's like, hello. So we have a look at this GPS. Like I said, I thought we'd be having a GPS, but I'm going to try and change it up here. This could go wrong, obviously. So you might have to bear with me. Oh, there we go. That's my face. You don't want to see him too much, but let's try and oh, I knew that would go wrong. Okay, so let's see if we can. Right, so this is the GPS. So let's have a zoom. He's basically sailing from here, where you can see Leszek Rutkowski, which is Maciek's brother, from here all the way over to which I actually don't know where it is, which that's bad, isn't it? I should really know. Where are we sailing then? Well, there's no points on the map, but it's a long old way. So I'm guessing he's having up on starboard tack. So I'm guessing the wind's coming this way here. And he's going to go. You would imagine that would be the way. But there we go. Some great information from me there. But if you give it, like, to give you some perspective, it's pretty far. When you look at that, that is, yeah, I'm trying to give it some distance here. that's pretty much like sailing across the UK, like sailing from one side to the other on the land, let's say, of the UK. Where else is it like? It'd be straight across Italy, same size. But yeah, it's a good chunk when you look at that. So there we go. That is some amazing commentary there. I mean, lots of info, lots of inside information. Oh dear. Let's have a, oh God. Press. It's like I said, it's early in the morning here. I don't know what you're expecting, but that is what we've got on our Polish channel at the moment. Got these fellas. And we're going to get rid of me. There we go. So that is what we've got. Maciek Rutkowski. On the corner to the right. There we go. That was I should have probably practiced a few of these names before coming on this morning. What else have we got? Comments coming in. We got Bob saying one more before going to work. Thanks for all you do to keep windsurfing alive. Well, thank you. I guess you're talking to me or Maciek. Well, Maciek's doing a good job. Like I said, early morning here. And I'm on my own. So feel free if anyone wants to come on. Like if anyone's done any sort of long distance, no joke. You know, we're not doing a full serious live stream. I don't think I've ever done a really serious live stream, but it's a serious thing that Maciek's doing. But we're going to have a bit of fun watching the old boy, seeing how he gets on. So you can feel free. I can send you a link and you can come on. You don't have to come on for a long time. You can come on for a couple of minutes. You can maybe tell us a story. You don't even need your video on. We can just have audio only if you fancy telling us some stories about some long distance stuff you've done, because it will be a long day. This, like I said, that the plan is to break 7 hours, but there's no guarantees. He hasn't exactly started off flying, has he? He's still wobbling his way out at the moment. So we're hoping he's going to pick up a bit of speed. Can you show the windy map? That's not a bad idea, Pen. Not a bad idea. I will get on that now. Adrian, tuning in. Good morning. 2.2 Ks in an hour. Rough start to the morning. I would agree. That is it is a rough start. Tim Jansen says, yes, Maciek will make it, but the biggest challenge will be the swell. 2 to 3 meters of swell is no joke. I tell you, being on the boats, I know I keep saying it, but I think that's the rough deal today. Yes, they're obviously going to make it in the boats, but it ain't a comfortable ride that once the swell kicks in. Maciek will be, you know, on the foil, probably relatively comfy, even though he'd be burning some calories, be probably tired. But on that foil, but in 6-7 hours on the foil, maybe you get very tired. But you're not in a race. You're not trying to push on the limit. So, you know, you'll be in cruise mode, which can be okay. But he is like, where is the wind? He looks a bit frustrated. That's like one of those things where you're like, I thought it would be light at the beginning, but I thought by now we'd be foiling. I think he is definitely like, do we know what size sail he's on? I think around 6'5". I didn't get the final confirmation of that. I do have comms with a few of the team, so let me ask. Let me ask. Okay, so I've thrown down on the WhatsApp group. I don't know how good the signal is out there, but I'm guessing I think they've got Starlink or something like this, or which is keyed into the Samsung phones. Do we know what cell? We're trying to work that out. Ordinary Swedish Windsor says this live stream is better than Maciek's own. Oh, I didn't understand the word. Yeah, Maciek has got his own one, but obviously it's all in Polish. So we're just doing our best just to piggyback off this. 6.7 is his sail. 6.7, but he'll be hoping to get foiling pretty soon. I can tell you now. I think he's like, excuse me, where's the wind? Can someone organize that wind? This is not going well right now. He says at the moment, whatever sail size they were on would not make a difference. There is zero. Well, or at least like two to 4 knots. There is nothing that he would have got going. Dave O'Riordan says it's not to be discounted how difficult it is to stay on one tack for a very long time. It's a good point. One tack is the killer here. What we got at the moment, it says, but we have clouds coming soon. Rain is already here. We're hoping the wind will follow. So the rain is coming in. And usually when you have the rain, if anyone's used to dealing with rain, which we are in Northern Europe, usually when the rain comes, it kind of sucks away the wind. And usually before the rain, you get that sort of wind getting spat out of the cloud. So it's a bit of a weird one that they've got the rain already. But yeah, Adrian, 100% agree with Dave. One tack for almost a day is a killer. Yeah, it's hopefully it's not a killer. Hopefully he's okay. They mentioned his gear in the other live stream. Yeah, he's on an 85 wide board. I'm pretty sure he's on the 550 front wing. Could be because it's light. It could be the 450. He's got 2 different front wings. And he's on the 6.7 foil sail from obviously Neil Pride. How does he live stream himself from the boom for so long? Serious battery pack. Yeah, it's a good question. I guess they will have changeover stuff. And I'll probably probably giving a bit of shout out to Samsung. They'll probably be like, well, this battery lasts 7 hours live streaming or some sort of info. I don't know. But yeah. So if you are just tuning in, Maciek Rutkowski, not the most action-packed live stream right now. He is going to sail the full width of that Baltic Sea from Sweden to Poland, hoping to break 7 hours. But it's been a bit of a rough start with 42 minutes in, and he hasn't even had a sniff of foiling. It literally is glassy. Look at that. I mean, that is not the start he wanted. He's already on the juice. He's on the juice already. He's probably like, oh my God, I was expecting to be, you think about the difference. He got 45 minutes of non-planing. If he'd have had 20 knots, 25 knots of foiling speed, he'd be quite far across by now. He'd be 25 nautical miles. Is that what a knot is? He'd be quite far. He'd be left the land for dead right now. But at the moment, you can still see it. So, yeah, let's have a look. What's the comments? Let me know in the comments if anyone wants to drop in, have a word, get on the podcast, because it is going to be a long old podcast today. Ben's, what's more difficult, says Ed. What Maciek is doing now or winning Rosniger Wave Comp? Well, obviously, the winning the Rosniger Wave Comp was not that difficult, mate, because I just did it. But yes, well, it's actually, we've had some great wind. Who is having great wind? I mean, Maciek is not having great wind right now, but who out there has had a good sail this last week? I'm pretty sure Northern Europe has been absolutely pumping. Like, I've been in the UK for a week and it was rocking. I've got to say, it was absolutely rocking. Some of the best sailing I've had for a long time, like full fun park, Rosniger, which is in North Wales. Epic. Been so fun. And obviously that was my home, like my own, I don't know, home spot. Like, my parents live 2 hours away from Rosniger. So that was when I gave up my Olympic racing in 2000, year 2000. I bought some wave gear and I just headed there. And I learned to forward loop in a day. I don't know. I was kind of 22, I think, at the time. And I was already past forward looping. But I've been racing for ages. I haven't really spent any time on a wave board or stuff. And it was something that I should have done years before, but it wasn't really a big thing back then. You know, forward looping was like only the professionals, only the world tour guys, you know, the real good guys do it. And you kind of was put off it. Nowadays, everyone's like, oh yeah, looping's easy. Just do this. There's videos everywhere. But when I learned in 2000, that was definitely not the case. So I sort of made it my goal after not making the Olympics, not making Sydney Olympics. Nick Dempsey made it. Did pretty well for a lot of years after that. So I was kind of like, well, you know what? That's me done. My Olympic campaign is over. I'm going to go learn to wave sail. I'm going to get a job. So I got a job, earned some money, learned to forward loop, did a few competitions because I was quite competitive. And yeah, did quite well in my first amateur competition, won it. And then, yeah, a few years later, entered the World Cup. And in my first wave event, I got 5th in Poso. So I was like, oh, and I got offered some sponsorship, and the rest is history, as you say. And that is why I'm here today. So, you know, that was me. And then Maciek, it'd be interesting to hear his story. We're going to go through that. But, you know, he's been racing from a long time. You know, never went down that Olympic route. Tried to do it a few times, never really did that way. You know, always been a kind of PWA guy. Won some youth world championship or junior world championship, Maciek. Used to race with a few of the guys from the UK. I saw a podium the other day, a picture, an old one, which had Maciek, Pierre Mortefon, and then there was like Dan from the UK and Richie, who I used to, you know and race with. And I think Dan and Richie were actually beating, you know, Mortefon and Maciek at junior level. This was, and I was thinking, wow. And these guys gave up. You know, Richie went on to be a farmer. I'm not sure what Dan's doing right now, but it was kind of like, wow. Imagine those guys now looking back, seeing Mortefon and Maciek Rutkowski, both of them world champions in slalom. You must think they look at that and go, oh, could I have done it? You know, would I have carried it on? Oh, maybe this is in English. Hang on.
Na samym początku, kiedy tak oboje ryczeliśmy, nawet nie płakaliśmy.
No. Okay, we're gonna leave that for the Polish channel. If you do want to check out the words over on in Polish, you can go to Maciek's YouTube channel, which has got the same stream, but you'll be able to listen to all the Polish. But this is the cause that Maciek is doing this crossing for. The money, or they're trying to raise a good chunk of money actually, and Maciek's donations, or all the donations you make, which you can follow the QR code when it comes on, will go to helping a cure for this syndrome, Rett syndrome. It looks like he is a famous like Formula One boat racer. So it's like the equivalent of Formula One on the water. We just got some comments coming in. Well, Dennis saying for Maciek now should be so disappointed, you know, disappointing wind. Yeah, I think they're hoping definitely that wind kicks in sometime soon. So we've got Timmy saying, oh, hello. Looks like there's a bit more wind around. Oh, no. Tim says, hey, did Maciek plan to set off in wind? I'm hoping they were expecting this, because this is a rough start. If this was not the plan, because I'm guessing there's some peninsula. Someone mentioned that earlier. So they must have been expecting a bit of a wind hole. But if this is the actual wind and it's just not come through, then I reckon that's a pretty rough start. Excuse me. Adrian says likely the low-level cloud is blocking the wind. Old John Ketley, the weatherman. Hope sun will rise the wind. Yeah, exactly. Let's hope so, because sometimes you do get that. I mean, obviously, that's why a lot of people go on the dawn patrol surfing, because in the morning the wind is not really in yet. But I think this is a well, for want of a better word, this is a bad start. This is not what they hope for. I think that 7 hours might mean I'm an extra hour in front of this live stream today. Haven't really got any snacks prepared. I'm going to have to hopefully get the missus up. She's going to make me a cup of tea, but the babies will be waking up soon over here in Portugal. So I'm sure usually I'm not the first up in the morning, but I am today. Someone said to get Windy on, and I think that's not a bad shout. Might get Windy on. Let's have a look. We'll give you a bit of an idea. I mean, obviously you guys can look at home. You can do what you want. But I'm going to get the wind on. So let me just... Let's have a look where we are. So he's not planing yet. Is it a risk leaving him? We're going to miss that moment he gets foiling. Let me know in the comments if we should leave him, and we can have a look at the Windy app, which is obviously going to show us how much wind there is, where he is it likely to increase, whereabouts he is. I can show you that. The only problem is we might miss takeoff, which would be nice to see after 50 minutes of streaming, and we've not seen the boy foil yet. And it doesn't look like it's changing anytime soon, but you only need one gust and he'll be up and foiling. But this is a bad start, I've got to be honest. Remy says, greetings from Switzerland. Here, no wind forecast till next week. Oh, no. Hope it will get better up in the north. Go Maciek. Well, that's depressing. I thought everyone was getting wind in Europe. I know Denmark have had wind. The UK have definitely had wind. I mean, all over the UK. I think northern France, so northern Europe, I'm pretty sure, has been pumping. And I think they've got wind still. I was there, I guess I was there 10 days ago for a week, and it was pumping. Romy, good morning, Ben. Just finished my breakfast. Oh, you lucky fella. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to eat today. Valdenis says 2 weeks of no wind. Oh, my life. Only one session in September. That's shocking. Where's that? Where's Alsund? I don't know. Apologies. Everyone's showing off how much breakfast they're eating. Timo says, well, maybe look at the forecast first before doing that stuff. I've looked at the forecast. Oh, I see what you mean. Maciek should look to the forecast. I'm pretty sure they looked at the forecast. I just think sometimes the forecast doesn't do what the forecasters windsurfers. Surely we know that. Those forecasting people lie. Or they can be a little bit out sometimes. Anyone know how cold the water is? Non-planing eventually chills you. I think it's okay. This time of year, it can't be too cold, although it is the Baltic Sea. Not known for being particularly warm. Okay, we're going to check the wind. We're going to miss the foiling, but maybe that's what we need to do. You know what I mean? It's like one of those things where you kind of sacrifice yourself to get up. And I think this might be a good time to do it. So unless it's in English, let's just check. You never know. No, if you want to listen to that, you can go over to Maciek's YouTube channel, but we will not be doing any Polish coverage here because I don't speak Polish, and it's pretty difficult to do. Remy said had wind on Sunday to Tuesday up to 35 knots. Yeah, that sounds good, man. Good to hear. Excuse me. Right, let's put on the Windy app. Let's have a look. Let's see if he's going to get going. So obviously here is the UK. Let's make sure you're seeing that. Yeah, you are seeing that. Okay, so let's have a look. This is windy. So where is Maciek? There's the UK. We go up Holland, Belgium, got Sweden over here, and Maciek is about here where my cursor is. I don't know if you can see my mouse, but I think he's up here somewhere. Obviously, if I was, oh, there. No. Well, anyway, he's somewhere there. I do have the GPS as well, but oh, he should have wind, shouldn't he? I mean, it looks perfect. I mean, there's obviously, oh, it looks pretty windy down here. So he's sailing over to Vozzy with this one. That's annoying. Every time you zoom in, it gets smaller. He's sailing to here. Vozzy's lov. But it looks like, let's have a look. Ooh, he's going to get some wind later, though. Look at this bad boy. 22 knots all the way across. So this is what, look at this, perfect direction. It actually is made for this challenge, isn't it? So they've got a lead boat. They're going to be cruising over here. That's at 10 o'clock. Yeah, it's the perfect forecast. Looks like around 3 o'clock, it's really cranking up. They should hopefully be over here in 25 knots of wind. So this looks absolutely dreamy. Are we going to see more people attempt this challenge? Because that direction of wind looks absolutely solid. There'll be some good swell here. That will not be an easy crossing. So that is what they've got to. Obviously, this is the moment here. So it is lighter in the morning, but they should be foiling by now. So that's interesting. Francois says, got wind in Sweden, westerly, after work, 18 to 25 knots. So, yeah, I mean, let's, I think we can be hopeful. We can definitely be hopeful for Maciek Rutkowski getting some wind, which is obviously what he's planned. You know, you don't go to all this effort and not check the forecast. But at the moment, we'll have a look at the GPS. Where is he? He's gone. Oh, here he is. So this is Maciek Rutkowski. So they've gone from, obviously, oh, there we go. That's where they've gone from, in here. But they're already out here and they haven't got any wind. But obviously the wind is coming this way. So maybe this is what's blocking it. This is the peninsula that's blocking it here. And then obviously as we get into that open ocean, oh my God, they've got a long way to go. Oh my life, that is a chunk. But that wind does look perfect. You'd expect him to have wind already though. But that is how it's looking. Like I said, if you are just tuning in, Maciek Rutkowski going from Sweden up here down there, then can you see the cursor when I do that? Maybe you can't. Maybe you can't see it. So that was pointless. Apologies. But yeah, we're gonna add in back to the YouTube channel of Maciek Rutkowski. Although at the moment he is doing a bit of talking, so maybe we're going to share this windy map again. Now we know exactly where we're going from. So yeah, they've been going from in here. Was it in here somewhere? Yeah, still says it should be windy, which is worrying, I would say. It's definitely worrying. Do we think he's going to get more wind? So this is obviously a interview about the charity, which is Maciek is doing this for, which is his daughter. She's got some rare syndrome. So Maciek trying to help raise some funds for that. Well, like I said, this is a GPS. It does look like a long way to go from all the way over there to the corner of Poland, which is, yeah, that's some distance. What have we got here? We've got Max saying, looks like the boat went out and checked the wind outside. Yeah, maybe that's what it was. Because obviously the GPS that we were seeing with Lezek was on the boat. So you might be right. Anders says that direction builds high and short waves. That sounds horrendous for a crossing. Imagine being in the rib. I have done many offshore races on big boats in that area. It will be very choppy. Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. That's gonna be it's gonna be pretty brutal, I reckon. 215 kilometers roughly, a long way. Does he have a smaller sails on the boat? I think he does. I've got a list of his equipment. I can go through that in a minute. We can check it out. All right, let's have a look. We'll go back to the Maciek Rutkowski channel. Let's have a look what is going on over there in oh, that looks more like it. I'm not sure that is right now. That's what I will say. Or is it? No. I was going to say, that's a bit of a change, isn't it? Freaking flying. Tim says, Ben, promote the charity a bit more. What Maciek is surfing for? Yeah, again, I'm a bit late to this, so I haven't got all the information. The information should be on the screen right now. Well, not right now, but as we go through this. But as I said earlier, it's for Malwinka, which is a young girl with a very rare syndrome, Rett syndrome. The daughter of one of the Polish guys who's in the Formula One, you know, the water Formula One, which is the fast boat stuff, which is Bartek. It's his daughter. So Maciek will be donating. I think it goes on the calories he's burnt in this whole thing with what Maciek will donate. And then obviously you guys at home and obviously a lot of the Polish speaking people, because this is getting broadcast on Maciek's channel. They've got a lot of news covering it as well. So I'm kind of just trying to cover it for the English speaking windsurfing public, just to give you guys a bit of a sight, because it would be on Maciek's channel, but it's all in Polish. So we thought we'd try and cover it here. But there will be a QR code on the screen and you can donate some money if you so wish, which but again, I don't have control of that. It will be more that I'm just broadcasting what those guys are showing at the moment. That's the reality right now. And it's very slow reality. It's like a different reality. Yeah, only going to be on starboard tack, just one tack. This is the link. Okay. Oh, let's see it. But they should be putting the link on the screen. Like I said, I'm not in control of the visuals we are watching. So they will be, I guess, doing that as we go through this broadcast. Like I say, I think that maybe, I know that's not the best thing to do in YouTube, but if you do want to donate some money, you can go over to Maciek's YouTube channel, and I'm sure there is a little bit more information on that channel. But it has been coming up earlier with the QR code of how to donate, but obviously it's all in Polish. But you don't have to donate right now. You can donate later. I'm sure that will be open for quite a good bit of time afterwards. But as we're going through, we will get that link. Hopefully someone will send it through. bit of an idea of the equipment Maciek's using. He's got the Neil Pride RS Flight Evo V1 or whatever that is. I'm not sure with the Roman numerals. I forgot. Been a long time since I was at school. Which is their foil racing sail. He's on the 85 wide hydrofoil foil board, and he's got the Patrick Aon windsurfing foil. He's got 450 front wing and a 550 front wing, which he can change depending on the wind. And they've obviously got a few boats with them. They've got their Samsung Galaxy, phone mounts and BB talking for the helmet wireless communication. They've got the Galaxy. I mean, obviously Samsung are sponsoring this, but they've got the watch and they've got all the sort of fitness bands and stuff. They're pretty full on. During pre-season land training, Maciek trains about 6 hours a day, burning around 8,000 calories. So Maciek will be donating 8,000, I guess, if he burns 8,000 calories, because every calorie he burns, he will be donating that to this charity or to help this young girl. There we go. That's the sponsors on board. Oh, this looks promising. I mean, that's how bad it's been so far. Oh, he's close. He's like, I've only got a small wiener. No, I'm joking. He's obviously not saying that. It's going to be a long day. What's the world if you can't make a few jokes? Although these days, you never know. You get in trouble for anything. But I think he's on the edge. I think that's what he's saying. He's on the edge. He's about to have liftoff. That looks pretty ominous, doesn't it? Look at those clouds. Imagine doing this without any support. You just imagine set off from Sweden and go, right, I'm going to go to Poland. Imagine you miss Poland. I mean, looking at that map, you could miss the end if you were trying to get right on the end. Adrian said, I wish all the promotion would be in English. He'd capture a wider audience in terms of commercial danger. Well, it's obviously a Polish thing. It's been all over Polish media. So I think something like this, you say it would capture more. I'm not so sure. I mean, I don't know how the YouTube channel's getting on in Polish, but they've had quite a good bit of coverage. So I think it makes sense to do it in Polish. It is a Polish cause. The young girl's Polish, obviously it does make sense. But obviously for the windsurfing media, which obviously English is a little bit better. But it's a pretty rough start. That's an hour in, and he hasn't been close to foiling. So it's not exactly lighting up the world right now in terms of speed. Come on. As soon as he's on that foil, he's going to be covering some serious distance. But I would say, I think if he averaged 20 knots, I think he could do it in 6 hours. But that average just took a big hit because he's just spent an hour going about 3 knots. So that's a chunk. That's an extra bit of calories burnt. So it's good for the charity. It's good for Malinka. Get a bit more money. Yeah, I'm just trying to see. Oh, I just heard the door go. My young 3-year-old daughter is getting up. We've actually got a squeaky door on purpose because then we can hear when she gets up. So we might have a new co-commentator coming in pretty soon. And that's when you see it, and that's what we see when, this cause, Malinka, she's got something that she needs some help for doing, and when you have a daughter, you do realize how terrible it must be. So, like I said, we will get more information on this. It was a bit of a last minute thing to get me in to do an English version. Maciek was super keen to get the windsurfing public involved, because obviously on his channel it's all in Polish, and that's aimed at the Polish media. So we're just trying to cover it for the windsurfing point of view. So we've got Andrea tuned in from Italy. Ciao Ben. Ciao Andrea. Not so much wind. Well spotted. Well spotted. Yeah, it's not quite going as planned at the moment. First hour has been non-planing. Yeah, Adrian said he'd sail across to save his kids. I'm sure. When you don't have kids, it is a strange one. When you have kids, you realize there's just a whole different world going on of what you care about. And the big things in your life, they definitely change, or they definitely have for me. You definitely become less selfish. Any forecast? We hope so, Andrea. We hope so. Now, the forecast is good. There's quite good wind. We were looking, we haven't got the live charts, actually. I don't know if anyone's got any live charts. Send me a link if you have. But we had a look on windy, and the forecast is obviously really good. Looks really good. From something like, the forecast is forecasting 15 to 25 knots, that type of thing. Middle of the day looks like it's cranking, but he'll be hoping to foil soon. I can tell you that much. Pretty solid 25 knots. Yeah, that is. Let's see. Let's see. Come on. Let's get him planing. You wanted him to foil, aren't you? Though you're like, come on. I don't think this was in the plan. That's what I will say. I'm pretty sure he thought he'd be foiling by now. I think an hour and 10 in, and hasn't had a sniff, not a sniff of foiling. And now it's got to that bit of, like if you look at the forecast, you would have said he's going to leave the beach. Maybe there's a little bit of light stuff at the beginning, and then he's going to be full on foiling. And it's just not been the case right now. So we have a listen to what he's going on about in Polish. It's probably... Okay, that's enough of that. That's enough of that. It's a difficult language to get to grips with, isn't it? But if you do want to listen to the audio on the channel, which is in Polish and the commentary in Polish, you can actually go to Maciek's YouTube channel. I would go off the live stream and have a little look around, but I don't want to mess with this stream because we are sharing that. We got Lake. Say, well done, Ben. Oh yeah, no worries. Anyone can say that. Vladzalovovo is about 12 to 13 degrees, and the forecast cloudy all day. I don't know if the clouds affect it much. Certain wind directions in certain places it can. Well, yeah. I mean, in Portugal, clouds make it very gusty. I'm pretty sure when you're in like Northern Europe, the UK, I don't think it makes a difference. You just need some wind, doesn't it? I mean, it's clouds are part of the normal day in Northern Europe. And let me know where you're watching from. Like I say, we got a long day ahead. And if anyone wants to come on this podcast, because it pretty much is watch along, I should say, watch along. Feel free. Claudio says, ciao, Ben from Perth. Ooh, it's probably not too early over there. We've just hit 7:15 in the morning. Things we do for windsurfing. It's an hour in. We're going to be cheering him along like a couple of cheerleaders, pom-poms. Was that like, we're about to go on to foiling mode? Check, check, check. Make sure you're filming. I'm about to give it some pumps. Come on, let us know who's been windsurfing, where you've been windsurfing, if you had any classic sessions. Okay. Got a bit of a video here. So we have just have a look at my WhatsApp group. Maybe we've got a bit of action.
Hey Ben, as you can see, it's still a bit light, but we have some wind coming finally. A little bit of sun in between the clouds also, and we can see a clear wind line ahead of us. So hopefully we'll be starting soon.
Okay.
Moment, we still have about 108 miles remaining.
Okay, I got a bit of a WhatsApp video. I think I should try and share that. I think that's the way to go here. Like I said, we're gonna improvise a little bit. It's not gonna be perfect. The stream is definitely not gonna be perfect, but we will persevere. We will get there, no doubt about it. Let's have a look if we can do this.
Hey Ben, as you can see, it's still a bit light, but we have some wind coming finally. A little bit of sun in between the clouds also, and we can see a clear wind line ahead of us, so hopefully we'll be starting soon. At the moment we still have about 108 miles remaining. Yeah, hoping to catch up on the time lost here by the beach.
Okay, so there we go. That is. Oh, yeah, we're just about to get the moment. He's having a go. Oh, that's horrible when it's just on the edge. And you're like, come on, come on. Come on, everyone make some predictions. He's going, is he? Surely. He's not going to back off here. Because as soon as you can get that thing up and going, life becomes easy. All that resistance goes from the board. You're up and foiling. And then you don't need as much to keep you up there. But you've got to get it up. Who misses? We got Easy Surf Shop tuning in. Says wind is stalled by the rain around him. Unfortunately, yeah, there's definitely some problems here with the clouds and the rain. It's kind of sucked away all the wind. So it's been a bit of bad timing. You know, it might have been the difference if they left an hour later. They might have just gone straight on the foil, and then they would have done an hour of foiling, and they would be quite far ahead. But we heard Lezek before saying what they got 105 miles or something like that to go. Is that maybe I'm an idiot. Is it nautical miles? I don't know the difference if I'm brutally honest. We've got Magnus following from Botswana. Oh, where is everyone watching from? We got Mr. Nussli watching from Smögen, west coast of Sweden. Adrian, 8:15 in Cape Town, 11 degrees at Sunset Beach, gusting 2 knots currently. "15 minutes and he will be foiling." Whoa, like probably not far off, to be honest, from your prediction. Max in the UK. UK tuning in. No one's beat Botswana yet. We've got Zoo Station. Oh, yeah, hey, boys. Tuning in. Tony. Is it Tony in Zoo Station or someone else? Been a while since I've been there. I went there years and years ago, early 2000s, over 20 years ago. I think I was in the old Zoo Station bowl. Andrea over in Torbellate, Lake Garda, 15 degrees, 15 knots of north wind. Max, in the meantime, can you tell us about your Wave Classic win? I think we'll have to leave that for another podcast, although we're 6-7 hours. Yeah, you might be hearing about it. Hope the wind picks up soon. Me too. Me too. Let's hopefully get this wind on. Remy, Switzerland. Biggest lake with no border to Germany and France. This was obviously a bit of action from Fuerteventura. So we see what they're pumping out. Bit of dodgy music. But good to see some action. Look at that. We had some great racing in Fuerteventura this year, didn't we? It was pretty good, I got to say. I mean, the drone footage, I know I bang on about it all the time on the live stream, but it is definitely, I mean, it's just another level, isn't it? When you see slalom racing like this, and then you see the Olympic coverage, it was pretty disheartening. I got to be honest, when you see what, you know, you can do with windsurfing coverage. The Olympics was a real disappointment for me, not in terms of the action, but just in terms of the coverage. I know they're kind of got different things, but it was quite frustrating to watch, because that is, you know, that's probably windsurfing's biggest advert, the Olympics, which is why always everyone was a bit upset with the gear choice they used to have. But now we've got foiling equipment, obviously IQ. I mean, you want the coverage to be good. You want the drones to be close. You know, a really far away drone is great for certain stuff, tactics, but to make it exciting, to see the movement, to see every little bit, you need close action. And there was rumors that it couldn't do that in the Olympics because it could affect this and it could do this. So, but it was disappointing to watch, I won't lie. So when we had first on pretty much at the same time, it was last year. It was amazing to see the difference. It was like, God, imagine this was the Olympics. We'd have a lot more windsurfers. But I tell you what, I was at an event the weekend, and there was a lot of young windsurfers there. We've got the future pros. I mean, the UK, they're doing a great job. Oh, it was a big crash from Maciek there, but that was a hell of a race actually over in Furta. But like I said, there's some hope, I've got to say, for windsurfing in the future. A lot of young kids coming in, a lot of like guys of my age have got daughters, sons of that windsurfing age now, and you can see them getting into it. And I think we're going to see another, you know, big chunk of generation growing up, which will be sons and daughters of windsurfers. You know, I think we're going to see that quite a lot. So we are an hour and 20 in, and he's still not playing it. Yes. Cheers, man. Like I said, let me know where you're watching from if you're tuning in, or any windsurfing. You know, we got 6-7 hours. Yeah, we're going to be talking about Maciek. We're going to be sharing, you know, the charity that he is supporting, which is Malvinka, which is a young girl with a very rare Rett syndrome, and he will be donating the calories burnt, converted into money, to that cause. And obviously you guys at home can chip in if you want. I haven't got the details, but they will be coming up on the screen. Again, I'm not in charge of what we're getting here. We are basically just broadcasting a watch along for what they are pushing out in Poland. But we thought it would be quite cool to do for the windsurfing public, for anyone who's interested. Oh, some big crashes from looking on this. There we go. That's the QR code. So you can, pause the video or just get your phone out, get that QR code. I don't think I have to explain to you how QR codes work. And you can donate some cash. They have got a goal. Obviously, you can see they're just over halfway to that goal. And that is, how it's looking at the moment. Are we foiling? No, he's not foiling just yet. He's still not foiling. Who else we got tuning in? We've got watching from Tahiti, Mr. Richmond. That is a nice place to be watching from. I'm just waiting for another cup of tea. Oh, Vilma's just woken up. I did hear the door creaking. So we might have a 3-year-old, like I said, coming in at some point to co-commentate. I did actually have the best welcome home ever the other day from, obviously for the guys who tuned in, I went to the UK and got some wind, scored some amazing conditions. Then we did a wave competition, the Rosniger Wave Classic, which is my old sort of home beach, 2 hours from my parents' house, and I actually won it. We got some stiff competition in the UK, so I was pretty chuffed with that. But I came home and I got a massive welcome home like poster painted. It was for people out there, you know, when your daughter's like that, it was quite a moment for me. Probably one of my, it's the best welcome home I think I've ever had. I'm new to this dad life, you know, so it's a new thing, but it's pretty cool. Daddy champion. Yeah, that was what was on the poster. I'm gonna have to keep that. I'm gonna have to frame it, although it's massive. We've got two. We got here. We've got Connolly over in Dublin. Must have some wind over in Ireland at the moment. Watching from the east coast of Australia. Let's have a look. Like I say, if anyone does want to join me out there, I can send you a link. You can come in, say a few words. You don't have to stay for long. I'm just hopefully getting some special guests on, because Maciek at the moment is still not playing it, which I don't think was in the plans. I'm pretty sure this was not in the plans right now to not be playing in over an hour and a half in. Oh my life. This could be the longest live stream ever and the longest windsurf Maciek's probably ever had on one tack. And it's on the edge right now. So it's like, do you put the effort in to get foiling? But when it isn't enough, is he thinking an 8.5 he would be foiling? To me, it doesn't look like that. It looks super light. But I think now with a big front wing, you know, I think if you could do it all again, you'd take some bigger stuff and then you'd have to change later on, which I guess they didn't want to do. But, you know, it's surprising how early you can get going with a massive front wing. Yes, it's not very fast for racing, but it's definitely faster than wobbling along, you know, not on the foil. And I think he'll be thinking that right now. Thanks. Claudio says here in Perth, 19 degrees, 8 knots westerly. If the forecasts are good for next week, Coronation and Nalu. Ooh, I am jealous. Like I said, I've just had my fill though. A week in the UK, every day I sailed, and to be honest, there was another week of wind. I know the south coast of the UK have had some good conditions as well. Like I said, I know Sweden, Denmark have had some good conditions. They've just had the youth World Championships up in cold Hawaii. It looks like they scored some decent conditions. So Anton Richter taking the double elimination in the older category. So there's lots of windsurfing going on. I'm feeling very comfortable with windsurfing right now. You know, we don't need to be the biggest sport in the world, but I'm feeling the vibe. I'm feeling the vibe. There's obviously there's a lot of guys doing a bit of winging, bit of kiting. There's a lot of water sports going on, but windsurfing, I keep getting asked the question, Ben, what's happening? Everyone's going winging. Yeah, maybe at the moment everyone's going winging. Fine. I don't know about everyone. The cool crew are still windsurfing, but like all these things, like skiing and snowboarding, you know, skiing was the thing. Everyone then went snowboarding, and then lots of people came back to skiing. That's just how it is. The core sports are not going away. Windsurfing ain't going away. Might get smaller for a bit, might get a bit bigger, might go around. Oh, we might have a special guest. Should we try and get a special guest on? Hello.
Benny, can you hear me?
Hey, Mr. Paul Van Bellen.
Oh, mate, I'm just ringing from the desert with Starlink, so hopefully this is going to work.
Wow. So you are up.
Can
We
you-
can't say the word, but someone actually just mentioned it before. But you're up north in Australia, middle of nowhere.
Exactly. Yeah. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, perfect. Clear.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, thank you, Elon, for this. This is working.
How's the conditions up there? Better than what Maciek's got, I guess.
Yeah, well, it's actually howling. I'm sort of huddled in some shade, and it's probably 30, 35 knots out at sea. So and there's not a lot of swell. So it's probably a day where I won't get on the water. It's not, it's a bit, not
When
very
you say
pleasant,
not
actually.
a lot of swell, you've probably got the dream conditions for nearly everyone in Europe. Windy and
Well, yeah. I mean, like, it is sailable, I guess. Actually, now that you say it, I'm just looking out to sea, and I can see someone going out there. It's probably 2 to 3 foot. It's still actually all right, but we've had 8 foot.
Hang on. 2 to 3 foot. The sun is shining, and you've got
God.
35 knots of
I
wind,
know,
and you're
I
in the
know.
paradise for windsurfing. I think you're doing pretty well, mate.
I know, mate. Yeah, no, it's pretty good. Here, look, there's a video lit now, so you can see. I've got the hat here just to stop the wind sort of getting into the
Looking like Colin
Uh,
Dix.
Oh yeah, mate. When you're up here, there's no well, I'm sitting in shade, but the sun's a bit pretty gnarly, so good to cover up, mate.
Is that one of those rash vests from John Florence, or what's his name?
No, this is just a Shimano fishing one, but
Okay.
yeah, it's good. I've also got this. Actually, I tell you what. Sorry, it's a bit hard with this on, but I got one of these. Have you ever used one of these before? When you're sort of
Is that a buff?
well, it's just a thing to cover your mouth and your nose and stuff. Like, it's super handy for when you
Because they brought these out years and years ago, like years. I remember they were called a buff, and I went to some show somewhere, and they were doing all these different things, turning it into a hat, turn it into a face mask. They would and the guy would do all these fancy things and stick it on. But they obviously made money that.
You just put this over, like, because I've been a few times. I've worn this hat, and then I'm just like this, and at the end of the day, my lips have just gotten completely burnt. So now I just, if I'm outdoors, like especially up here, I just do that. But anyway, how's it going with Maciek?
Terrible.
Okay, what's the latest? I only just logged in, so what's happening?
I would say, without speaking to him, because we don't have direct comms, we're just doing a watch along basically. But I would say it's not going to plan. He hasn't planed. We're an hour and nearly 2 hours in now, and he hasn't had a sniff of planing or foiling.
Okay, because it's been a bit hard for me to follow the last few days, but obviously it was doing on a forecast, right? What happened?
Forecast looks good. The forecast looks really good.
Yeah,
but that's not actually working. The forecast.
Yeah, okay.
I don't. You probably can't. I don't know if you can see the screen, but the forecast at the moment is that's windy. He's going from over here in Sweden to down to the corner of Poland, just like 200 kilometers. But the forecast, he should have 17, 18 knots easy. I mean, the forecast is great. And then as we go through the day, the wind just gets stronger and stronger. But the forecast doesn't change from what he's got now. So if the moment he's not playing it, it's a bit of a worry, to be honest.
yeah, yeah. Wow.
Because we would hope he'd be planing or foiling, I should say, not planing.
Just quickly, can you hear me okay? There's not too much wind noise?
It sounds absolutely better than normal.
Oh, perfect. Okay, because I put the hat in. I've got about 15, 20 knots blowing me on the side here, so I thought I'd just cover the hat, but if that's good, then I have to.
No, sounds good, man. Sounds good.
Yeah. Wow.
You've been scoring.
Yeah, look, it's been good. I was a bit intimidated when I first got here on I got here Sunday, but didn't get in the water till Monday because it was proper 8 foot, which for some people might think 8 foot's not crazy, but I'm here at Nalu and it's 8 foot's it can be intimidating. Like, yeah, it's a heavy wave.
Yeah.
But actually, I'll tell you what, there's one thing. It's I know this is not Maciek's thing, but I'll just quickly explain this. When I first sailed up here, like back in 2000, I remember I was pretty new to wave sailing, and I was very intimidated because people tell you all these stories of, oh, watch this, watch the reef and sharks and waves and everything. But I have to say, I've gotten a lot more comfortable out there because just to use my head a lot more. Like before, I was a bit more. You see a swell. This is for anyone out there who's getting into wave sailing. But if you're looking in the horizon and you see a bit of a swell or a bump, and you've got the opportunity just to do a tack or a jibe and just go back in and just stay in that sort of inside zone where you can just go back and forth and just wait for that set to pass. And I mean, it all sounds kind of obvious, but when you're sort of new, I find you're not really using your head 100% or something.
No, it makes
you're
sense.
a bit nervous and you're a bit like, you know what I mean? But
No, I think that's what, when you're an experienced wave sailor, you take a few things for granted, and it's not until you do something for the first time you realize all these problems. I know that sounds a stupid thing to say, but I found that a lot. Like I take things for granted as an experienced wave sailor now. And then when we're on the clinic, we have these people, asking questions. You're thinking, yeah, I never thought of that, because you forget those things are. And like you say, getting comfortable with the wave. Some people, I've heard them complain about new guys going, the guy, where was he going? He nearly ran me over. But when you're looking at the wave and you're worried about the wave and you're worried about this and you're trying to bottom turn and you haven't done a bottom turn, like all those things are going on. And then you've got people, surfers. It's not as easy.
Yeah, exactly. And especially if you're at a spot where it's waves of consequence, you're also thinking about, not injuries and whatever. But anyway, like I said, just being able to just use my head more and just go, nope, I'm doing a chicken jibe here, back and forth. And you just play like a game of chess a little bit more, and all of a sudden you find yourself being a lot more comfortable. But no, look, it's been good, but it's pretty relentless sun and wind, so it's a bit uncomfortable at times. But it's been good.
How long are you there for?
Till Saturday afternoon.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the forecast is good?
Yeah, well, every day's wind, but it's just different days of swell. Today was the smallest. It was going to be like 3 foot. And then next couple of days would be like maybe 5 foot or something.
What's your ideal conditions up there?
Probably 4 to 5 foot, 20 knots.
Yeah.
The problem is when it gets bigger, it's a bit of a thrill ride, but I'm not good enough to, either not good enough or not ballsy enough to get in the pocket and really get right in the pocket and try to do a critical top turn when it's 8 foot, because the problem here is if it goes wrong, you're going to,
Oh, it's the middle of nowhere. For people who don't know, obviously up north in Western Australia, when it gets bigger as well, it doesn't necessarily get bigger, but the wave gets very thick. Yeah. So it sort of gets the mast high and then it just gets thicker and heavier, which is, it's pretty nice.
It's kind of funny talking about this and now looking at this footage of Maciek. Look at him. Oh my God, what a legend. Look at him out there.
We're an hour and 40 minutes in, still not a sniff of foiling.
That's nuts. Poor bloke.
I'll be honest, at this point, he must be thinking, shit, this is not good, because he's still in the lee, from what I can understand, of that peninsula. And I don't know if that's what's causing the problem or it's just the actual wind forecast.
No.
But yeah, it's not looking good so far. How many calories have you burned?
No. Have you got all those stats, have you?
Well, apparently, to be fair, it says he's only burnt 40 calories. So he's not exactly using many calories.
God, I can only imagine how much time and effort he's put in just to get to this point, huh?
He almost looks like he's just stopped.
It's going backwards. Oh.
Yeah, that doesn't look good, does it? I really,
So
when you look at the forecast, you'd have thought he'd have been flying around right now.
So that chart you showed me before was actually showing some wind coming or not?
There should be wind now. There should be at least like 15 to 18 knots. It looks like it picks up in the middle, but he's nowhere near the middle. When you look at the GPS tracker, he's literally hasn't even left Sweden yet. He's still very much in Swedish waters, let's say.
Yeah, right. So could you just fill me in, because I haven't really been following it closely, but this is obviously a windsurf attempt for charity, right?
Hang on, I'm just fill you in. Sorry, fill you in on what's happening.
Yeah. So like, this is an attempt that's not only a potential world record, but it's for charity. Yeah.
Yes. So basically, I mean, I was a bit late to this whole thing, but like I said, we wanted to kind of put it out there to the English speakers because it's very difficult to watch 7 hours of Polish if you don't speak Polish. So I thought we'll do this watch along. Well, Maciek contacted me. So the whole idea of this, it's obviously for charity. So there's a young girl called Malwinka, a young girl from Poland who is the daughter of Bartek. I'm terrible with Polish names. I apologize, but he's basically the Polish guy is like one of the top guys on the Formula One, like the boat Formula One, the water version of Formula One. So F1 H2O, I think it's called.
Yeah.
So his daughter has got Rett syndrome, and the whole idea is to, raise a bit of money and raise awareness for this. People can donate some money, and I think every calorie that Maciek burns, he will donate money. So that's kind of his deal. And then obviously the Polish public and you guys at home or the public everywhere, there is like a way you can donate money as well. So that's the kind of idea. And obviously, this is something that he probably have wanted to do for a while. It's a big mission. He can get in the Guinness Book of Records. And there's already been someone did it in 2013, Max Wojciech, which he did in 22 hours. It took him, that is relatively slow. Maciek was hoping to do it in 7 hours. I think that 7 hours that 22 hours is looking pretty fast at this speed. I'd say. So
he'd be better off on like a longboard at the moment.
Exactly. He'd be definitely better off with bigger stuff. So he's on a 6.7 sail. He's on an 85 wide foil board, and I'm guessing he's on a 450 or 550 front wing. That's kind of the equipment choice he's got. So yeah, I mean, really, he needs to get foiling soon. Magnus says he better be foiling by the time he arrives at the shipping channel. Yeah, that might be. Yeah, because he'd be a sitting duck right there, literally.
What's the what's Rhett's condition? Did you know what that is? Or
I'll be honest, I am super late to this whole thing. So all the videos and all the explanations have been in Polish.
So just have a bit of background of what's going on.
Do some research, but at 6 this morning, I've been just getting the information dropped into me because I've been in the UK for a week, so I haven't really been following much online. And I think all the the advertising, the sort of promo for this and all the stuff has been on this week, so I have missed a fair bit of it. So I apologize.
I've just looked it up. Would you like me to just?
Yes, that would be good because I can't look at anything else when I'm looking at this screen.
Yeah, no problem. Rett condition refers to Rett syndrome, a rare neurodevelopmental disorder primarily affecting girls, characterized by initial typical development followed by a regression of skills, loss of purposeful hand function, repetitive hand movements, and problems with walking, speech, and communication. It's a genetic condition that causes progressive loss of motor and language skills. There is no cure. Treatments focus on managing symptoms, improving quality of life, and supporting affected individuals and their families.
Oh God. Yeah.
So, yeah.
And that's the thing. It hits home, like I was saying before. Now I've got 2 young daughters. You do realize how much your life changes and how much your sort of bit doesn't matter as much. You just want them all to be good and happy and solid.
No, it's so you take it for granted when you have good health, don't you? But it's there's people out there with big challenges.
100%.
Yeah.
100%. I mean, that's the thing. Also, when you get older, you realize, like, you know, I've been moaning last week, or, you know, I've windsurfed every day for 7 days. I'm getting towards 50. I'm like, ooh, ooh. And then you realize, a couple of aches and pains are nothing. You'll easily, happily take those.
So are you on the duties to commentate this for the whole trip? Is that the idea? Or
when you say it like that, it makes me realize what I have stepped into here. I'm saying to Maciek last night when he's messaging me, I'm like, but 7 hours on my own. I'm like, what am I going to talk about? You know, yeah, well, I'll be fine. People are going to join you. I'm like, okay. I've literally just gone, yeah, whatever, I'm in. So, yeah. And apparently there might be a few people dropping in, but so far, trusted Paul Van Balen is the only one to step in, and he's in the middle of the desert.
Yeah, I can't be here for 22 hours, I'll be honest, Benny. Actually, this is an interesting comment here from John Martinson. Therapeutic ketosis is a wonder drug for most diseases. I'm assuming he's talking about like fasting or you know, like intermittent fasting and things like that. That's tell me if I'm wrong, John, but I think he was mentioning that.
Are you doing a bit of fasting?
No, I'll probably eat too much. But the funny thing is, I actually tried fasting. I've had this recurring cough for the past 3 years, and I was trying all sorts of different things to, you know, overcome it. And you know, I got to the end of the road, so I thought, oh, maybe I'll give fasting a go, even though I'd never really did it. And I ended up doing about a 4-day fast, which I've never not eaten. Yeah, it surprised me. I had never not eaten all day, obviously, you know. But I was surprised at how long you can go without it. I mean, you get hunger pains, but they kind of go away, and you just drink water. But funnily, you know, after probably day 2 or day 3, my cough actually did subside quite a lot, because I think when you fast, your inflammation goes down a lot. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of good. What's that?
Well, just laughing because you kind of think, I know I've done a bit of fasting, but when I say fasting, I don't eat for like 8 hours, and that's enough. But like in terms of 4 days, but then I was thinking, you were like, after like 2 days of not eating, my cough, it's because your body's like got no energy, and it's like, Jesus, we can't.
No, but you know what, Ben? Like, it's, I mean, you don't have to get into too much detail, but I didn't know much about it, and then it kind of opposite things happen. You actually get a lot of energy sometimes because it's like your body sort of, it goes into like what's ketosis is basically where your body starts burning through fat cells, and there's actually a lot of energy in that. And there's sometimes when you're doing it where you're kind of like, oh, I just want to lie down and have a bit of a snooze, and then there's other times where you literally are bounding around wanting to climb mountains. It's kind of weird. So yeah, it's an interesting, like it's legit. Like there's a lot of studies on it.
I agree.
It's not like some hocus pocus thing. Like it's actually legit, but it's still, yeah, I don't know. It's.
I mean, not that we want to turn this into a fasting podcast, but I mean, I've been looking at it for the last year or so, or whenever it starts to become talked about more, and you think, well, when I've ever done it, it's more intermittent fasting, but it makes a difference. Even that for me, I feel better.
It's good.
I generally feel better. And then you read more about like how we're living these days and how much we're eating, and it does make sense. We shouldn't be totally grazing. We're not designed to just be eating constantly. And like the best version I heard of it, again, this is full fasting. Oh, hello, hang on.
Oh, there's movement. Hey, he's
I think we're foiling.
Mate. Foiling. Is this the first time he's been foiling?
Yes, this is after an hour and 50 minutes. Stop the clock. Although he doesn't look super comfortable, although he's out down the boat now. This is when the footage might get a bit bouncy because he's obviously out of the lee of that.
Oh, yeah. Well, the boats are moving fast now.
Yeah.
So he's obviously going.
We've gone. I lose it. We've
He's
lost
gone,
him.
mate. Oh, there he goes.
Oh, there he
Oh,
is.
that's cool. Geez, he'll be smiling now.
Hey, stop the clock. So 1 hour and 49 minutes he got foiling. That is not the best start, but at least he's foiling. What he doesn't want to be doing is like perched just on the edge. He needs to be comfortable, but he looks comfortable now.
Yeah. Oh, that's that must be a sigh of relief for him.
My God. Yeah.
You would have burned a few calories pumping on the plane then. There's a few extra
Yeah,
bucks.
exactly. I mean, maybe he's doing some fasting today.
Really?
He's got snacks everywhere, to be fair. He's got like a little bum bag on his or boom bag. He's got snacks coming out his ears. He's probably eating more, but he's going to be burning some calories.
Yeah,
Well, there we go. That's good to see, because it was getting a bit worrying, to be honest. He's got 200 kilometers to cover, and he literally had done nothing for 2 hours. How far is that say? Does he say how far he's gone? Yeah, he's done 9 kilometers. He's been averaging probably 4 kilometers an hour. That is slow. He could have walked faster.
Yeah. So what's does it show his speed?
Real-time speed, 31 kilometers. Is that right? 33,
Yeah.
36, 37, 39, 40. Whoa, 41.
And what's the distance he has to cover?
200.
Okay. Well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if he's averaging 20 knots, I think they said it would take 6 hours. I think that's what I read earlier. Because
that's pretty.
I don't know in kilometers. It's much easier to work out if it's in kilometers, but I work in knots. So what's the equivalent? I probably could work it out, because 20 knots is 10 meters per second. 10 meters per second. There's 1,000 meters in a kilometer. So you should be able to work it out. But we have liftoff. We have foiling action.
And these guys, they're managing behind the scenes, are they? The ones on the screen there?
Yes, I'm guessing they're the commentators in Poland.
Oh, I see. Yep.
I do have all the information, but like you realize when you're trying to do a live stream and watch long and you've got these screens all linked in, it's hard to actually look at all that information as you go in. Like I messed up a little bit this morning, not being super prepared, but he looks like he's moving his harness lines back a bit, because that's what you don't want. You don't want your harness lines slightly in the wrong place. They've got to be absolutely perfectly set for long distance. You want them a little bit further forward than you think, because if your front arm gives in, it's game over. I mean, and this is just the start. So you think about it, you're like, I mean, I'm guilty of this as well. You look at it and you go, yeah, he's going to sail from Sweden to Poland. Yeah. 6-7 hours. Yeah. But then you actually realize it feels tiring now. He's done 2 hours of what he's just done. Now he's on the foil, and you've got to stay on this tack. You know, you can't, you're not going both ways and equaling it up, and you're not resting. You're just sailing now for the next 6 hours or something, which is, it's pretty impressive.
Definitely. I've never actually foiled before, but when you're sailing on a foil like that, Ben, it's obviously, it looks easier than just on a fin, right? Obviously, like you're using less energy, but I'm assuming that at some point it starts to get pretty tiring.
Yeah, it's concentration more than anything. The actual effort of foiling is relatively easy compared to fin sailing. Like fin sailing, you're constantly pushing. It's really tiring, and it's more strain on your harness and your back and stuff. Whereas foiling, relatively okay, I would say personally. But then the concentration to keep it on the foil and to keep everything going is quite taxing. So, and I'm
see that? Okay, he went right out of the water.
You got a bit of weed on his fin or something, trying to get it off. Adrian says 20 knots is 37 kilometers an hour, which 200 kilometers done in 5.4 hours roughly. Although it's a bit more than 200, I think. Yeah, and plus he's just done about whatever. So I think he's probably still on for maybe under 7 hours if he hits higher speeds. It really depends on what he's going to average. Because 20 knots.
Yeah, have a look at this. Look, for anyone out there who hasn't been to Australia, he'll show you as a classic Aussie sheepdog here. Can you see him? Where is he? Hold on, where are you, mate? Can you see him?
Bluey.
Oh, where is he? There.
Is
There he
that
is.
Bluey? I've been watching
really,
a lot of Bluey.
It is. That is actually like a Bluey type. Although this is a red.
He's not blue, is he?
A red version. But a red Kelpie, I think they call him. Oh, he's gone. Anyway, that's a very classic Aussie dog.
Living the dream.
Wow.
I mean,
he's really moving now.
Hey?
Maciek's really going now.
Yeah, he's shifting, isn't he? He's shifting. It'd be interesting to see the speed, actually, if they put it on. It's quite amazing, the quality, really, because they're, I mean, I guess they're still quite close to shore, but maybe that's Starlink. So if you do want to, you know, chip in, donate some money to a good cause, you can click on that QR code and donate some money to Mal Winker with the Rett syndrome.
I was actually thinking Maciek's a bit of a dynamo, isn't he? You know, not only is he obviously doing the slalom tour, and that's already quite an achievement, but then he organizes the events with his partner. Now he's doing this. I mean, he's a busy guy.
Yeah, he is doing everything, isn't he? I mean, going to Silt next week to obviously try and get that foil world title back, because we obviously haven't seen the foilers in action on the PWA World Tour since the beginning of the year in Guadeloupe. So that will be kicking off once again in Silt. And in between that, he's organized that big event in Poland, which looked like it went down really well this year. And then now he's doing this crossing. So he's a busy boy.
Yeah, no, it's amazing.
Yeah, the guys on the boat, someone just saying, or Adrian's saying, it's going to be a long day. It's going to be a long day on that boat. You know, don't think sitting on the boat is an easy ride. I would say, I don't know if I'd prefer to be foiling than on the boat, if I'm honest with you.
Yeah. A smoother ride, wouldn't it?
Yeah, so he's going about 40 kilometers an hour. So that's easy to work out, isn't it? If he can average 40, which would be impressive. He's just below 40, but it's 200 kilometers, 40 an hour. That's 5 hours.
Oh my God, here we good look at Maciek now. It looks like he's working for it, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it? It doesn't look like a cruise. It looks that's a bit scary. It looks almost hard work. So he's in for a hell of a 5 hours if that's the case, because it is meant to get windier and windier. So he could be battling.
Cool. Look at all the trophies there. Hey, Maciek's. Wow, it's a pretty grey sort of a day too, huh?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, to be honest, when you look at the wind direction, you can see why they've pulled the trigger on this forecast. It does look perfect. You know, 15 to 25 knots basically all the way across, perfect cross shore. And it's one big long reach, which although reaching on the foil sometimes is a bit harder to do. Like sometimes a little bit more upwind can be a bit more comfortable. So I don't know if they've took that into consideration. Maybe he kind of zigzags a bit rather than going straight, you know, go downwind for a bit and then you can kind of sit on that upwind rail on a foil quite easily, like a tight reach. Whereas a tight reach on a windsurf, you know, fin is hardcore. It's proper rough. Going a bit downwind, probably a bit easier.
I actually was just trying. Did you say it's about 220 kilometers, right? This trip?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. So I just had a look just to get a perspective. But from Australia to Tasmania, you know, I guess a lot of you guys know there's Tasmania, but that's 250 kilometers. So that's pretty impressive. This is almost like sailing from Australia to Tasmania.
Hobart, Sydney to Hobart. Well, that's a bit different.
Yeah. Well, Sydney was longer because that's
a lot longer. Yeah.
But still, like to sail across from Australia to Tasmania would be a big trip. So yeah, this is pretty impressive distance.
Yeah. Do you think he's going to make it?
Oh, I mean, if he's getting these conditions, then he's making good tracks. I mean, I think his biggest risk is obviously if he's just is slogging, right? If he's on
Yeah.
his foil, then he's probably got the fitness to do it, I assume. You have any doubts or?
Not really, although that I think 2 hours of what we just saw must have been pretty painful to do, you know, because you've already pulled the trigger, you're already going, but then you're like, God, I could, you know what it's like an hour. You can, if he'd have been going 20 knots for that hour, he was already quite a chunk ahead, you know, and it makes life much easier. Whereas now he's going to be playing catch up a little bit on what he probably already planned. But I think they would have already planned for a bit lighter stuff on the inside anyway. You know, you could see there's like a peninsula sticking out, and I think that was the main problem rather than the wind forecast. And maybe it was super early, maybe it hadn't kicked in, but I think it was the peninsula probably more than anything. As soon as they got past the peninsula, the wind picked up. James Crocker online says, "Well, amazing technology from both the open ocean and Nalu." Exactly. Meanwhile, can't get a phone signal in Tesco's. Good luck, Maciek. It's true. Like things have moved on technology-wise around
This
the world.
Starlink, mate, it's a game changer. It's the first time I've been up here with it, and it's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's pretty handy.
It's impressive.
So I see every now and then there's a. Sorry, I just missed it, but there was that bar, that green bar that said like 6 million or something on it. Do you see that?
It says what? Sorry? Yeah, I think this is Polish zlotys. When I was in Poland, which I mean, I've been a few times, but when I first went to Poland, 93 or something like that for like my first world championships, it was millions of zlotys. Like you literally, to buy a drink, you'd need, I don't know how many million zlotys, but then they took a few zeros off a few years later. So now it's a bit more normal, but I think they've still got a few more zeros than euros. That's for sure.
So that's what he's raised so far, is it?
I think so. Yeah. Like I said, I'm a little bit new, but let me just have a quick look. Zloty to euro. 1 Polish zloty equals 25 cents.
Oh, okay.
So
and he had
4 zlotys to a euro. Does that sound right?
Oh, okay. Well, maybe I must have read it wrong. I thought it said 6 million or something.
Well, I think it did. But that could be the whole cause. You know what I mean? Because obviously it's not just Maciek. I guess it's not just Maciek raising, or it could be.
I was going to say that's
I think it's just. I think it's part of it. It's like a GoFundMe thing, as far as I can understand.
Does it show you there? Sorry, my screen's a little small. But does it actually show you how much distance is still to go? Does it give you that information?
No, looking at that.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't think so. Because it says, well, he's doing it looks like the average is just below 40 kilometers an hour. He's burnt 285 calories, 16, just under 17 kilometers covered so far.
Oh, okay. Well, so it gives you at least the distance. So it gives you a rough idea.
2 hours and 40 minutes. So he must have started a bit earlier. Maybe that's when he first turned it on, though, just for the calories. But I think I started the stream pretty much as he started, so it's about 2 hours.
It's pretty cool. He's like it looks like perfect conditions for him at the moment.
Yeah,
I mean it's hard to tell, obviously, if it's too. I mean, it doesn't look super windy, does it?
It looks perfect, and I think on the foil as well, you're not having to deal with this super sharp chop. Like if you're on a fin right now, it'd be like ding, 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 and
it'd be
pretty hard.
That'd be so hard. It'd be so hard.
So I think the foil is definitely the right choice. That's for sure.
Yeah.
When you count in another 5 or 6 hours, probably 5 hours, I would guess, if he's going at 40 kilometers now. I'm expecting him to maybe get a bit more wind than he's got now. It looked like there was more wind in the middle, but then you've got more chop and more swell to deal with as well. Yeah, I haven't really actually thought too much about this live stream. I haven't thought about eating or.
You're going to do an intermittent fasting on this.
I'm going to be intermittent fasting. That's what it is.
Oh, there you go. 6.5 mil. Oh, that's 60%. of the target, is it? Or
Yeah, it looks like that. Yeah.
Or maybe that is the target and they've made 4 so far. Yeah, I don't know. Okay.
I think that sounds right. Yeah, 60%.
Okay.
They've got 4 million, which
that's
is
a million.
that's €1 million.
Wow, jeez, that's impressive, isn't it?
So I think they go in for €2 million. Is that?
Wow,
I think that's kind of
incredible.
what I thought. What I don't know is if that's just Maciek or that's the actual thing, but it might be an add-on to an original campaign. You know.
So there's a comment here I can see. It says front leg must be burning. So is that, again, because I don't foil, but you're controlling the pitch of the board a lot through your front leg, is it?
Yeah, well, it depends on how windy it is, but yeah, because you're just trying to trim. You trim a lot with that front leg.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess there would be a lot of your muscles are working a lot, I guess, for him at the moment. Front leg.
Well, actually, someone just put it into, I guess, perspective. Obviously, it's windy in the Deftly, but the big races in the Deftly are 40 kilometers, and it takes about 40 minutes, maybe a bit quicker with the foil now. But I seem to remember that was my times, and it was quite windy. So I guess 5 of those. Yeah, you're right. 5 of those. 540s. That's actually not so far, but you're not traveling as fast and you're doing it both tacks and you're doing it, fresh rather than all in one go.
Do you know what equipment he's on, like sail size? And
6'7" foil sail, and I think he's on a 550 front wing. He has got a 450 front wing and then an 85 wide board.
That's a great shot, isn't it?
Yeah, he looks like.
Oh wow! Here we go, getting real close now.
That board looks like it's bent the other way, doesn't it?
Oh, it's so short, isn't it? It's crazy.
I guess it's the camera angle. It looks like it's pointing down.
Yeah,
that's freaky.
Is that a production board?
I guess so. I mean, I'm sure it is. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we're getting a little bit fruity. I'm trying to mix it up. I guess when you're traveling for that long on one tack, you probably get a bit bored, don't you? Like, I think that, that's what I would be worried at, losing concentration.
Oh, hold on. What's happening? Oh, he's getting some refreshments.
Oh, hang on. Let me have a see if we can. He's going to be in Polish, no doubt, but.
Bardzo bliskie ujęcie Maćka. Dobrze widzę, że to naprawdę super ujęcie. Widzicie,
chyba zmiana pędnika będzie.
Także jest rzeczywiście ciekawie. Zaraz zobaczymy, co tu się dzieje.
No, there's no English there. We're not really getting much insight. It's not like you can guess what he's saying in Polish, is it?
Oh, there's like 2 boats, eh? It's a serious exercise.
Jak jest Maciek?
Jest git.
Wrażenia?
He looks a bit tired, eh?
He does, doesn't it? I was thinking the same thing.
Trochę ostro, ale duct tape. ASAP. Duct tape. Duct tape.
Oh, he's getting back pain. Maybe he's cramping. No.
Because the screen is... Electric tape is okay or not? Yeah. Anything pierdol dookoła, tak z tyłu.
Just looked at his watch and gone, oh shit, I've still got a while to go.
He just got started. Can we get Maciek to say anything? The Polish guys can.
So I try and.
Is it still a world record if you stop on a boat though?
That's a good question, actually. I guess they are allowed to.
Are they though?
Filmuję.
Then it's not really unassisted.
Once I launch, go right.
Hang on, we got a bit of an update.
Maciek's point POV camera stopped working, but looks like we're back online. The wind is blowing good. So We should be up and running.
Yeah, any updates, any info, just put them on a voice message or a little video. That'll be useful because the Polish is quite hard to understand. So any updates is welcome. That's,
I have to.
Yeah. No, go on.
I have to warn you, but I'm plugged into electricity here, but I'm actually watching the power go slowly downwards on my laptop, so it will eventually run out.
Yeah, no stress.
I'm
I
down at
appreciate you just
I'm down at 13%. There may be another 20 minutes left.
No problem. You can leave whenever, but it's definitely thanks for dropping in. This could have been a lot more painful this first hour and a half. What have we got here?
Oh, he's straight back at it.
Yeah, he's off, isn't he? I ate a kilo of beef, says John, 3 burgers and a ribeye steak with 4 eggs, half a stick of butter, and a couple of local apple bananas today.
Yeah, because we didn't touch on it, but he mentioned about how you can stay in ketosis. You know what ketosis is?
Yeah, without the carb.
Yeah.
So your body's eating fat.
Yeah, but no, but ketosis is when your body basically is using your ketones, like your fat reserves or whatever, to survive. So he's saying that he's basically got a diet that he's in a constant state of ketosis, but can still eat all that stuff. So, which is that's like an intermittent fast. Like it's the same sort of idea. But yeah, anyway, it's sort of There's so much to know now, isn't it? Like the whole health diet thing. I mean, it can get pretty. It's a fairly big rabbit hole you can go down.
I'll be honest, I have been down this rabbit hole for a while, and for me, it does work way better than the stuff I was doing before. I feel way better. But,
cool.
I'm not a massive follower of it. I'm not that strict when it comes to diet, but I loosely do the intermittent fasting. But if I feel like having something, I will. I don't. Just because you got to be smiling. Sometimes you don't want to be that knobhead who goes out for food and they don't have this and they don't have that. They don't want to drink and they don't want to do that. You're like, oh God, I'd rather just do it when it suits.
No, I know what you mean. Yeah, Maciek's he's smiling now. See that? He's smiling. He's enjoying it.
But it's true. It's interesting you say that about sitting down. It's like, how does that work on a challenge like this? I know they do it when they cross the Atlantic and stuff like this. They do have. Well, I guess I think it depends on the crossing. I think his crossing will be sailing from there to there, which obviously he's done.
Yeah, that's probably an allowance.
Another one for like totally unassisted, where you literally get on a board and go off on your own.
Yep. For sure.
Device which they can track.
It's hard for you to tell, but it's absolutely howling here. Like I'm sitting in a spot where it's a bit of protection, but I'm looking out at the sea, and it's just a haze of just water and sand. So windy.
What's this say? This says the Affatone says, like it, 3 nuts for breakfast. Knobheads.
3 nuts, that's not much.
3 nuts. That sounds hell. I haven't had any breakfast. You're lucky. Lucky you've had 3 nuts. Although if you have got 3 nuts, you should probably get that checked out. That's not bad.
It's interesting tech that Maciek's employed to make all this happen. He's obviously got something on his helmet there that's relaying his footage from his boom, and there's a bit going on.
I mean, looking at the sponsors, obviously Samsung is one of the sponsors, so I'm guessing that's all. Usually they do it with the phone. We've tried to do something like this similar in Silk before. John says, year before last, I hooked up with Tomek with a battery pack so he could keep providing you with the clips for the coverage on this channel. Good job, John.
Ah, yeah, cool.
Maui, with the infamous Maui coverage.
That worked well. That was fun, wasn't it?
Yeah, Max has got some gems here. Ben says, Ben, at your age, you have to tune diet and exercise to stay fit to do the stuff. We do little tweaks, can make a big difference. I dropped 25 kg and got fit. It made a hell of a difference to my windsurfing. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I mean, losing weight, like I lost about 5 kilos. Well, I'd probably put them back on a little bit now after being in the UK, but I did lose a fair bit, and it makes a huge difference. You just feel a bit better.
No, definitely.
Obviously, the missus has just had a baby, so she's lost way more kilos than me.
Instant reduction.
Yeah.
No, that's true, isn't it? As you get older, the weight thing becomes, obviously easier to pile on some weight, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I've got a voice message here, so I could just play it without listening to it first. Let's see what they have to say. Hopefully it's not inside info that we shouldn't be putting live, but let's listen.
Okay, I'll try to be better. If I go quiet, feel free to poke me. So the first hour and a half, we were waiting for wind. We were moving, but slowly. Now the weather changed, the wind picked up. It's kind of gray skies around us, but it's windy enough, and we're going. So far, the whole team is doing very good. Everybody's feeling good. Maciek is feeling strong, and we're fine-tuning and tweaking the media and cameras and so on all the time.
Oh, that's cool.
Well, good to get an update. I'll just let you know before you. I mean, not that you're going to say anything we can't put on, but I'm just going to play your voice messages live to the windsurfing world. So just so you know that if you want to say something to be private, maybe tell me. I'm basically broadcasting everything, even this message to you.
Yeah. Oh, so far so good by sounds of it.
Yeah, no, it looks like it's, I would say it's going well. I'm just trying to think where that volume is coming from.
To 24 kilometers, so he's around 200 to go, huh?
Yeah, he's got a fair way, hasn't he? He's got a fair way to go. But feel free, we aren't just going to talk straight about this trip because it's 6-7 hours long. Maybe Paul Van Bellen, we've got him for another 10 minutes. So if you've got any questions for Mr. Van Bellen up in the north of WA.
Better be quick. It seems to be going down. It's at 7% now. So
yeah, that sounds like
going down quick.
Aubrey says, Paul, how is the Nitro 2?
Oh, yeah. Good question. So I might have made a bit of a blunder with the size. I bought it with the idea that to use it for marginal conditions, onshore type thing. And then what I didn't realize, because I'd never owned a sort of stubby board, is that you do actually need a bit of wind to get the things going because they are short water line. And I'm 87 kilos, and I probably should have gone to 99.
Yeah.
I haven't actually had a chance to use it. Like, if it's 20 knots plus, then it'll be fine. But yeah, I made a bit of a blunder there because I thought like normally a 91 liter board is a relatively floaty wave board for me. So I kind of thought, oh, well, this will be, it's kind of wide and whatever. But I just didn't quite understand that the shorter aspect to it had such a big effect on the way it moves. So, but then I actually did get a chance to get on a wave, and it's actually surprisingly maneuverable. You can flick it around, so that part of it works. But if you're thinking about buying that board or something similar, my tip would probably go, especially if it's marginal conditions, go a bit bigger than you might think. Unless Ben's got other ideas about that subject.
I think that's useful information because I think I found that a bit ago when I started experimenting with the stubby boards back in the day. It's not what you think. You think they look fat because they've got a short tail, so the tail looks wide, but they're very parallel rails. So the board actually isn't that wide. It just looks it optically, but it's actually compared to other boards, it's probably not that wide. So then you've got a short waterline as well, because they're usually short. So they don't actually plane that early. You know, you still have to size them accordingly. And I think that is useful to know. You know, they're not always marginal win boards in terms of the performance. You've still got to upsize them. But the good thing is when you upsize them, because they're short, you can throw them around quite a lot. But you've got to be careful because the tail is quite wide. Or is the tail wide, or is it just cut off? Because if you look at boards with a narrower tail, if you cut that tail off, they will also look wide visually. But are they? That's the question. And somebody explained it to me. When you cut off a tail, you effectively get tail kick because there's no board there. You know, it's like infinite tail kick. Whereas when you've got a longer tail, people have tail kick in that because of that. So there's a few different ways to look at it, but ideally you want to give it a try.
Yeah. The other thing too is if anyone follows my YouTube channel, I did an unboxing video the other day where I sort of spoke about because I've got an 88 Goya custom quad, like the current model, and I'd used it a few times, and I actually really like the board, but I was kind of struggling to get tighter turns or do something, you know, certain turns. But I played around with the fins the other day, just maneuvered them a bit, did this, and it actually made the board a fair bit better. So I kind of realized that, yeah, I need to definitely be tuning the board a bit more to get the most out of it. You know, I mean, it's sort of funny because I still have learning a lot about obviously how boards work and, you know, where the mast foot in relation to the fins, and there's obviously a lot of variables. And you kind of, I have to admit, I've been a bit lazy. You know, you just set it up. Oh yeah, I'll put it in the middle, and that'll be right. But then you go in the beach and actually start tweaking things. You go, oh, okay, this actually makes quite a big difference, even though it's probably obvious to a lot of you out there. But I've been a bit ignorant with some of these things. So
I would say exactly what you said, but I would say the opposite. I don't think it is obvious to a lot of people. I think there's a lot of different variables, you know, moving the straps back on the board.
Oh yeah, actually that's a good point. I did that too.
You move that front strap back a bit and you change where the water line, you know, where your weight is most of the time. Like you say, mass track makes a big difference. Fins, look at the podcast we did with you know, Mark Paré talking about fins and how much he tweaks fins and has different fins for different feels. And you know, I used to have like very narrow fins, some wider fins, some shorter, fatter fins, some thicker fins. And you know, when you get a certain board or you feel it's a bit stiff, you could just change the fins and it would loosen the board up. So there is a lot going on. But obviously, for people to try all that stuff, you've got to spend some money, or you've got to have those things at your disposal to try. But moving the foot straps, moving the mast track, moving the fins is all free. You know, the only thing that is an investment is buying new fins or different fins.
Before we go on, because I've only got 5% left and it could drop out at any moment, what I'll just try to do is I'll turn my screen off, so I'll just make it go black. I won't be able to see you, Ben, but that may allow me to last longer on here. So I'll just turn that off.
I'm going to try and play this voice message.
Okay, all clear, no problem.
Okay, so we do have comms with the boat. That's Maciek Rutkowski's brother, who's a good sailor in his own right. You know, Leszek was a really top sailor. Actually, maybe I've got some info on him that I can bring you, because it is interesting. Not many people know that, but he was obviously the older brother, probably leading the way in the early days. Have I got any information on Leszek? What can I find?
Did you say sorry?
Leszek, which is a brother of Maciek Rutkowski. He was vice world junior champion and European senior champion.
Yeah, right.
So you know, he's pretty handy. He's crossed the Atlantic on a yacht. So you know, he's got a bit of experience.
So do you know how Maciek actually got into windsurfing? Did he? You know that?
Well, he's from Poland, and there's weirdly that, you know, people might not know that, but it's quite a big scene in Poland. You know, Wojciech and these guys back in the day were all over the news, you know, really, and they had some really good like academies or, you know, windsurfing clubs. They still have, like when I went to Maciek's event last year, they've still going, you know, Sopot and these type of places got sailing clubs and big windsurfing clubs. And they're, you know, they're very into the Olympic windsurfing. They've done very well. Like the guys that I was doing the junior worlds with have gone on to get medals at the Olympics. So, you know, they've got a good history in windsurfing. And when you look at a country like Poland, they're not winning loads and loads and loads of medals, you know. So it's like Israel as well, you know, when those guys actually, when you look at all the sports, sailing or windsurfing especially does really well for them in the Olympics. So then you're getting funded from the government. Again, I don't know the numbers and stuff, but I would say windsurfing is quite a strong sport in Poland. I don't know how it's it's funded now, but definitely back when I was, you know, a junior, it was quite well talked about, I think, and got some good coverage.
This type of long distance thing, I haven't been. Well, I guess there's been a few people that have been doing their own sort of channel crossings, or, you know, it was a couple of years ago. That guy, was he sailing around England or something? Or remember that? Oh no, he did a crossing, didn't he? That's right, he did a crossing. Sailed up and down the coast. But we were going to get him on the podcast. Remember that guy?
Yeah, well, I was thinking that today it would be a great time to bring these type of people in while we're having the crossing. So we do a kind of podcast. So if anyone's got contact to him, that would be amazing. Bring him in, you know, talk about the crossings. I know we were trying to get Bob on today, who sailed from Holland to the UK and then back again in a single sitting.
That would be actually fairly. It's a very busy shipping channel, isn't it? Like that'd be kind of, you have to be pretty careful, I imagine. But it's an interesting part of windsurfing, the sort of long distance thing, isn't there? Because there's a certain type of person, or, you know, there's people out there that enjoy that aspect to windsurfing, isn't it? They just like that long distance thing.
I was actually saying that we've got you know, the local windsurfing school rental center here, Joel. He just randomly sails to Lagos, which is actually pretty far away and pretty dodgy because it's offshore winds. But he, you know, when I first got to Sagres, he was like, "Oh yeah, I just sailed to Lagos today." I'm like, "Bloody hell." You know, he put his phone in his wetsuit and off he goes.
Right.
And you kind of think it's like where you are, you know, in Geraldton. Could you sail from Coronation down from Geraldton to Coronation? Just don't even bother taking the van. Just take the gear.
Well, you know, we have talked about it. The only issue is you still got to get back. But
that's enough windsurfers there.
Oh, I know. Look, it's for sure. I could do it. I just think it's not overly. It's not like pleasant windsurfing. Very choppy and stuff. But I admire it. I think it's super cool. Even though, you know, the legend Baron de Rosnay, you know, is famous for doing those, you know, treks between countries.
Lots of
that was insane. I mean, that guy, I don't know too much because it's not like you get that much information, but he seemed to do it in a time. Obviously, there was no mobile phones or anything like that, but it just seemed to me that he would just take off from one beach with probably a bit of food and water in his backpack, and that was it. Like, it wasn't like he had. Yeah, I mean, that's amazing, isn't it? It's just,
Although, to be fair, I wouldn't recommend it because obviously it didn't
end well for him, did it?
No, exactly. That's what I was going to say. So before we start promoting that type of antics, it'd be safe to say for people who don't know, it didn't go well on the last one. So I mean, there is a lot that can go wrong at sea. You just never know. An equipment failure can be, you know, if you knew everything was going to stay and nothing's going to break, that would put you in a much better position because you never know. Like, I've seen people snap masts through nothing. It just snaps. And you're like, wow, if that happened and you were doing it on your own in the middle of somewhere, my God, you would just be done. Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, that's a very good point. And that is probably one of the very real possibilities what happened to him is that he just broke something, and then what do? You're drifting around.
Yeah, done.
Yeah. No, it's oh god, yeah. I mean, even just sailing off the beach, you get a bit blasé because you just sail off into the a kilometer or two out just to get upwind. But then you sort of think, well, if I break something, it's just going to be a bit of a mission to get back. You know what I mean? Like sometimes you're fair way out.
No, for sure.
You do have to be a bit sort of careful what you do.
Yeah, 100%. He's going pretty quick. Then he was up to nearly 50 kilometers an hour.
Oh, okay, I'm just turning my screen
He's
back
50
up.
now.
Actually,
So
this little
50.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah,
Jesus,
just touching 50. So he's definitely picked up the speed. He's on 32 kilometers of 220 was it, or 200-kilometer distance. He's been going for 3 hours. So he's now picked his average up to about 10 kilometers an hour, which that would still take a while at 10 kilometers an hour. I mean, that would take 20 hours. Is that right? Yeah. Yeah, that's
20 hours.
Well, it would if that average stays at 10 kilometers.
Oh, yeah, but that's because of the start, obviously.
It's not going to. Obviously, that's going to get eaten into as we go on. But he looks like he's fanging now.
If you want to kick me off, kick me off. But I've actually, because I've turned the screen off, it seems to be maintaining my battery, so I may be able to last a bit longer than I said.
No, it's good, man. Well, it's good to have someone to talk to. I wasn't quite sure how I was going to manage this.
Yeah, well, it's funny. I just logged on and then I saw a notification that you were live, and I thought, if Benny's by himself, it's going to be a.
Yeah, I have reached out to our community, but no one's took me up on the offer yet.
Oh, really? Okay.
If anyone does any long distance speeds, channel crossings, anyone, because there will be some people that is their windsurfing life. They just get on and go for a cruise, and it might only be 20 kilometers or 30 kilometers or something like that. But there might be people out there that's kind of what they do. I was saying back in the day when I used to sail at Bala Lake, it's like a 4-mile lake, but very thin. And I used to sail all the way to the top because the wind would be, it's like a funnel, like a big valley. So you sail all the way to the top up to 4 miles, and then you just reach all the way back down, like lots of jibes. It used to be fun. Quite enjoyed that type of sailing. And we could do it quite a lot here in Portugal. But again, you have one problem if you're on your own, and something that seems really easy, which it relatively is. If you break something with offshore wind, you ain't coming back.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think. If you do break something out, you're far away out, what you could do to help yourself. Do you know of any tips? Like, if someone's apart from obviously rolling up your sail and putting it all on the board and just paddling it, is there? Have you heard of any other little funny tricks?
There's a couple. Obviously, if you're doing any sort of long distance, you should have a flare or two.
Or an EPIRB.
When we do the Lancelin, when I've done that Lancelin race, which is obviously not a super long race, but they make sure you've got a couple of flares on you. You have to have some in-date flares, and they tell you how to use them and whatever else, because if someone's looking for you, you're quite a small dot in the sea. Now, I guess there's loads of new technology where you can have these like avalanche, style GPS tracking things, or, people have talked about having a phone, and you can, I know the Water Speed app has got like a live tracking. So you could, if you're going on a bit of a mission, you can send that link to a friend or, someone who's looking out for you. Maybe not a friend, because sometimes friends these days. Yeah. Maybe someone who might miss you, send it to them, because they can keep an eye on where you are or, what's happening. I would say if you break a fin or a foil, I know a lot of people have, for low speed sailing, you take your harness off, wrap it around the back of the board just to give it some traction. There's nothing worse. If you break a fin, like we're not talking foiling now, but you break your fin, the board won't track straight and it's a nightmare to sail. But if you take your harness off, wrap it around the back of the board, at least sail it in within, realistic.
That's a good tip, actually. Yeah.
But I think the main one is a lot of the people kind of try and ditch the rig and swim it in. with the board.
Yeah, well, that's a good point. Yeah, be a lot faster that way.
Yeah, and they just admit they're going to lose the sale and they're going to lose the money. Although, you know, if you're not going to make it in, having the sale would stop you drifting far, and it'd be easier to spot from the sky, I guess. So it depends how desperate you are.
Oh my God, that's a nightmare, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, Dave O'Riordan says the personal locator.
The EPIRB.
EPIRB, yeah, is that what it's called?
Yeah, the beacon where you can, they can catch you on satellite, whatever.
PLB sends a signal with a location to the emergency services.
Yeah.
And to surrounding boats.
You'd definitely have to, if you're going to do anything long distance, you'd be crazy not to have one of them.
Hallo says Garmin also have a small emergency device that works through satellites. You can set off a distress signal. Was thinking about getting one of them for the lonely sessions in the winter. It probably is worth looking into. It's maybe something I should cover on the channel because, a lot of people, not a lot of people, we talked about it here, is getting one of the Apple Watches with a signal. So obviously it's not going to work when you're miles out to sea or when you're totally in distress, but you might be able to make a phone call or you can get tracked. I don't know what people think about that. Again, I've never really looked into it, but we were talking about it with the boys down here.
Yeah, I just need to do a bathroom break, so I'll come back.
Lucky you.
Yeah. Hold on, before I do that, I'll just mute myself. So it's
Dave O'Riordan, EPIRB is the big version of the PLB. The PLB is a small personal EPIRB. Okay, interesting. So this is kind of an interesting subject, I guess. So anyone's got any information on this is quite. How much are they? What sort of cost are we looking at for something like that? Again, I'm a little bit stuck because we're doing this live stream. It's hard for me to look up all this information. So if you boys have got anything, feel free to put it in the chat, and I will add it in. I should actually start putting some of these messages on the screen. There we go. That was from Dave. Yeah, people asking about Maciek. He does have other stuff, other equipment in case it does start to get too windy. Maybe Bob van der Berg got some interesting comments since he foiled, was it 18 hours? Oh, wow. I know we were going to get Bob on the podcast and it took a while, but that can still definitely be a plan. There was talk of him coming on today, dropping in at some point. So I'll keep an eye on the WhatsApp messages. Maybe we can shove him a link because we can, if anyone's got contact to anybody who might be thinking of coming on, feel free to drop them a message. I can send them a link and they can just get added into the broadcast. You just need an internet connection. I mean, even Mr. Van Bellen over in west coast of Australia is chipping in. He's in the desert somewhere, but it seems to be working pretty well. Let's have another look at this. I'm just trying to get comfortable. We've been here for nearly 3 hours. 2 hours and 40 minutes so far. I'm just going through some of these messages. I forget sometimes you can see my picture. I should hide myself. We've got the Polish. We can have a look. Should we have a look at the GPS while they've got the camera on? Let's have a look. Okay, so this is he's making good ground now. I mean, still a chunk to go, but he's definitely picked up pace here. You can see that is where they are. So what are they? About a quarter of the way? I would say that's about a quarter of the way. And we've got Yeah, quarter of the way. I mean, that's decent going. Oh, and he looks like he's making good ground now. Look at that. He's fanging. All right, let's have a look at the comments. We've got a few comments coming in now. What have we got here? We got Stig saying, lost my fin at Lake Muggle, Berlin last week. Yeah, that's not easy to sail back in. 1.2K with no fin. Alexander's Garmin InReach technology, which is a sat nav, I guess, is quite accessible and good. They included it in their new watch, but it doesn't cover the whole globe. How much is the new watch from Garmin with that in? That'd be interesting to know. What sort of prices are we looking at here? Forgot to screw the fin in. Had 5 runs and then lost it. Oh dear. Was that the fin? That's not ideal. The PLB or personal assist is €500 plus or minus. Well, I mean, that's not bad if you're spending a bit of time doing this type of stuff, you know, sailing around a little bit further than you feel comfortable. I guess something like that would be super useful. I mean, €500, yeah, it's not cheap, but it's not a lot when you think of what it can give you. So the new Garmin watch has got some sort of thing in it. That's interesting because you've always got it on. So I kind of like stuff like that. I mean, but I know my Garmin watch wasn't cheap, so I'm not sure what this one's got in. Neil says back and forth to the UK from Scheveningen. I mean, that's a long way, isn't it? That was Bob. Yeah, Bob did a long run. It got him out the water around 2 a.m. and he started at 8 a.m. Wow. That is a monster. 8 a.m. till 2 a.m. Wow. That is huge. We need to get Bob on. We need to get Bob. Where's Bob? Someone send him a message. He's probably still sleeping. Audrey saying, did you see the clips of Slag on Domburg in the Netherlands? I did see a few of those clips on Instagram the other day. I need to add something to Send It Sunday or something. Or maybe we can get the YouTube video. We can stick it on the channel. See if we can give it some more audience, because it looked like you guys had some, or they had some really good conditions over there. It's kind of a classic event, that. Alexandra says the Garmin Fenix 8 Pro is around 1,100. Yeah, that makes sense. It has LTE 4G also, which can help in areas covered. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Not a cheap watch, but, you know, maybe that can get you save your life. It's actually relatively cheap to save someone's life if that's what it does in the end. John saying you have to be careful because some of those location devices are illegal in certain countries. So yeah, make sure you have a look. Max saying, didn't Top Gear do a thing where they had a watch that had a GPS locator and Richard Hammond activated it and the other two went and got him on the signal? I don't know. I haven't seen it for a long time, Top Gear. Although looking to those names you're talking about, there's probably an old Top Gear anyway. So, but I haven't seen that. Alexander, to my knowledge, is the first action watch to include satellite and 4G for SOS messaging plus live location. It's a game changer for outdoor activities. Okay, that sounds interesting. It definitely sounds interesting, worth looking into. Like I said, that could be a really good podcast, I guess, to do something like that, which we talk about trackers, or maybe a shorter video, which has been... Oh, So we've got a bit of action coming in.
All right, Ben. A mini update. We now definitely made it out into the open seas. We have 88 miles remaining, which means we've covered about 20 miles so far. Previously, the speedboat experience was like sitting in a washing machine. Now the washing machine has been kicked down the stairs on top of that. It's wet, bumpy, but we're doing good progress. Maciek is looking strong, communicating well with everybody. So as long as we can keep it together on the technical side for the cameras, and on the health side and energy side for everybody on the team, the project is looking really good so far.
Good job. So he says when they came across, they had a bit of a test. They say it was like being in a washing machine in that boat. Now that washing machine has been kicked down the stairs as well. So that's pretty savage. Like I said, sitting on a rib in some pretty, choppy, short, steep chop. It's blooming awkward. I'd say Maciek maybe he's got the easier deal right now. And that's going to sound like a joke, but on the foil, it's quite comfortable once you get in your rhythm. Obviously, you've got to stay fit, healthy. It's going to get tired. Concentration, you got to be able to trim the whole thing, but I reckon he's on a pretty nice ride there on the foil. On the fin, it would be a lot different. Right, what else have we got in the comments? Yeah, the wind has definitely picked up. Obviously, if you are tuning in, Maciek Rutkowski attempting to sail from Sweden to Poland for charity. So that is what he's doing. It's about 200 and something kilometers. Had a bit of a rough start with not a lot of wind coming through. So it's took him a long time to do a very short distance. But now for the last, half an hour, the wind has been up, or maybe even longer than that, maybe even an hour. He's been moving, and it's looking a lot better. More recently, he's been up to about 50 kilometers an hour, 40 kilometers an hour, I can't remember. But he's been definitely making much better ground this last bit.
Well, Ben, did I hear them say there was only 80 miles left? I mean, not only, but they said 80 miles left?
80 miles, yeah.
Okay, so it's not actually, it's not 220 in total then, is it? Or
220 kilometers.
Yeah. Like, how much has he covered so far?
I don't know in kilometers. I need that watch to come back on, and then I can have a look. What did it say? It did say he'd done 40 kilometers earlier. Was it 40 kilometers?
80 miles.
It looked like when I maybe you wasn't here, but I put the map up, like the GPS map that I've got here, which is somewhere, wherever it is. This is basically, can you see that?
Hold on, let's turn my screen back on. Oh, yeah.
So that's how far he is now.
Oh, okay. And where's the destination?
Here.
Oh, right.
Right in the point. I don't know. Can you see my cursor?
Yep.
Yeah, so right there, I think, or somewhere around there.
Oh, he's making pretty good progress.
Yeah, so he's definitely made much better progress now than earlier.
Oh, well, looking very promising. It looks like he's going to make it.
Yeah, I thought I mean, like at one point it was looking pretty rough.
Yeah, that start. My God, that was going to be a long day. Oh, there are all the sponsors, huh?
Alexander says, Ben, as part of your multiple valued contributions to our sport, you can do a podcast on Arno de Rosnay and the 80s exploration. I'd be honest, I'd have to do some homework, because unless we're going to bring someone in who's like some sort of historian and has got all the info, We could ask them questions. I mean, we obviously could do all that.
I'll tell you what, getting Jenna de Rosnay on would be a...
Well, there you go.
That would be a dream, but does anybody out there know her?
I always feel a bit guilty because like it's kind of before my time. So, you know, I would feel a bit dodgy asking the questions because I'm not sure I'm up to it. I don't think I would have the info. Like I need to do some homework, that's for sure.
Yeah,
because definitely in my early years, I didn't really pay much attention to a lot of stuff.
Well, it was a bit before our time, wasn't it? Oh, you know, like we were just kids, like young kids when he was doing his thing.
Don't get me wrong. I remember the Neil Pride wetsuit.
Which one? You talking about the with the women in it, or
Jenna de Rosnay?
Oh, Jenna one, yeah. Well, it was mainly. I thought the only ones I saw were bikinis, but
well, it was a body. You remember the body paint advert?
Oh, okay, yeah. I might have seen it. Yeah, I think I know.
You might have seen it.
No, but what I mean is, I never saw it in a magazine, but I think I saw it on the internet, maybe.
Oh, okay. You never seen it? Like, that was always that was massive.
I think it's because in Australia I was reading more the Aussie mags who had different ads and stuff.
Oh, they don't put that in. Okay, interesting. Max Speakman, Top Gear briefly. Oh, Breitling Emergency 2 watch. I'm sure they paid some money for that, which Richard Hammond was dropped in Canada to test its built-in emergency beacon. The challenge was for Clarkson in May to attempt to rescue him. Yeah, I'm sure Breitling have got some money to chip in. Adrian, I knocked my timeline on the video back. I was so confused. Yeah, okay. That's coming back. Andre, who was the French guy? What did an amazing distance at La Palme? Yeah, I think he just sailed constantly. It's a good point, actually.
Oh, yeah, that's like a world record for 24 hours, right?
Yeah, just carried on sailing.
That was like, didn't he do over 300 kilometers an hour or something like that?
He did something crazy. Yeah, he did something crazy. I'm not sure 300 kilometers an hour, though, but that's, or in 24 hours, you mean? 300 kilometers an hour, he's quick. Andre said he would be interested more in Jenna de Rosnay. Yeah, well, has it been foiling all the way? No, basically not at all. The first literally 2 hours he was not foiling, and I think he averaged 4 kilometers an hour for the first 2 hours. So it's only in the last hour or so he's picked up the speed. Is changing sails possible? Apparently it is.
Oh, right, okay.
He has got a smaller one, I think, and a bigger one, and spares in case something happens. Adrian says maybe Monty Spinder's around for a chat. He is lightning quick on the email replies. Well, he's welcome to join. If anyone wants to set up any guests to come in, I am all open for it. This could be a long day. Ask Paul for the 80s. I mean, he's brilliant. ITW.
I love the 80s. They're my favorite decade.
Yeah. You got the shell suits. What's 80s actually? That's 90s, isn't it? Breitling priced around 5,000. Yes, it's not cheap. I'm sure the Breitling is definitely nice, not cheap. Interesting though. Oh, got a bit of an update here.
Yeah.
Hang on. There we go. Okay, we've got a video. I'm going to play that. We'll get a bit of let's get a bit of action on here.
Yeah.
Excuse me while I just mess around with this.
What do we got?
We got a bit of an update from Lezek, which is Maciek's brother on the boat. So let's
Hey Ben and the Windsurfing gang. I thought I would give you the view from the media boat, because the cameras you get on the stream have amazing stabilization. What we're getting here is slightly different. We're on the boat with all the cameras. We have the comfort of a roof over our head, which the buggers on the lead boat don't have. But here we are. Next to me is Jan, who's our captain and skipper, navigating, keeping Maciek in shot, making sure we're safe in between the waves. And behind me we have the two media operators, camera guys, and narrators.
Hey, good condition, 3.3 big wave. Perfect.
A lot of us feel like we're missing a day out windsurfing.
Oh my god.
For whatever this experience is. Not sure I would call it fun,
Yeah.
but it's an adventure. And it's all about the guy next to us there. He's so far managing really good and staying strong. And yeah, we hope it stays that way. 85 miles to go.
You can hear him go, 85 miles to go. That's I would say, like, I'm going to stick with what I said earlier. Is it harder on the support boat?
Oh,
You know
it
what I
would be.
mean?
It's definitely a rougher ride.
Oh my god! I mean, it's
They're
pretty
the
brutal.
real heroes.
It is
Yeah.
pretty brutal on those ribs.
Oh yeah. Well, especially 4 or 5 hours of that. God. No, it's a big team effort though. Oh.
The Frenchman 24-hour fin record is Fred Huda.
Oh yeah. What was the distance?
I don't know. I've only just seen his name, so I'd have to do some.
Someone
Someone
was something
tell
like it was like 350 or something, wasn't it?
It
Kilometers.
was a
or
lot. I remember that.
maybe,
Yeah,
maybe 400 or I don't know.
it might be more than that.
Yeah, maybe it is. Yeah.
I think it was a crazy amount because I remember thinking, what?
Yeah, you're right. Actually, I mean, if you're averaging, what was it, 24 hours, and you know, if you could sail at 25 to 30k an hour, then maybe, yeah, I mean, you should be able to do this 400.
I'm sure someone will put it in the comments. Someone can find it.
Yeah.
Andre saying that first stint was the same as for Bob. Very frustrating not being on the foil and kilometers and on average for the first 2 hours makes the calculations in your head a bit of a mental game. Yeah, it's a tricky one, that when you know you've got quite far to go and you're not moving.
Oh yeah.
Remy says now they are 14 to 18k for the Breitling. But yeah, Garmin about 1,000 odd looks quite affordable. And on the other guy, attempt a similar challenge on the foil, but don't know his name. So yeah, there's a few guys been keen. Oh, here we go. Adrian says Frederick Huda, 856 kilometers on the fin.
What the hell?
Yeah, that's
856 kilometers.
And he did 561 on the foil, both in 24 hours.
What?
That's
850 kilometers. 20. That's
a lot.
That's averaging close to 40k an hour.
Yeah.
What? Jesus. That's crazy. I mean, Maciek is doing. He's basically doing about 40 right now, I guess. Is he?
Yeah, 50, I think. Was it?
Oh, he's doing 50, is it?
I think so. I could be wrong. I think it was said that.
So, yeah, okay. So, someone's doing that speed for 24 hours. Well, I guess, yeah, okay. God. That's a crazy record.
Tone Windsurf says they're looking happy on that boat.
Yeah. Oh my God.
You imagine if they don't make it, you know, like let's say something happens and it goes wrong, you'd be like, oh my God.
Yeah.
You want to make it after this. That's for sure.
got a whole bunch of windsurfers here at the moment, Ben. We're all just huddled here waiting for the wind to just die down a bit because it's absolutely nuking out at sea.
Don't give me that, waiting for the wind to drop. My God.
Oh, we are, mate. It's just a bit much.
Oh, shut. There's plenty of people at home that just saying, "Oh, shut up."
Yeah, I know. Sorry. No, we're a bit soft over here. I saw that footage. I just had a quick look at Instagram. That's the Dutch. They had that comp in the Netherlands.
Yes, the Slag on Dongberg.
Yeah, that was impressive. God.
Yeah, that looks sick. I seen that big forward from Henry. I think he ended up winning it in the end.
Oh, right. Yeah, that was sick. That was like those guys are just going for it. Like it's such a short period, you know, like just a super messy sea and looks gnarly.
Yeah. No, it's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy.
It's
a cool competition. They do it on the forecast and then just go for it, video it. It show the full video. I haven't seen it, but it should be online. I was going to say I was going to have a word with them. Maybe I'll put it in a bit of Send It Sunday.
Yeah. Have you actually done much stuff with Windsurf.TV in the Netherlands? Have you gone down there much?
I'll be honest, I have not. I've been threatening and talking to a few people for ages, but it's just a bit of a funny place.
Yeah.
Because
it's not like there's a corner there.
Yeah, but it's not like there's a particular time of year, it's just good when it's good. But there's I look at Windsurfing TV. To be fair, I look at the beer money and the donations. The Dutch are up there. To be fair to them, they are right up there. And,
well, there's a few events there that you could probably go check out.
Yeah. No, the problem I've had recently, anyway, is babies. And then when you do the PWA, you do the Windsurfing TV, you do all the other stuff. There's not that much time to tell the missus, I'm just going off to an event, even though I just did that for the UK, which I think she knew I hadn't really windsurfed this summer because I had the problem with my elbow and PWA and stuff. So she was like, he needs to go sailing, this boy. I want a happy fella. So she knows. I'm a much better person when I've been windsurfing. People can relate to that, I think.
But yeah, the Netherlands is a funny one because, obviously I've got Dutch heritage, but it's a big, it's not what it was in the 80s and whatever, but windsurfing has always been a really popular sport in the Netherlands, it's probably overrepresented with the population, with the amount of sailors there,
Yes, I would totally agree. Like I said, statistically wise, if I look at Windsurfing TV audience, the Dutch are up there and it's not a big country.
Yeah, no, they love it. It was like I think because they also had a few Olympic champions, well, they had the guy, what was his Dorian van
Riesenberg.
Yeah, he did, and then there was
Kieran Badlow.
And then Vandenberg.
Vandenberg, Stefan Vandenberg.
Yeah, so they had a good history with that. Was obviously Jesus is howling here, Ben. You got no idea. It's just you can't actually.
You know what? I definitely have got an idea because I spent a bit of time up there, and I usually went up around Christmas when it's actually not as much swell but windy, and it's crazy. It gets super windy up there. People don't realize because they always look at the footage you see from up there, and it's always float and ride or light stuff. But actually, I've been up there where the wind goes a little bit more onshore, and it's cranking.
Yeah. I'm literally huddled in a non-windy area and I'm still getting buffed to 20, 25 knots. Where I can't actually see the break. There is that much sand blowing off the dunes that I can't actually see the surf.
Are you staying in your van up there? Or are you staying in a tent? Or are you staying in
a van? Yeah.
In the van. Okay. I'm just making sure you're not gone Hollywood on us.
Mate, the van is not Hollywood. Some people.
Yeah, well, to be fair, it is. But when people, I'm guessing Jager stays in the
homestead. Well, he does now because he came up with his partner and his kid.
Okay.
So
he always has stayed in the homestead.
Well, that's true, actually. Yeah.
Don't let him tell you any different. Every time I've been up there, he's been in the homestead.
Yeah, no, true. It's the pro sailor, They're
Hollywood.
Spoiled.
Hollywood. I was in a swag the first time I went up there with no poles in it.
Yeah. Oh, really? Okay. There was a guy here the other day who was sleeping in his board bag, I think.
That's hardcore.
Yeah.
When I was staying in that swag, for anyone who doesn't know, a swag is like this mattress on the floor, but it's built into a tent. But the tent is like a coffin, and you have like two poles which like give you a little bit of room to move, but you literally can't move. And then there's got these openings where you can like open up the flaps and you can see like a bit of mesh, so you can see the floor outside. And I made the mistake of having these open so that you wouldn't get too hot. But then you see all the creepy crawlies, snakes, mice, everything just around you at night. So you're there and you're like looking at the floor, and there's all these sorts of things. He's bloody scary. But I slept well.
Well, no, you probably know Green Eggs.
Yeah.
Yeah. He just told us a story the other day, which I didn't know about. He got bitten by a brown snake a few years ago.
Jesus.
And for anyone who doesn't know, brown snake's pretty much one of the most venomous snakes out there. And
game over, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, luckily there was a doctor on the scene, and they wrapped his leg up and put compression on his leg and rushed him to the hospital. But yeah, without that, you're kind of dead within a few hours. So there's a few things going on.
I mean, the mad thing is, when I went to Nalu for the first time, there's this. There used to be on the door to the campsite there. There's like all the animals that can basically kill you, and it's like brown snake, and then it's like blue ring octopus. If you get done, it tells you what to do. Brown snake, put a tourniquet, do this, and it's like blue ring octopus. Right, a love, like says basically you're dead. I was like, oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I know.
Pretty sad.
Actually, funnily enough, the thing that I'm probably most worried about here is the whales. Like there's at this time of year, the whales. I mean, you've seen it, but they migrate up and down the coast, and sometimes they're literally 50 meters just past the break. There's huge humpbacks just jumping, 10 meters out of the water.
Well, I did hear something the other day, which I don't know if it's public knowledge yet, so I won't say it, but maybe that will be in the news soon. But that might have been the cause of something that happened recently, which
I had heard this, yeah, no, that is very unfortunate. But it's interesting because I was talking with my mate about this. I said, if a whale jumps out of the water and you happen to be on the underside of it, how would you deal with it? Like, but it sounds like you got him. Like, yeah, is that the kind of?
Again, I don't know how official that was. I don't know if because I got sent it in a message, so I don't know if it's officially out there. So I wasn't going to say anything until
no, for sure.
Thing, but yeah, I did hear that.
Yeah, no, but it's definitely a risk. It's like they're out there.
We've got Penn saying so obviously if you are tuning in, this is Maciek Rutkowski trying to cross from Sweden to Poland. It's just over 200 kilometers. He's making good time now. It didn't start off that well. For the first couple of hours he was averaging 4 kilometers an hour, but now he's picked up the pace, going about 50 kilometers an hour. It's on a 6.7 and an 85 wide foil board. I think he's got like a 550 front wing or 450, one of those wings in there from Patrick, and or ion foil as they're called. So he's making good ground now. We've got the safety boats with him. We actually have just had another update. So let me just see if I can play that.
All right, we are 3 hours in. It's going well. The sea state is challenging, but mainly for the boats. Maciek is reporting that he's feeling great, he's feeling strong, and he's doing well. He's managing to average around 23 to 25 knots or so. So if we keep it up, we should be at the finish in maybe 3.5 hours or so. That's what we're hoping for. And for now, we decided to celebrate the 3 hour mark with a very quick pee break for the boat cruise. When we're in action, there's no chance.
There you go. Update from Leszek, Maciek's brother, on the support boat, on the media boat.
That's cool.
And it is all for a good cause, which every so often you will see the QR code come on the screen, which is obviously going towards, as we said earlier, Malvinka. a young girl with a very rare Rett syndrome, daughter of Polish, well, the only Polish competitor in the Formula One H2O class. So Bartek, his name is. So you'll be seeing that on the screen. And again, I haven't really got any more information than that. I've kind of been drafted in last minute to kind of bring you the windsurfers version in English. So he's going 56 kilometers. I say 56 kilometers an hour.
Yeah. Okay, that's pretty good, isn't it?
Definitely picking up speed. Are we going to see a big catapult? Is he wearing a waist harness? I think he is. I never checked though. You'd think for the long distance, maybe he might have gone for that semi-seat one, but it doesn't look like it. Ingmar Daldorf did also an amazing wave session at the Slab on Domburg. Yeah, we didn't actually see that. He's quite a handy sailor. And Slag on Domburg's got, we've talked about that before, which is kind of like an on-call wave event, like a bit of a sort of wave jam. I mean, they have the minimum of 30 knots of wind when then they call it on, and it's like a waiting period. Wondering if it's possible to do 1,000 kilometers a day. Do you think that's possible? Obviously, we saw the other guy the other day do 850 in 24 hours. Is it possible to do 1,000?
Well, you'd have to average over 50 kilometers an hour.
Pretty quick.
What he's doing right now.
Yeah.
But for 24 hours, God.
Andre said we have a mini long distance event, the real trip, coming up this weekend. Sunday seems to be really windy. We were talking about that long distance, but something close to a 32 knots average. That's quick.
Crazy.
For 20 hours. That's quick. I think that's to do 1,000. That's too quick. 32 is hard.
Mate, it's hard enough to go 33 knots just for 500 meters.
Hard. 25, I think you can average, but 30, no chance. Not for that long.
Wow. That's insane. Like 33, I mean, I'm on wave gear, so it's pretty hard to obviously go that fast on wave gear.
No, but even on the easy free ride stuff, like where you have to peg it to go 32.
I know. And to do that for 24 hours on average, that is insane.
No, but that's to go over 1,000.
Oh, sorry, to go over 1,000. Sorry, I thought you were talking about the actual record.
I think that's what it's referring to.
Yeah, well, the problem is it's the conditions. You have to sail into the night, and whether you need the wind. It's not easy to have a.
We've got Alexandra saying, I'm considering going up north in WA with a lady. Oh
yeah.
She surfs. And a kid. Does it sound like a good idea, or is it as remote and rough as they say?
So when you were referring to north, like, is you
talking
about
where you are right now?
Okay. No, it's fine. There's basically, I'll give a quick rundown. There's a campground here, but you have to bring everything as far as your own accommodation and food and water and power.
You can stay in the homestead though.
Yeah. So there's the campground, and then sort of 10 kilometers away, there's a place called the homestead. It's basically rustic stone cabins that have a kitchen with gas, electricity, and shower.
And cockroaches.
It's basic. Like, yeah, I mean, there's mice, but it's very rustic. Like, and it's dusty, but so don't expect just 5-star Hiltons, but it's pretty nice when you're up here. So yeah, they're the two options. Yeah. So it depends on your partner. If you're the sort of person that likes getting out into the wilderness and a bit of out of the what do you call it? Outback type sort of living, then you'll be into it. But if
it's easy, I think it's not as bad.
Well, no,
back in the day it was rustic, but you do have to, like you say, you do have to know you know, it's surprising. There's hot showers. They like the fire, and you know, there's some cool stuff which you're not expecting. But you've got to bring pretty much everything. There is a few things you can buy at the shop. I heard there was a cafe these days, but maybe
there's like a little office now that has some supplies and bits and pieces. I mean, it's not that it's hard, but where it is a bit hard is because you get, like, at the moment it's blowing 35 knots, probably plus.
Brutal.
And it's just dust and sand and shit blowing everywhere. So if you're the sort of person that just goes, well, that's not my idea of a great time, and you have that for 5 days straight, then
it's hard to escape, isn't it? The whatever it is, because if you do get no wind while you're there, or you don't time it right, the flies can come in pretty hardcore as well. So it's like, and it's quite far away from a hospital or a doctor or something like that. Usually there's always some kite surfing or windsurfing doctor around, but there's no guarantees. If something happens, you are in the middle of nowhere.
But,
like it's 2 hours from the local town, pretty much.
Yeah. But as you said, look, if you've got the right setup, or homestead, you've got the creature comforts, then it's not too bad. But if you're a non-windsurfing person, because you see couples that come up, the guy or woman windsurfs, the other one doesn't, and the person's gone windsurfing for 4 days, and the other one's sitting there in 35 knots of wind, trying to, that's the thing. It's sort of, it depends when you come up here. If you come up here when there's no wind, and it's winter, or if it's winter time or spring, that's quite pleasant. But if you're coming up here for windsurfing, then you have to work out whether your partner can deal with the wind and all that.
So Matt, he's done nearly 60 kilometers. It's took him nearly 4 hours to do 60 kilometers. He's averaging, well, not averaging, he's peaking at the moment around 50, but kind of averaging 40 to 50, but he's definitely peaking up 51, 52, 53. I don't know what his top speed has been, but he's been over 50, so that's pretty decent.
I wonder if he'll do anything like this again, where this might sort of spur him on.
Spur him on, or the opposite?
Yeah.
Put him on. He's burned 1,313 calories.
That's a fair bit.
Yeah. He's going to burn quite a few, isn't he?
And so did you say he was going to... Well, did you say it was €1 per calorie or something?
I think he is personally going to donate. I don't know if it's in zlotys or euros.
Ah, okay.
If it's in euros, it's from your personal stash. It's quite a chunk, so he's definitely donating. But I think it might be in zlotys, which is
okay, yeah. Because by the time he gets to the other end, he might have burnt, 4,000 maybe by the time he gets there, or maybe I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
We've still got a chunk of a way to go.
Joel, talking about long distance, did you have much to do with that transatlantic crossing race thing?
Well, interestingly, no. But I spoke to someone who was involved. It's quite funny, actually. I got a lift from the airport in Tenerife by a guy who was involved in the second one.
Oh, right. I didn't realize it was two.
You're probably going to say, well, I didn't realize there was a second one.
Yeah.
And that's because there wasn't. But he paid the money for a second one.
Oh, wow.
And apparently the guy, I don't want to speak on that. He kind of said it all went a bit wrong. And the boat they were actually in Sagres. It was going to leave from Sagres, which is kind of mad because I'm obviously in Sagres.
Oh,
it was just a coincidence.
Right.
He didn't even know I was living in Sagres. So he was telling me they met this guy, which is somebody, is it Louis Hubbard? Does that ring a bell? And
I've never heard the name.
Stuff, but the boat went wrong, and then they kind of come up with a second plan, which was to sail basically down the Portuguese coast over to Morocco and to the Canary Islands. And then that also went a bit wrong, or something happened. It was like I was trying to stay with the story, but it sounded pretty hectic, but it didn't work out in the end. So the guys who paid for that second crossing never really happened. And then the guy disappeared, and now he's just resurfaced with a book. Now don't quote me on any of that, but that's what I'm getting told from one side of the story. So apparently this guy's got a book out now, and yeah, so maybe.
And what about the first one? That was Because at the time, was it 97 or something, or maybe it was.
I can't remember the timing,
Yeah.
but I remember it. I remember there was a couple of things. The couple of things that I remember from actually there's three things that I remember as a younger kid watching. One was seeing the guys leave the boat and the massive swell, and they would get lost behind the huge swell. I can remember Bringdale going below the swell. It looked crazy and horrible. And then I remember the boat swinging around on the big boat, like they had a rib on a cradle, and it was swinging around and it went out of control and it was like nearly killing something. And then I also remember Roberto Tritiao jumping off the boat and breaking his pelvis.
Oh, he actually broke his pelvis doing
apparently, yeah. Cracked it. They didn't know at the time,
God.
but apparently he did some right
I remember
damage. That jump is insane. You watch it and you think, oh, that's big. And then halfway down, you're expecting him to hit the water just because of the perspective. And then he drops even further and you're like, oh my God, because the boat moves and, gains height. Wow, it looks seriously crazy, that.
He's actually someone else that'd be good to get on the podcast. I'd like to. He'd have a few stories.
Yeah, I'm sure he would. There's definitely a few with a few good stories.
Have you ever met him?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
A few times.
Yeah.
Over the years. Not really since I've been doing the media stuff though.
Actually, you would have because he was doing a fair bit of the indoor stuff too. Were you doing it at the same time as him?
Yeah. So he made his comeback when the indoor came back. He still had the old sails and he brought all the old kit. And then he actually, when we went to Belgium for the indoor there in Ghent, he tried to recreate the jumping out of the pool. That he did back in the Mercy days, but it didn't go very well. It went actually really badly. I think he broke his foot or something.
Oh my God!
It was quite painful to watch, to be fair, because he slid up and then it looked pretty brutal. But he was quite quick.
He was a nutter.
Yeah. No, it was interesting to see actually, and the sail he had looked actually really useful for indoor. Obviously, there's no leech; it's just a solid sail, so it's actually quite good equipment to have.
He was a rock star windsurfing, wasn't he?
Yeah, 100%. Absolute nutter. Again, if you are just tuned in, we are on with Maciek Rutkowski. We're just doing a watch along, so this is obviously getting streamed to his channel. Don't worry, I have got authorization from Maciek to do it, but they wanted a bit of an English commentary version because obviously everything on his channel is in Polish. But they're doing a channel crossing from Sweden to Poland, over 200 kilometers, hoping to break the record, which I'm pretty sure they will do. It's set at 22 hours at the moment. So he's on course at the moment for still under 7 hours, even though there's been a very slow start to this, and obviously doing it for charity as well. So Linka Charity, a young girl with Rett's syndrome, which you'll be seeing the information pop up on the screen as well, so you can donate to that.
How's the footage?
Give some pierogi for him to not lose weight. That's pierogi stuff. It's actually pretty good. You ever tried that?
No, I don't know about it. What is it?
It's kind of like filled pasta, but I think it's dumplings or whatever they say. But it is kind of like a filled Polish pasta. I know I'll get into trouble for saying it's pasta. It's not
like a ravioli or something.
It's a bit like that. It's like a dumpling with some cabbage and stuff. Depends. You can have meat ones, veggie ones. I was actually quite into that pierogi. It's quite nice.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, apparently it's not meat. It says it's Polish meat. It's not Polish. Oh, Polish meal. Oh yeah, no. It's like dumplings. I think it's maybe the best way to explain it. You know, these Chinese dumplings you get. It's a bit like that.
Yeah, right. Oh, what have we got here?
I mean, he's over a third of the way now. Or no, maybe he is a third of the way. I think he's a third of the way.
Be great to
a swell.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it's starting to get a bit swellier. The would be good to know how he's coping physically after, you know, three odd hours.
I honestly think the guys in the boat are worse. I just have
Yeah.
this feeling.
It wouldn't be comfortable, would it? Yeah.
Oh, that is just so uncomfortable. If you've ever
Yeah.
been on a rib in chop, but if you go in a rib in chop and swell, and, and this isn't just a 20-minute ride, which can be hardcore, they're going to be doing 7 hours in that thing.
Yeah.
Whereas I think Maciek, apart from the, you know, the physical sort of stuff, I think on the foil is like a carpet ride. Ooh, Jesus.
What happened? Sorry.
Looking at that big crash, they showed a bit of a clip from Fuerteventura of him hitting the sausage.
I've got my screen off to conserve the battery, but I missed it.
Yeah. I look pretty savage, that. I might just go and make a cup of tea while you're still here.
Oh, okay.
So you just
English tea.
Yeah, exactly.
He's certainly looking pretty comfortable out there, isn't he? Just cruising along. I wasn't planning on coming on this podcast because I thought being out here, it's a bit impractical, but this Starlink works better than I even imagined. I've got a better internet connection than I do even at home. Oh, thanks, mate. Yeah, out here, I mean, I'm under shade. Windsurfing saying I'm rocking that hat. It's not the most stylish thing in the world, but when you're out here, just anything you can do to protect yourself from sun, because it's just relentless. It's super strong. In Australia, I don't think there's not many places in the world that have a strong sun as in Australia. You know, it's very intense. So this is a good way to stay not sunburnt. I'm impressed with how many of you guys are out here watching this. This is cool, isn't it? It's good support for. Yeah, he's saying the hole in the ozone layer. I feel like there's a big hole in Australia here. It's just gnarly. Alexandra is asking how the event's going. Yeah, no, it's really good. Thanks for asking. You know, for anyone who doesn't know, I've organised this event called Wave Rally that happens in Geraldton in January. Well, it did last January. It's going to happen for a second time, and I'm probably 90% there with the organisation. I've still got to print like posters and, you know, those sorts of things once all the sponsors are confirmed. But no, look, it's looking really good. I think I've got a max of 100 competitors. Last year we had 82 on a forecast of 15 knots. So I probably would have got 100 if I had a good forecast. But more people know about it now. And because the event was a success, I think people have got confidence in it. So I'll be very curious to know how it goes the next time round. And also there's a few other events happening around Geraldton at the same time. So yeah, if you're in Geraldton or in WA in January, come up to Geraldton because it's going to be a fun week for sure. Andre's asking, how's the merch side hustle? So I've got a few little t-shirt designs and bits and pieces, and I started up a merch site. And it was purely just a way for some of you to, you know, if you want to give back to me somehow and you can get something in return. I think I've sold, like I started it, I don't know, 6-7 weeks ago, something like that. And I think I've sold maybe, like maybe about 800 Australian dollars, 900, but in sales. So out of that, I think I've made like $150 Australian dollars. So it's like, yeah, I mean, it's not, yeah, I'm certainly not going to become a millionaire selling this stuff, but it's cool. Like the main thing for me is that, you know, someone can, obviously if they want, they can donate some money, but then they get something in return, you know, a t-shirt, you know, like a windsurf design, something like that. So it's just fun. And, you know, So it's probably not worth the amount of time I put into it, but it's just a little fun thing to do. So thanks for asking. Yeah, so I'll tell you what, if you're going to do a long windsurf trip like this, it looks a lot more comfortable on a foil than a fin, doesn't it? I honestly don't know if my knees could handle a 5-hour windsurf trip like this.
Okay. Thanks. Appreciates that. We're back.
The swell still looks like it's building a bit, huh?
Yeah, it's getting bigger. Choppy and swelly. I think that's going to be pretty brutal. Making good time now, though. Nearly 70K. And there's, what, a third of the way, it looks like. Third of the way, and it's took him 3.5 hours. But the next, I guess, hour will be a lot quicker than the first ones because he's done most of that distance in the last hour and a half.
Yeah.
I just got 2 new boards.
Oh, yeah?
But
Tell
they're
us
not
about
new.
it.
But they're not new.
Right.
So I've got an old Fanatic Goya.
Oh, okay. Like the one with the kind of like the swirly designs?
Not with the sun. It's the one after that. The one with the kind of wave or something, like a yellow wave. I'd have to have a look. And then a Nash with the skull on the bottom. It's like a shiny bottom, really narrow.
Right.
But a friend just dropped them off. I thought it might be quite interesting. Justin dropped them off to maybe, I don't know, make some sort of fence out of them. But they're too good. I feel like I've got to go sailing on them. It feels
well, you should make a video about just your thoughts on comparing those boards with the new ones.
It's interesting. They're so narrow. The Nash is.
I know. You forget how narrow they were. I know.
It's so crazy.
They're long too. Yeah.
Yeah, it is mental, and it's in good. This is what I keep. So it's interesting because I've been thinking of a few things, but what I will say is, people moan about windsurfing boards and how much they cost and stuff. The boards are absolutely pristine, perfect, good to go. You know, like, and he said they've just been sitting outside somewhere.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it?
And you think they're still solid, which is a bit scary because they don't just disappear. You know, they're not exactly biodegradable. But at the same time, you think about boards now, if you've got a good shape, if you look after it, it's probably good for a long time to come. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah. No. Look, I think it's definitely more environmentally friendly to have a board that lasts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
that's interesting.
To see how they sail, but the Nash is so narrow. I wish I could show you. Actually, it's pretty interesting.
Is that so? What are these boards from? Like 2004, 5, or something like that, or 6? Is it? Or
actually, you know what? I mean, this is a long podcast, and obviously, for people who are tuning in and they want to just see something about Maciek, we haven't obviously got all the information, but we are going to do this watch on. But maybe I can actually put it on the phone and go and show you because it's quite interesting.
Yeah, why not, mate? Plenty of time. Just let me know when you've got it on there because I've got my screen blacked out.
Yeah, I don't know how to do it, actually. I'm just going to see how possible that is. It's also a good experiment when you've got a live stream for 7 hours to experiment with a few things.
But what about making a video where you do a bit of a, old versus new thing?
Yeah, well, that is kind of what I was thinking. I'm just sending this to Vilma, so hopefully she doesn't click on the link because I need to have the link on my phone. So I'm going to send this link. So if Vilma pops up, you'll know why.
Actually, talking about old versus new, Maciek did a video, didn't he, on his channel where he compared an old slalom board to a new one.
Yeah, that Mistral SLE.
I think that got heaps of views, didn't it?
I think, Pete, there's a lot of, old windsurfers. I'm one of them, but there's even older than me, obviously older than you. And they like to see that sort of stuff. I do as well. I've got to be honest. Like if you put a biking video with an old bike, it's always just interesting to see how they can handle it or how compatible it is or let's see if this works. Oh.
Getting a bit of kind of audio feedback thing. Oh, it's all right. It's gone. This is a multifaceted viewing. We got live stream from boats. We got you walking around the house.
I'm not sure it's working at the moment.
I'm sitting in the desert. That was amazing.
It's quite difficult actually to do.
I'd love to know how Maciek is physically going after just not even changing a tack.
Yeah,
usually it's nice to jibe, isn't it, and just get around the other side.
Okay, I'm gonna have to add it in. Is this working?
Yeah, but maybe you want your screen, the big screen.
I can't hear anything.
Oh, can you make that screen the main screen so we can? Because it's just a little screen on the side.
If this is working, fair enough. It might not be.
Hold on.
Look at these bad boys. I don't know how good. Signals.
Oh yeah. Oh, I remember that one. That was a sick board.
Can you see that?
Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, right. Geez, it looks in good nick, doesn't it?
Why is it?
I'm assuming you can't hear us, Ben. Oh, yep, that one. I remember that one. God. That was one of the first boards that had the thicker pads on
I don't know if you can see that. I can't hear you, so. But it's quite interesting. This bad boy.
Yeah.
How wide is it?
Narrow, isn't it? I'd like to know how many. Give us the stats, Benny. What's the leader?
If you know how wide and 8.3. Carnage. Carnage. We're live.
Yeah.
I don't know how to stop it.
And he's back.
Did it work?
Yeah. Well, we could hear you, but you couldn't hear me asking questions.
No, sorry.
That's all right. No, but yeah, no. Now that you show me, I remember those boards.
It's pretty mad that Nash one. 8.3 it is. It didn't say the width though.
Actually, that's funny you should say that because that's how it was, wasn't it? It was like an 8.3. Like it was, you know what I mean? It wasn't. It was always. Yeah, I wasn't talking centimeters. What was the volume on those boards?
It didn't say either.
Okay.
Which is kind of weird. It might have said on the Fanatic, but I couldn't even say where the model and stuff was on that. I guess it did say it, but on the Nash, the only thing you can kind of see is the 8.3 bit.
Yep. You should definitely have a go. I reckon that. Well, I reckon those boards would still, you know, they'd still go well. I mean, I was single fin, obviously, but
Okay, we got an update from the boat.
yeah.
A little weather update, Ben, and a status update. We're cracking on. We can see dark rain clouds pretty much in every direction. But where we are now is actually quite nice and bright. Looks like it's the best skies we had all day. The sea state is really demanding. It's not super high, maybe 1.5 meter, but it's very choppy. Classic Baltic Sea, confused from every direction. Yeah, it's tricky. And a little bit like yesterday during the rehearsal, it looks like Maciek is actually the most comfortable one. And everybody else is getting a bit of a beating.
Oh, God.
And doing good progress. We have 71 miles to go.
71 miles to go. Hang on. Legend, man. Keep the updates coming. They're actually, there's good. It's good to hear from you guys. It sounds like it's a pretty rough ride, though. Maciek looks like he's cruising.
That's pretty cool. What's the, any idea what the temperatures are, like the water and the air and all that?
It's a good question. I can probably find out.
Yeah.
It doesn't look too bad, does it? Looks,
No.
or maybe someone at home can find out. It's,
At the Baltic. I always think of the Baltic as being a fairly cold water, but maybe
yeah. Well, we use it in England as it's pretty Baltic out there.
Yeah.
Average temperature of the Baltic Sea ranges from 12 to 17 degrees Celsius in the summer and 2 to 4 degrees Celsius in the winter.
Oh, wow. Okay. It's a big difference, isn't it?
Yeah, so I don't know where we're at now. We're in the middle, so that doesn't really help us.
Yeah. It's probably fresh either way, but he's not spending much time in the water. Has he got some kind of water? I'm assuming he's got some kind of water bladder thing on his back, is he? Or
yeah, I think it looked like he got some sort of camelback.
Yeah.
So in Gdansk today, surface water temperature 18 degrees in Gdansk.
Oh, right. Okay. It's not
16
too bad,
degrees Stockholm. Is that Baltic Sea? I guess. What are we in June, August, September? Yeah. Seems about that. Seems warm this year, to be fair.
Above average.
Unless I've read the wrong thing. It's windy there.
I'm just laughing because I'm sitting here getting buffeted. It's funny.
Let's have a look if I've missed any comments. Oh yeah. Sorry, I'm just catching up. Oh God, yeah, I've missed a lot of comments here. I've got one of those Fanatic Goyas. Oh, wall art. Mistral Nash boards. They look rad. They do look rad. The worst era for heavy guys. Yeah, you're probably right. That probably was. The Nash is a cult. Wave 85. It's 83 comp wave, I think it said on it.
Oh, okay. Yep.
That boat looks rough. Just looking at Manchester stuff. All my old boards, old Fanatics never paid more than £200 for them. I had that Nash. It's a 78 litre, red, great for strong winds, but I didn't really wave ride at the time. Would be fun to try it now. I have a JP Hardcore Wave 74 from 2003, waiting for a storm, says Thomas. SDG, the box of trimming, 2001 to 2003, I guess. Mistral Nash, Then Leighton Nash. Yeah, I think that might be Nash. Old versus new comparison, says Toby, with the slalom fin, with the Sputnik, JP Magic Ride. Surf just did an old versus new comparison. Okay, sorry, Toby from Surf Mag. I just realised. Sorry, I'm reading these backwards. What are you going to do with all these boards? I don't know yet. I just thought, well, it's kind of fun to have them. So if anyone's got any old boards, send them to me in Portugal. Ben, you can send stuff on WhatsApp to yourself too. Yeah, I know, but I hadn't got my name in and I couldn't work out how to do it. It's more fun to send it to Vilma, see if she'd popped up.
I don't know if you've looked, Benny, but if you do some digging on Google or whatever,
yeah,
you can find some pretty creative solutions that people have used old boards for. Like they've created, I don't know, seats and tables and what I mean? Like people just, you type in like windsurf board, like furniture or something, and people come up with all kinds of cool things, to use them for.
Yeah, I'm sure there is. We were talking about it because we've just managed to finish next door to rent it out. So if anyone wants to come to Sagres, we have a rental available, 3 bedrooms, little bit of a plug.
Oh, nice.
We've literally just finished.
Oh, yeah. Had any,
well, we're finishing. We still got more to do, but it's rentable.
Have you had any bookings yet?
We actually have. So someone stay last week, but we've still got some things to do to get it official because we haven't finished totally the project. So we have to sign it all off before we can get all the official rental paperwork. So it's just friends at the moment.
Oh, okay. This is going to be part of the Ben Profit experience.
It's going to be.
Stay with you.
Sagres Surf Ranch in full effect.
Yes.
Windsurfing, so I've got the Goya. It's an 80-litre.
Yeah, okay. It's pretty small.
Is there a link to the GPS track? Yeah, I have got the GPS track here. I don't know if it's, I guess it's is it I guess it's public knowledge, isn't it? I guess.
Hold on. I just turned my screen on. Is he going down, has he? What's happened?
Oh dear. We're gonna have to go back.
Sorry, I can't.
You're right. What happened? Catapult.
Oh, I got catapulted.
Should I try and get a replay?
Yeah, go rewind.
But I don't want to miss anything. I think we'll wait for the replay. Let's see if there's anything going to happen now. But I mean, that's what's going to happen. Look at the sea. I mean, when you look at it like that on the foil, when you get tired, becomes, like I said, it's the concentration more than the physical exertion.
It's gone down. A bit of drama, eh?
It's gone down. Maciek Rutkowski, if you're just tuning in, has gone down.
Is he still
the
alive?
Young Polish rider. This is for charity, but he is on the edge right now. Maciek, really get back up. This is like a Rocky film. Come on, Maciek. You can do it. Just 60 kilometers till the halfway stage. No, I'm joking. Actually, it might be. How long does it go till the halfway? He's 1/3 of the way.
Have they added a sausage halfway along, Benny?
He's hit the dreaded sausage.
Oh, here we go. He's going to water start.
Oh,
I'm surprised how long it's taking him to water start.
He's done 80 kilometers, and he is down. Maciek Rutkowski.
He's down. He's down. He's probably just having a rest.
Yeah, he's having a poo.
He's a bit of weight reduction.
He's having an
extra speed.
like, don't film me. Don't film me. It's like, come on, it's live. Come on.
We're going to see some sausage soon.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, true. Maybe he hit a fish. He's hit a whale.
Not a whale. The whale. Bloody hell. He's coming everywhere, that whale.
Oh, he's back up, huh?
Oh, he's back up. True professional. He's on it.
This is like, it's like the comeback. We thought he was gone. We thought he was gone. He's coming back.
Oh, we got an update.
All right, we had a first crash of the crossing. Not quite sure what happened yet. We'll try to get the update from Maciek. If it was just a rogue wave that caught him out, or if he hit something in the water. But guess who does not take an uphold line, even for a Baltic crossing?
Okay, I'm going to try and go back on the YouTube video, so it'll be like our little replay, because maybe we see it. Okay, let's see. Maciek Rutkowski. We're going to do a little replay here. You see that?
Yeah.
Or maybe it's the boat wake. Oh, yeah. Oh, he's bouncing around a bit. Yeah, it's like you can see he's right on the edge. I don't know how far I went back. Maybe I went back too far. We could be like watching this for a while.
For 3 hours.
Yeah, it's like, is it going to happen now? I think it's this one. Oh, I wonder if it was a big crash.
Does he go down hard? Does he, Benny? Or?
I don't know. I'm waiting. I'll just zoom back a bit, but maybe I went back too far. This could be like this for... Oh, it's coming. I feel like it's coming.
Oh, he's just gone out of the screen. Oh, here he goes.
He's coming back. He's going faster. Maybe that was the problem.
We need to get zoomed in a bit. Oh, there we go.
Oh, it looks like he's relaxing, man.
Okay, he's enjoying himself a bit too much.
Yeah, cruising.
So,
maybe like the producers in his ears, like, look, we need more drama. We need more drama. Go down, go down, go down. Take a fall. Take a fall.
Do something.
I said, take a fall. Do something. Blood. Hit the blood pouch. He's bleeding.
It's a good point, actually. Like, if you're doing a live stream like this, you just have like a whole like sort of list of things that they could, just to do along the way. Like,
oh my God, his harness is broke.
His harness broke. Bloody some little Jaws, remote control shark comes along and
yeah, the fin. Shark circling him. Okay, I went back too far, guys. I'm sorry.
Yeah, where's this catapult, Benny?
This is feeling the drama.
I'm draining my battery.
Feeling the stress.
I'm losing battery.
The problem is, I know if I fast forward it now, he's going to cap. Oh, he hit the water there. Oh, maybe it's delayed. Maybe you're going to hear it because I heard a cheer there.
Okay.
Maybe the video's delayed compared to the audio or something. Not exactly the TV I was hoping for. Should I fast forward it?
This is what our podcast has come to, just waiting for a catapult.
Jesus, this is killing me. Come on. Hit the deck. It's better not the anti-climax. Come on, move the phone.
We need the comeback story, don't we, Benny? You want to...
Man. Is this what we see?
He's down. He's gone.
Is he?
I don't know. I can't see him.
He's back.
There he is. He's back. He's back.
Yeah, we're lining up. They're saying, look, we're not quite in the frame. Are you ready? Catapult. Now.
Turning my screen off, mate. I can't.
Yeah, sorry. I'll tell you when it's there. I probably should have done a bit more. Oh, he's well. I really messed up there. Oh, there he is. Okay, that's it. You turn it on now. Quick, ready?
Yep. Oh, that was a decent one, actually, wasn't it?
Oh, shit.
There's a bit of drama.
That was a bit of drama. He went head first into that.
Yeah. No, he went. What happened there? He just lost a bit of balance or a bit of chop, maybe? Oh.
Went off the wave and then, oh no, Toby, I've messed it up again.
You know how to go back 10 seconds? You just push like J or L on your keyboard?
Yeah, I didn't know that. I've just messed that up. Well,
God, look at all these.
He disappeared then, and he didn't disappear, so I don't really know what happened then.
Jeez, look at those poor guys just getting battered.
Yeah, that looked. Oh.
Ooh.
Okay, now I know J and L. I didn't know that before.
Yeah, is it working?
Yeah, didn't know.
Yeah, it's handy, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, he actually hit the deck. He hits the sail.
Lucky there's no injuries.
Jesus. It's actually quite fun. This has been the best bit.
We're going to watch 7 hours of his catapults.
No, that's pretty brutal. This actually looks quite nasty because his head hits the.
What's this?
This is what's happening right now. We're back live.
Oh, okay. There he is. We need a. It's a shame we can't actually speak to him while he's sailing.
I think by that catapult's increased the viewings, or maybe it was the anticipation, of the crash. That's got you all going.
People love a bit of carnage.
The boat carrying spare gear, it is. Yeah.
He's moving now, isn't he?
He's shifting.
So this camera, is there someone literally holding this camera in the boat?
I'm pretty sure this is just maybe. I think it's just on a gimbal on the boat.
Okay. Yeah,
sometimes he gets out of shot, so I guess maybe it's got some tracking on it.
Yeah.
I mean,
actually
that would make
not
sense.
doing too bad a job. Yeah.
Update.
All right, we had a first crash of the crossing. Not quite sure what happened yet.
Oh, we had that one. I thought there was another update.
It's all right. We're going to be watching the catapult again about 20 times. So
Yeah, just save it. Action. Oh,
well, when all this is said and done, the only highlight you'll have of this is his catapult. Maybe it.
Well, he's got 750 people watching on his
has he?
YouTube channel.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Plus the 170 here.
Yeah. So we're nearly to 1,000 people watching catapult.
That's pretty cool, actually, isn't it?
I think he hit a fish.
Mm.
First hit it. I think it could just be over a bit of chop and then the nose caught. It could be anything. I mean, you never know. When you see what stuff they put in the sea, it's surprising. It's the only thing he's in.
But what you didn't see was he hit a fish, killed it, and was sitting in the water actually eating it, and then got going again.
Bear Grylls.
That's part of the record, you know. He has to only eat fish that he gets along the way. So
You ever bit into a raw fish, Bear Grylls style?
With scales?
I don't know. Have you seen Bear Grylls when he bites that fish? He just
But he eats all sorts. Yeah, no. Bear Grylls is funny. He's classic. My God, if you want to have a laugh, type in Bear Grylls parody on YouTube. There is a video on there that is just you're just pissing yourself. It's so funny. This guy. Yeah.
Talking of pissing yourselves, Max says, what is he doing for toilet facilities?
Well, number ones are pretty straightforward. What about number twos?
Pretty straightforward. Number twos, I think that was what we saw. Fake a catapult, whip out. And then
okay. Is that what happened?
Maybe
he's got like a little zipper on the rear end,
like the old Bolero. You know those old ones with the snap through crotch. You just open up the flap.
Exactly. Move your G banger to the side and do your business.
Jesus. Oh, I've just got too many dodgy stories like that. I think I've told a few on the podcast before, but oh my God, it brings back memories every time I hear it. I always remember Cribby telling me,
oh God,
back in the race board days where you had longboards, and he was telling me you always got to have an up-haul because in case you need to do he called it, and I didn't come up with his name, but aqua poo or aqua dump, where you hold on to the up-haul. You make sure you've got a big sail, but you hold on to the up-haul.
Oh, I see.
You're in the perfect squatting position.
Why don't you just go in the water?
Because it, can get you. Whereas if you're on the board, you can just hang off the side in the perfect position. Drop one out. Obviously, this is in extreme circumstances. I'm not saying that everyone should be doing this at their local beach or something, but if you're out to sea and you're,
Wait, Benny, have you ever done a number 2 while you're sailing along?
Never, ever. not on purpose. I did hear another story about a young fella who was not well, and he was racing and he was pumping off the start line, and it didn't end well.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, not good. Not good. Not good times. But it happens. It is reality.
Well, it's an important aspect of long distance windsurfing, isn't it? You gotta.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, have you seen the runners? You've seen the marathon.
Yeah.
Marathon runners who, they're running and they just stop for a number 1, which in a wetsuit is not that bad. You don't notice it.
Do they stop? They can't piss while they're running.
The one girl who won the marathon, what's her name? Famously just stops and crouches over.
Oh, they stop, do they?
Pulls her pants to the side, and it's like on TV, and you're like, what the hell's going on here? But yeah.
Oh.
Pretty full on. I didn't expect it, but then you think, well, what else they do? They're not going to go stop at the public toilet.
Yeah,
they're just trying to win the race.
Well, the thing for Maciek is it's the only time he gets a bit of warmth is when he does a number 1. He's probably freezing his ass off.
Exactly.
He's in his wetty and he's like sitting in his own warm bath.
As Max, I blame you for asking about the toilet facilities in case you are just tuning in.
It's okay. This is the unofficial viewing, right? On Maciek's, it's a lot, it's all very professional.
Exactly. They're not talking about aqua poos. I can tell you that.
It's not the Benny Prophet show. It's like the Benny Hill show.
SDG says when he is back in Poland, putting the foil out of the water into the sun, you can see the fish scales. I had it with my fin when I hit a fish. The crash killed one Evo foot strap. Wow. But
all right.
These people are wrong. Adrian said this year at 2 Oceans, a woman ran past me and she had gone to Brown. That doesn't sound good. Adrian says this year at 2 Oceans, which is a 56-kilometer race, I guess, a woman ran past me and she had gone to Browntown. That doesn't sound good. Totally streaming down her leg. Oh my God.
Oh, right. Okay.
Rough.
Yeah. Right.
That's worse than what I said.
Our audience can handle it, Benny.
Okay, could you state again the starting and end point, please?
Okay.
Yeah, okay. So what I will do is we will add in the GPS because I do have it, which is somewhere here. So this is the official, but it's not on yet. Just resetting. Oh, there we go. So that is the official start up here in Sweden. And they look like they're probably not far off halfway at the moment by the looks of it.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty close. And how long did it take to do that?
We're up to 4 hours or something, or what?
4 hours. So, and the first 2 hours was hardly planing. So maybe there's only a couple of hours, 2.5, 3 hours left, I guess. Probably not far off. Should smash it. Must be pretty weird out there, in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
I didn't like on. But the basic, I'll put this in the chat so you can see where it is. But Paul can maybe read it out. Can you see the chat?
Oh, hold on. Let me just turn my Yeah, the chat.
You just read that out, start to finish.
Sandhamn in Sweden. Oh, I see. And then the finish. Oh my god. Well, ladies, slow.
Exactly. I was
Well,
at
ladies,
6 in the
slow.
morning. I got sent this through at 6 or whatever in the morning. And I'm like, dear bet, okay, welcome to the live stream. We're going to be following Maciek. He's from Sandhelm to what? Vladislavov.
Oh, it's bloody. That's true, isn't it? A W and an L. Yeah. Okay.
No, I don't know, but it's a bit of a mouthful. I won't lie.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. You got any Polish listeners that can correct this? No, Maciek's he's smashing it. No, he's doing really well.
Only one crash.
And for a very good cause as well. So no, well done to him.
So he's been going 4 hours and 40 minutes on this one.
Yeah, okay. So because I missed the start, he'd already started when you started commentating, or?
That's what I was thinking. I definitely wasn't 40 minutes late. I was probably a minute because I wanted to make sure they were starting. But so I'm not sure it sounds weird because maybe that is the official time, but I don't see how it can be because I wasn't 40 minutes. So that seems a bit strange because you kind of want that to be the record, like that time on there. But maybe that's the time from when they started the preparation because it goes on calories. Maybe they wanted to give more, because the amount of money that Maciek does is based on calories. So maybe they started it a bit early to up the calories to give more money, maybe.
Yeah.
The official distance apparently is 217 kilometers.
Okay. Yeah. Ah.
Mark Savage says fish in the River Severn. He hit a fish in the River Severn. They cannot sense the foil in the muddy waters. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, we're talking of whales. Did you the guy who he did the podcast with? Who you contacted?
Yeah, the winger,
who got the whale jump on him. I looked at that video the other day. That's pretty savage. I forgot how bad it was.
No. Well, he was very lucky that he got out of that alive. Yeah.
Like you see him go down and with the rope, with the leash and all that stuff. You're like, my God.
But I was, I mean, on that subject, I was thinking, like, if anyone's joined in, I'm at a part of Western Australia where there's a lot of whales going up and down the coast at the moment. And I was sailing yesterday and there's literally whales jumping around me, a few hundred meters around. And I was sailing around thinking, if one just jumped straight up in front of me and it was, you knew it was going to land on top of you, I was actually thinking what would be the best way to deal with it. And the best answer I could give myself, and I could be wrong, but it would be literally just to flatten yourself out as if you're in line with the whale and just go with it, because there's no, what I mean? Like you don't want to be, what I mean? Like you want to be going with it, obviously, because the thing weighs multiple ton. I mean, it's just, it's scary actually. But yeah, it's a real risk around here. I'm actually surprised you don't see. I mean, it may happen at some point around here, but honestly, I've literally seen windsurfers here and whale just jumping meters away from them. Yeah, it's actually more of a worry here than sharks, I reckon.
Yeah, I'm just going to put this online. This obviously this. I haven't put this live stream on Instagram or something, so I'm going to just share it. So if you think I'm just messaging people, you would be wrong. You're so rude.
Poor Robin here sort of joined in as we were discussing toiletry issues on a long distance just as they were eating. So apologies, but that was bad timing.
Yeah, that's definitely not a good time.
Yeah, Adrian's saying southern right whales up to 47 tons, record up to 80. Yeah. Okay, so here we got. So Americ is saying that The max wind speed, according to Windy, is 24 to 30 knots. So it's pretty windy, actually.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's why it was a bit surprising how light it was earlier. I don't think people was expecting that.
Yeah. Maybe there's just a big wind shadow around there or something. Yeah, Adrian, actually, just on that, Adrian's saying go sailing. Today was the smallest day. It's really quite small, but I'm looking into the distance. I can't show you on the, because it's too far away, but I can see about 4 or 5 sailors out there at the moment. But yeah, it's okay. I don't mind having a day off.
Yeah, someone's spoilt when they're talking about days off when it's winter.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm being spoiled at the moment.
To be honest, I did get a bit like that towards my UK trip. I was like, I sailed every day, but at the end, I was like, oh, knackered.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. The other thing that's happening at the moment is the tides are very low. And the swell is, it's just like it's a very small swell, very low tide, and the waves are breaking very close to almost dry reef, so it's not incredibly pleasant. But I'm enjoying this too. This is fun. I wasn't expecting to come on here. This is
that's how it's changed over there, that you can get a signal that is fully almost better than your it's definitely doable.
Yeah, nice. As I was saying, this Starlink, it's a freaking game changer now. I was in between Geraldton and here, which is a 6-hour drive. There's very few spots that you get reception. And I put the Starlink box, the thing, it's only about this big. I put it on the inside windscreen, like just on your, what do you call it? In front of your steering wheel there, on the deck part. What do you call that part again? Whatever.
The dashboard?
Dashboard. That's the word I'm looking for. So I just put it on the dashboard, made a connection, as I was driving at 110 kilometers an hour, and just had, reception the whole way. That's pretty amazing.
Yeah. So we've got a bit of wave action here with Maciek. I think this might actually be in English,
Oh, okay.
Be a Joshua. I just was hoping at least for a week or something. I'm gonna get there, have one day to organize a jet ski, safety like flotation, the cameraman, hopefully a photographer, and hopefully I'm gonna find a way.
We've got an update
figure
here.
out a way not to die. I think that's the main part. What's 40 feet in meters? Like 13.
Yeah, let's have an update.
Team, the conditions are getting tricky. Maciek just had a second crash.
Oh.
I suspect it's due to the really confused sea state. It's really tough for us on the boat to navigate in between the swells and the short chops. For Maciek, it takes a lot of concentration, of course, as well. And since we're now into hour 4, there could be a little bit of fatigue kicking in as well at this stage. He's okay. He's already up. So we've got some catching up to do. And we keep going. Not quite at the half point yet, but it's getting close.
Okay, so 2 crashes, and we're not at the halfway point, and fatigue is setting in.
Okay, well, bit of drama.
The drama, I told you. It's now the shark. Bring in the shark. Bring in the shark. It'd be like, what's that film? Sharknado.
Oh, I haven't seen it, but yeah.
Or Sharktopus.
Yeah, well, just when we thought the Maciek was just going to smash it across, but maybe spoke too soon.
I'm sorry, I'm just looking at the comments. I heard you say Funky Jace over in Australia.
Yeah, he says few have had collisions with whales, so yeah, it has happened.
Interesting.
What are we watching here, Benny?
It's I think this is on Maciek's channel, so I'm guessing this is his Jaws story.
Okay.
It's already on the Maciek YouTube channel, so I guess it's like a filler.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe he is going for a number 2 right now, and they're like, roll the film. Roll the film.
So obviously number 2, it wouldn't be easy for him in the wetty though, would it?
No. Oh. I wonder if that makes a difference to what you choose to eat the day before.
Yeah.
Can you WhatsApp call over Starlink using the data? What's the cost of that?
Yeah. Once you got the Starlink, like I can do just anything. You can make calls. It's just like having an internet. Obviously, whatever.
Yeah, it's gonna be tricky. It's 80 kilometers. Took him 4 hours and 20. But I would say most of that 80 kilometers has probably took him 2 hours.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean,
I think in theory,
maybe a little more. As he gets closer to Poland, maybe the wind will drop a bit.
Well, I don't know. It might even because it's on the tip of Poland, you might get like an acceleration effect.
Okay, fair enough.
So, sounds like it's got windier over there where you are.
Are you hearing it?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it annoying or?
Conditions are getting tricky.
So yeah, you think he's going to make it, or do you think this is the beginning of crash? Because imagine if it gets really tricky and you're tired, and the sea states all over the place, or even if there's little fish, like you never know, do you? Like there could be lots of little fish everywhere. Like this could be after a while of crashing. It could actually get quite gnarly.
Yeah.
I actually think I would prefer to watch the live images I mean, it's nice to see a video of him Jaws, but I've seen this video already, which is pretty cool. But I quite like to see how he's getting on because I think he's getting to that dangerous bit in the middle where you're tired and it's actually getting bigger and choppier.
No, it would be great to hear an update from him just to see how he's feeling. Did you have any information about what he's doing for food? Or,
yes, I did. So let me have a look. Let me have a look at what I've got here. What information do I have? Well, I say I've got information. I'm not. Okay, it's not on that one. I thought I did. I've read somewhere. I had a few things sent me. Just excuse me while
That's all right. While you're doing that, I'll just quickly answer this question from Max. I only answered half of it. But you asked about what's the cost? So obviously every country is probably a bit different. But here in Australia, there's 2 subscriptions you can get. There's one that's like a 50 gigabyte one for a month, and there's an unlimited. And the 50 gigabyte was about 80 Australian dollars for the month, and the unlimited's $195. I tried the 50 gigabyte, but you chop through it pretty quick. So it wasn't really useful to me. But the So the 195 is not cheap, but you switch it off when you're not using it. So if I come up here once every 3 months, you're paying for that 1 month, switch it off, and then you're not paying for the other 2. So it's kind of cool. You still got to pay like $5 a month when you switch it off. But yeah, so you just anyway, that's how it works. You're just basically paying for a month when you're using it. So yeah. And I'm assuming they're using Starlink for this broadcast too, I guess. But
I tried to share a comment, but it didn't really work there.
Okay.
But anyway, it says I'll be carrying a supply of energy gels, bars, and electrolytes. Even so, I expect the second half of the route to be a huge challenge physically and mentally. No one sails such distances. The longest endurance races like the Defi Wind are around 40 kilometers. This is his kind of general press release to the windsurfing public.
Yeah.
This will be a fight at the very limit of my endurance. Dun, dun, dun. But it will be. I mean, now we're at that bit where, well, we don't see him. Maybe he's already gone down again.
He's gone down?
Well, I don't know. Don't see him.
No,
he's going 50 kilometers an hour. Or the boat is, I guess.
Oh.
Do you think they know he's not there? They're like, shit, where is he?
Yeah, hold on. Max is asking questions while you're... Oh, there he is.
Oh, here he is. Here he is. We found him.
Yeah, let me show you here, Max. Since you're asking, look. Where is it?
Where's the iguana?
There it is. Can you see it?
Oh, the Starlink.
It's just this little thing. I just stuck it on a table.
Is that yours?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Then you plug it into... Actually, let's see if I can do this. This might be cool. It's a 100-meter range on this thing, so hopefully I won't lose connection, but I'll show you the famous Nalu entry here. Camp. Can you see this behind me? It's a bit hard, isn't it?
Thomas says, we've had 2 crashes just for the people who are tuning in. Maciek Rutkowski, obviously, if you are just tuning in, is trying to cross from Sweden to Poland. It's about 220 kilometer long race. Spent the first 2 hours doing about 4 kilometers an hour, but now up and foiling. But he's actually took 2 big crashes in the last half an hour. So it is getting choppy. It is getting a bit messy. This is in Poland at, I'm not even going to try and pronounce the name, but it's a famous kind of surf spot, if you want to call it that, in Poland. What is and that's where he's going to be coming into, hopefully. So they're getting ready for him. Doesn't look that windy there, though, does it? Looking at the flags, might be a bit of a limp in.
Oh, that's the actual destination, is it? Wow.
Yeah. It's, what was the word again?
Yeah.
Swadislav.
Yeah.
Vladislavovo.
So there you go. So maybe it will be a tricky ending for him. Another piece of drama. Wants to add to the whole thing.
Vladislavovo. Vladislavlovlo. It's a tricky name, surely. It's not just me. I am a bit like dyslexic, but it's not easy. That's for sure. Gesundheit.
I've got 1% left on my laptop, so if it dies,
that's it. I'm on my own.
I'm turning the screen off. What I was thinking, Ben, is because I wasn't planning on getting onto this podcast, I might just sign off for about 30 minutes so I can just get some food in me.
Yeah, go for it, man.
And then I'll come back.
No worries. No worries. Always a pleasure.
Yeah, okay, sweet, mate. All right, maybe you can encourage somebody else to join you in there, mate, and help you out.
Yeah, we got a bit of an update anyway. Just with.
All right.
Maciek just had a second crash.
Oh, we had that one already, didn't we?
Maciek is reporting that the wind has picked up. He's quite overpowered now. But for now, he decided to continue on the 6.7. And we'll see. If it gets any stronger, we will need to stop and rig a smaller sail. We have all the sails on the leading boat. We have a lot of gear there. Triple masts, 4 different sail sizes, spare boards, spare foils, spare boom. So we're ready for everything. It's just a matter of trying not to spend too much time on changing gear too often. So for now, Maciek is powering through, and as you might hear from my audio, the sea state is getting tougher. It's definitely getting higher now. So it's a bit of a roller coaster ride.
There we go. That's Leszek on the boat. Looks like they're going through it for sure. So yeah, that is what we are at the moment. Maciek Rutkowski trying to do that crossing, and it looks pretty tough. Let's have a look. What we're going to. Svarto saying, I'm a bit sad that he's doing this on a foil and not on a fin. I think on a fin it would be brutal, but yeah, you're right. It would be pretty hectic. Igna Pulsar did Faro, Sweden to Estonia in 2016, which is 165 kilometers, almost 14 hours, as there was no wind. Wow. Just checked on the marine traffic. He won't be annoyed by any other vessels for a while. I basically, no one is out there at the moment, apparently. So, like I said, if you have just tuned in, we are trying to do a bit of a watch along for Maciek Rutkowski. I got told we might have Matteo Aquino dropping in, Bob van der Berg dropping in, John Sky. These were names that were told. I haven't heard anything from them just yet, though. So maybe we are not going to get them. But with 4 hours and 30 in, we've got Maciek doing about low 40s to low 50s. So within that sort of 10K speed difference, we've seen 40 to 50 kilometers an hour. He's done 100 kilometers already. So nearly at the halfway stage. And so far, that watch says 5 hours, but we've been live, which I think for 4.5. So I would say it's not far off 4 hours. The actual crossing, 4 hours, 30 minutes or something like that. Well, I think I started a couple of minutes after they went. But I could be wrong. It was pretty early in the morning when they kicked off. So yeah, let's see. Let's see if we can rustle up. Let's see if we can rustle up some bodies to come in. 100K barrier is crossed, exactly. And we're hearing, did someone say 217 kilometers? So we're not far off. this one. So we'll have to see. Let's see if we can mobilize John Sky, although he looks a bit oblivious. Hello, is that mic still working? Yes. He's like, yeah, what's up? What's going on? So maybe he's not quite got the memo just yet. So we might have to move on. Where's Bob? I'm gonna mobilize them all. Let's get Bob on the go. Well, we'll see who we get. You know it's good when the guy's like, has it started yet? Like, oh God. Well, we might be getting some extras in here soon. Let's see. What was Thomas says? They're also saying food, about 50 g of carbs every hour. Good waves there. I mean, there's definitely a bit of swell. There is definitely a bit of swell cranking up. Chop and swell, and obviously all for a good cause. You can click on the QR code if you want to donate. All the information will be on there. Lithuania to Sweden with the fin, 200 kilometers in 10 hours. That's pretty impressive. I'm getting the real information now. I'm starting messaging people. Everyone's like, I don't know anything. No one told me. Okay, so we'll see. We'll see what we get. We will see. Let's see. We'll get Bob in because he's obviously done a bit of this before. Let's see if we can just send him the link. Give you guys some insight because this is a guy that has done an even bigger crossing. So it'll be really interesting to hear. He looks like he's on the beach in the van. So we'll have to see how this will go. Oh, that was a big catapult. Okay, we'll have a little rewind because obviously, let's have a look at this. Keep your eye on the screen because I've just heard there's a pretty big crash just gone down. He's going quick. He's got some speed. You're getting tired, you know, swell and chop. Yeah, he looks pretty powered up. I wonder how long it's going to be before he changes. Bob. Hang on, we're
Yes.
about to see Maciek have a big crash.
Oh yay.
Oh yay. Okay, so for people who don't know, Bob has done a pretty huge challenge, which was from the Netherlands to the UK and back again in one sitting. That's pretty impressive, dude. How long did that take you?
In the end, it took like 18 hours. It took very long time. We had a lot of delay. I saw Maciek also had a bit of a slow start without any wind.
Yeah.
But in the end, 18 hours, yeah.
Wow. And how far was that?
It was like, I think 170 kilometers one way. In the beginning, the wind had the wrong direction, so I had to make a few tacks.
Okay.
So I think in the end, it was like 400 kilometers. Yeah, it was a pretty heavy one.
Hell, that is hectic, man.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Oh, there we go.
Right.
Did you see that? I'm just having a little replay. Keep your eye on the screen. It's a little bit below the QR code, but it looked like he was trying to rest and then, oh.
Yeah, or he tried to signal the boat, maybe.
Yeah.
Actually, the thing is, I think it's a good thing that it's so wavy, because when the water would be super flat, then everything's so static. And as soon as there's a bit of waves, you have to move much more to keep the right height on the foil. And this is much better for your lower back, for everything. Just to move more is better for the body. Otherwise, you're going to cramp up very, very soon.
Yeah. What did you find the most difficult?
It's very, well, there's a lot of things that are difficult. On the front side, it's very hard to find the right forecast, because when you look such a big stretch, now what Maciek's doing, it's like what's the single distance, like 200 km plus.
Yes.
There the winds can be so different from one side to the other. So then already finding the right wind forecast is super, super hard. And then to be in such a long position in one tack is killing. It's really killing. And then you're gonna be bored. Then you're gonna have a setback. We had a lot of setbacks with the boat, for example. Maciek for sure is gonna have some setbacks as well. And then it's just a mental game to keep going and to don't stop and to keep your head in the right spot.
Because obviously you did it on the foil as well. Did you find there was a particular angle which was better? Because I looked at the angle for this. It looks like he's going to be reaching, which is quite hard going, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, crosswind is the best. As soon as you have to point upwind, you're going to kill your lower back. And as soon as you have to do deep reaching in these kind of conditions, you're going to have to go really down the swell. And then as soon as you hit the bottom, you have to go up again. So this is very physical, very technical. And I mean, it's not super hard, but to do it for hours and hours and hours is very hard. So crosswind for sure is the best angle, and preferably you want to move around a bit. So what I was doing, I was pointing up a lot, then go down again, like play a bit with the waves and keep it dynamic, not too static.
Okay, that's interesting you say that about upwind, because I was thinking maybe that would have been a better angle, but by the sounds of it, I'm not right with that. Because I know when I'm on a foil, I always feel a bit safer when I'm going a little bit upwind. But like you say, when you're doing it for 217 kilometers, it's a bit different.
Yeah. No, the upwind is nice because you kill a bit of power. But as soon as you go too high upwind and you really start to point, I mean, already when you go a few hundred meters, you're going to feel your lower back. Imagine after going 1 kilometer or 2 or 5, 10, 200. It's killing. It's killing.
Yeah. It sounds like he's rigging another sail. So he was on the 6-7 earlier.
Oh, that doesn't look fun there. We also did a lot of tests trying to switch sails, but I can tell you it's a nightmare to de-rig a sail. Here you see the swell is moving. It's a nightmare to de-rig and rig a sail again here in this sea state.
Yeah, because the forecast from what we saw, I mean, I can probably pull it up while they're trying to rig a sail. I don't know if we're going to see any footage of that anyway, but I can always go back. But I might try and just pull in. Let's have a look.
And the thing that's really hard about rigging a sail is that, you know, when you rig a sail in the grass, you can walk
Yeah.
around. You start at the base, putting the mast in, then you pull downhole, then you walk towards the boom, then the clew. But when you're in such a small boat or when you're floating around, it's super hard to go around the sail. And with wind, with waves, it's very challenging.
Yeah. So looking at this windy forecast, which, like you say, is as accurate as it is, but at some point you don't know. It looks like that wind was forecast as they got around this bit to actually pick up. So 20 odd knots. Yeah, I mean, it looks like a great forecast for what he's doing, but obviously, as you can see, as we get
It looks a bit windy to me, though.
yeah, that's windy,
Looks
isn't
windy.
it? I mean, and that's not
Yeah, it's
obviously
windy.
that's without the gusts. You know, that's what they kind of say is the mean.
Exactly. This is base wind. So you're going to have, let's say, 27, 28 knots maybe in the gust, which is strong.
Windy. Like, what if you, like, in your experience, if you had to pick some conditions, what do you think you would go for? How much wind? Are we talking like 15? It's probably a nice something lighter.
15 is a very nice breeze. You want to have a big wing and a small sail.
Yeah.
Because as soon as you have very little power from the foil, you're going to kill your lower back. So you need some breeze, definitely. But the thing with 15 knots is that it's quite risky because when 15 knots is safe. But when you say 10 knots and then it dips to 7, then it's going to be very tricky. When you have 15 knots and it's going to go to 20, like Maciek has now, it's on the windy side. I think for his crossing with 200 km, they're going to make it work, but it's definitely, it's challenging. It's hardcore. I'm
sure it is. Like and sometimes, I obviously looked at your crossing, but I didn't because I was doing stuff at the time. I remember talking to you about it, so I was kind of busy, so I didn't follow it as much as I'm obviously following this one. And then you realize what you did was pretty crazy, man. Like I heard you started at what time in the morning?
I did 2 attempts actually. The first one, it was a bit similar conditions like this, but I guess our boat was worse and we had to turn back after 2 hours. We did 40 kilometers in these 2 hours, which is nothing. And then in the second attempt, we started at first sunlight, was already late in the year around this time. So I think it was around 7. And then I arrived the next day, I have to say, at like 12:30 midnight. Crazy, yeah. Last year in Silt, I was not fit. I was useless. I had the thing is that when you go, for me it was getting dark, and I was very afraid to end up sailing in the dark. And I was going on one tack for 3 to 4 hours, and that's where my nerves got a bit of a shocker, let's say. So the left side of my body was not really doing good for quite a while. I was feeling nauseous each morning during breakfast and stuff. It was much heavier than I expected. Yeah.
Wow. But so what size wing were you on? I'm guessing you said you wanted a bigger wing and a smaller sail. What did you end up being on?
I was on the big PWA wing, which is like a 550, and I had a 6/8 sail. And then on the way back, I could have easily went to take the medium wing, the 450, but we had some problems with the boat, and the boat couldn't go faster, so it was no point in putting a smaller wing. So I kept on. I stick to the 5.5 all day.
Okay. So just for anyone who has just tuned in, we've got Bob van der Berg here, who's actually done a pretty crazy crossing from the Netherlands to the UK and back again, which is pretty insane. We've got Maciek Rutkowski live at the moment doing a crossing from Sweden to Poland. It's about 220 kilometers. He's about halfway through, and he's actually had a couple of catapults in the last half an hour. And it looks like he's changing down from a 6.7. I'm guessing he's going to change down to the 5.6.
Yeah, 5.7 probably. And it's very hardcore. When he has to go on a broad reach in these windy conditions with a big swell, it's very technical. And as I said, it's not necessarily when you go free sailing and when you have to do it for a couple of 100 meters, like it's okay. But when you have to do it for this amount of time, and it's gonna drain energy every time you fall, you get a bit of a shocker. It's wavy. It's not super. It's different than being on a lake. You know, you're in the middle of the sea. You see nothing but the lead boats and water. So I hope he's gonna make that sail switch work and then be able to continue better on the 5.7.
Yeah, I mean it is mad. Like the first bit as well. I think he spent literally the first 2 hours, I think he averaged 4 kilometers an hour for the
Which
first
also
2
takes a
hours.
lot of energy, I can tell you.
Yeah.
It's mentally it's a definitely a shit start because you're excited to go, you're stoked to go, and there's nothing in your sail which pushes you forward, so you have to wait, and then also for the lower back to float a bit, it's not the best beginning.
Yeah, and you know, for people who have ever done the Deafy Wind, you know, obviously I've never got experience of doing it on the foil, but I do it on the fin, which is pretty hard going. And 10 kilometers just in one direction, 10 kilometers. Bear in mind, this is 22 times 10 kilometers.
Yeah,
10 kilometers feels like you're about to die. And then obviously the Deafy Wind, you do it 4 times, but you're changing tack. And the relief when you change tack, it's hard to explain the relief. When you do that jibe and you start to go back the other way, you're like, oh. But as you do a crossing like this, and as Bob found out, you don't get that luxury to change tacks ever. It's
well,
literally,
you could actually change tacks, but you don't want to you don't want to go fast, obviously, in the other tack because you're just taking off distance again. You can you can go the other way, but just floating, just to stretch the other side a bit.
Is that what you did? Because it makes sense actually when you say it like that.
In the beginning, I did it, and then when we start to feel the time pressure of the dark, I stopped doing it. But it definitely helps. I don't know if there's some footage of Maciek doing this already, like
Not yet.
stopping.
No, he's just gone one way.
Okay, because when you do normal jibe, is also very hard. I can tell you, when you go for this amount of kilometers, your back is so stiff that it's super hard to jibe. So what you can do, you drop down or you do a tack, you go the other direction for very short, and then you go again.
Bloody hell! Did you use a waist harness or a seat or that combo harness?
Seats.
Seat, yeah. Because I think Maciek, I could be wrong. I thought it looked like he was using a waist harness, which surprised me. I'll be honest.
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, I didn't see anything about the harness, but I definitely hope he's using a seat harness.
Yeah, this
down
is
again. I see in the comments. Is there some footage of him going at
I'm
it
just
live?
about to. Yeah, it's just gone back live now. So let's just share him on there.
And the thing is that the more you crash, the more exhausted you get.
And again, like I've been saying it already, but the boat crew as well. It's hectic on that boat. People don't underestimate. You know, being the support crew here, it's not a comfortable ride in a rib. That.
No. They have also maybe bands to keep the organs in place. It's like compression bands. It's not fun for them. It's really not fun.
I'm guessing, listening to where you're laughing there, what did your support crew say afterwards? Were they like, "You are never"? I'm never doing that.
They also needed some time to recover. In the first attempt, there was one guy who was in the wetsuit all the time, which was a bad choice. And in the second attempt, he was just wearing some jeans, which was also a very bad choice. But it was very, very heavy for them. Yeah, this looks also crazy.
He doesn't sound like he's making good choices. You'll make jeans and a wetsuit, but Maciek's up and going again, and I think we're safe to say maybe past the halfway stage now. So look, I think we might have. We've got a bit of an update.
We had another crash. It might be number 4, I think. But I was just about to send an update. We have just passed the halfway mark, so we're quite excited. We almost feel in Poland now. Halfway done, 55 miles left. which means if we manage to keep a solid average, we could be on the beach in 2.5 hours or so. We'll see how it's going, of course. It does look like Maciek is now looking at changing sail for a size smaller. So we'll probably take another 10 or 15 minutes here to re-rig. We'll keep you posted.
Yeah, so obviously that was before.
So did he actually switch to the smaller sail or not?
Well, that's what I'm just trying to work out. I'm guessing he did, but it seemed relatively quick. You know what I mean?
Because the thing is, it's risky when you switch now to a 5.7 and then the wind drops close to the beach.
Yeah.
Then again, you're gonna maybe have to switch to a bigger sail. So I think the safest, also when you have to go downwind really broad, it's nice to have a little bit of a bigger sail because you're sailing with the sail pretty open anyway, so you can release the power.
I mean, does it look small to you?
It looks, yeah, it's very hard to say if it's a 5.7 or a 6.7.
Just the way he's sailing, just the way he's leaning, but I guess he's just trying to rest that back. You know, like you're trying to, I know what it's like just doing the defi. That's my only experience of really sailing in one way for that amount of time. But, you know, you're just trying to move your body. I just remember thinking you put yourself almost facing the opposite way just to try and relieve the sort of lower back. And that's just a 10K race. You know, this is obviously a big difference to that, but it's the only kind of experience I've got to kind of use.
Yeah, and as I said, I think he should be happy that there's some swell. Maybe this is too much, but some swell is really, it's good because otherwise it's gonna be even harder for the lower back because you move even less.
Yeah. So his average is definitely dropping down, or his speed at the moment, because I guess he's just trying to get himself sorted. So you can see it's around 30 kilometers an hour. He's been up to over 50. But they have reached the halfway stage, and on their clock it says 5 hours and 25 minutes. I would say it's around 5 hours so far. So he's still probably trying to crack it under 7, but I think that's going to be tough. That is going to be tough, especially as it looks lighter near the beach in Poland from what we saw from the earlier shots.
In this case, I hope he stick to the 6.7, so he doesn't have to do a sail switch. And especially when he's gonna get in that lower end, and you have not so much power, it's gonna be even more physical for the lower back. As soon as you have too little power, it's gonna be very, very hard for the lower back.
Yeah, no, I can totally imagine, and that's the hardest thing, like you say, with a race or whatever challenge, whatever it is, 200 kilometers. How the hell you can pick gear that can cater for every bit of wind you have on that whole thing,
Yeah,
especially
you cannot.
in something.
It's impossible. It's impossible. But I guess it's a nice thing to have I guess it's a very nice thing to have a big wing, and then to have a small sail, so you have the drive and the lift from the foil, from the board, and then the sail. I mean, you don't need to use all the power from the sail. It doesn't matter. It's not a slalom race where you have to fully sheet in and catch every half a knot you can get. Here it's just about keeping going and not destroy yourself, your back.
Oh, he's having a moment there.
Yeah, I guess now it's gonna get very hard with the amount of swell there is.
Yeah. Do you remember any official timings where you started to feel it more? Because is it like, you know, like anything, sometimes like the beginning bit's okay because you're motivated, you're fresh, you're whatever, but then you always get to these bits in a race where you kind of, or, you know, or something like this, an endurance event where you hit that kind of wall or that middle bit where the end seems a long way away. The start was ages ago. You're tired. And then I guess there's a bit near the end where you get a second wind and you might, or did you find anything like that?
Yeah, I guess there's a pattern, and I think with every setback you have, you're gonna start to feel the body more. So in my case, I felt very good up until a very long time, until we had a problem with our lead boat, where the window basically almost got like smashed out, and we almost had to abandon the crossing. And there I really start to like get into a bad mental mood, and then also my body started to hurt. Everything started to hurt. Then like we had like a tilting point, and I start to feel better again.
Yeah.
And then you come to a point again where it's just so long, and you've been on it for 6-7 hours, and you start to get bored.
Yeah.
And that's where the body hurts more again. It's more basically it's a mental thing. As soon as you see everything bright, you basically feel more or less. And as soon as you start to get more negative, everything is gonna hurt more.
Yeah. Is there an official distance when you can start to see land again?
In my experience, it was like between 20 and 50 kilometers. Now it looks quite cloudy here.
Yeah.
So I guess it's more 20 than 50.
Yeah.
And you first start to see like bigger buildings, like very vaguely. Then you start to see more and more. This is going to be very motivating for Maciek, I can imagine.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking. I can just imagine when you start to see land again, even if it's far away, you at least got something. Because the weird thing is, if you've ever been at sea or people have been on a ferry, you see the land, but then it doesn't move for ages. It's like it sort of stays there, and you're like, hang on, it's not getting any closer.
Yeah, but when you're doing a crossing, and the moment you start to see land, you're gonna be amped up. You gotta be motivated, and it feels like you're home already almost.
Yeah. I think that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense.
Well,
but like I said, you can see in the background there, this is in Poland on the beach where they're going to be coming. Which is Vladivostok. Can you say that word? Well, how do you say it? Polish beach.
Where can I read it?
Good question.
I'm gonna stick to Polish beach.
I will put it in the comments. Vladislavovlo.
Okay, Ben, the boys arrived. I go training for Silt. I guess I see you in about a week.
Okay, excellent. Have a good one. Enjoy.
Yeah.
And
I
I'll
wish
see you.
Maciek good luck.
Yeah, cheers, dude. All right, take it easy. Bye-bye. There we go. Good to get Bob in. Obviously, someone who's done this sort of thing before, and some. I mean, that was a crazy thing that he did, from going from the Netherlands to the UK and back again, and sounded like, you don't know the problems you're going to have. And that sounds like the problems they had, actually, the main problems sound like with the support crew. And it is a hard going thing to find the boats that are going to take that sort of beating, because on the foil, you're going relatively quick. So to keep up, it's pretty hardcore. Yeah, we've got, what have we got here? We've got, there will be a helmet toss at the end from exhaustion. Let's see how much we get. We've been streaming 4 hours and 57 minutes so far on this Maciek Rutkowski Mission Baltic watch along. Obviously, he is actually streaming this on his own YouTube channel, but we're doing kind of like the English version, kind of the budget version. We're just nicking their stream and doing some talking, but it is officially the budget version. It's Maciek wanted me to do it. But yeah, we've nearly been doing 5 hours. That's pretty. I'm pretty impressed with that. We'll see if we can get somebody else in. It's nice to have someone to chat with. Feels a bit less lonely. Maybe we can get Mr. John Sky in for a couple of minutes, little short and sharp. You don't have to come on for a long time. If anyone is watching and fancies coming on for a chat, don't worry. You don't have to stay for hours. You can come on for 5 minutes, 2 minutes. Anything is welcome, offer some words of wisdom, or give us your opinion on what you think is going to happen today. I think it's welcome. Oh, Miss Justina Schnaddy is over there in Poland. Let me just work out where I am. So that is where, if you're just tuning in, like I said, we are doing a watch along for Maciek Rutkowski doing his crossing from Sweden to Poland. Oh, Mr. Surf and Sport from over in Cape Town, Mr. Waggy Wagstaff tuning in. Yeah, we're doing good. I'm not sure Maciek's doing good at this very moment in time. He's probably feeling it. It looks pretty hardcore. Like I said, looks like has got John Sky. Let's see if we can bring him in, Mr. Sky.
Well, how you doing, Ben?
I'm good, mate. You? Hello.
I need to hang on 1 second. I've got it running on another.
I'm like that when you get the echo and it's bouncing around all over the place. Ooh, that was a massive crash on from. What have we got here? We've got Phil says Ben is in endurance stream mode. How's the lower back? It's a good point, actually. Forget Maciek's lower back. My lower back is broken. We're on.
So tell me, Ben. I must admit, I haven't been following for 5 hours. So you're gonna have to give me Can you give me a quick update?
No worries. So. I can just go through it all because there are a few new people tuning in, but I might just take this opportunity to pull up the GPS just to give you an idea.
You have a GPS thing. That'd be
So they've been, we're just doing that watch along on his YouTube channel. So they do share this every now and again, but this is just the straight file to the GPS. So I'm just trying to get it to work. There we go. So they're coming from over here in Sweden. And we are going over to Vladislav here in.
So he's looks like he's over halfway, right?
Yeah. Just pretty much just made the halfway stage, but it didn't really kick off as planned. First 2 hours spent non-planing, averaged a speed of 4 kilometers an hour, which is, I guess, that's less than walking speed. So the first 2 hours was a bit of a write-off, and then it's been pretty good since then. But the last half an hour, maybe even an hour now, he's been having a few catapults, a few crashes. He's been on the 6-7. I'm just waiting to see. They did talk about him maybe changing down, but I never got an update of whether he had actually changed down or not. So he's on the 6-7, 85 wide, and I think he's got one of, I say your foils because you are now working for Patrick. So we're going to talk about that as well. I think we probably should do our own podcast on this, but I think we can definitely touch on it.
Yeah, well, I think maybe we save it for a podcast and focus on Maciek as much because I think what he's doing is pretty impressive, no? I mean, What's the total distance he's going for?
It's 200, I think, about 20 kilometers in total.
Okay.
So that's like anyone who's done the Defi, the big Defi, and the last couple of years it's got shorter, but the old school Defi was 40 kilometers, 10 kilometers each tack 4 times. So, which is hardcore on the fin, and 10K in one direction, I was saying earlier, is pretty brutal. Like, just
is his journey all on one tack?
Yeah.
He's doing 200 kilometers on one tack.
Yeah, which is pretty savage. That's and he hasn't changed. Bob was saying he was actually doing some dummy. Is that stupid or is that because that's full on? Is he in the water again? Maybe. Let me just see because maybe we've. Keep your eye on the little screen. Yeah, he went down. Yeah. That didn't look good, did it? Keep your eye on the small screen. This is what's been happening in the last hour.
Oh,
savage.
I mean, I know from the Defi, which is, I think, if I'm not wrong, it's about 4 minutes, is it? The 10K?
40 minutes. Remember?
Yeah, but each leg is
you cutting out. I don't know if you can hear me when you cut back in.
Hello?
Hello, say again. You cut out just on the timing.
No, yeah, sorry. On the Defi, if I'm not wrong, each leg is about 5 minutes long.
Well, I think it was like 10 minutes.
Oh, sharp.
No, it was. It was like.
I think, like, you know, The winners are doing it in around 40 minutes.
Yeah. 40 minutes. So each leg's 10 minutes.
Oh, 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I thought you were taking the piss out of me then.
No.
You are fast. Yeah. No, that's right. That's what I would say.
So 10 minutes. At the end of that 10 minutes, my body is done for. It is just crying to turn around like nothing else. And even to the point where you probably had it as well, where you do the jibe and your body ends up still kind of facing the other way. And you almost have to like chiropractically crack it into central and then crack it back to the other side.
100%.
So I mean, if he's halfway, he's been going 4 hours and he's halfway, he's got another 4 hours to go on one tack.
I would imagine, because we've done, what is it, 5 hours now. So, but he spent 2 hours of that not really playing in 3 hours. So I would imagine it's probably an hour and a half, 2 hours left.
Yeah.
But again, that's bear in mind, there's no crashes, there's no changing, there's no, maybe he welcomes a crash just because you get to like sort of move. But also, I was saying this with the Defi, I've always done it on the fin, never done it on the foil. So, and that's kind of what I was getting some information out of Bob, but he was saying it's pretty much a similar thing, unless you're right on the perfect angle. If you're going a bit upwind, your lower back gets destroyed. If you're going downwind, you're mentally trying to keep the board from cutting down is difficult. So, and then you've got obviously the increase in wind. He looks very stacked on 6-7, so maybe he hasn't changed just yet. But Bob was saying if he changes down, then when he gets closer to Poland, he's going to be underpowered, and that can be even worse. Like underpowered on the foil with no lift is hard going. But it looks like he's in that middle bit now, which I think he is struggling a little bit. He doesn't look quite as on it. The conditions look harder. His speeds have dropped to sort of lower 30s, which before they were up to the 50s.
Oof. I mean, my foiling skills obviously are nowhere near these guys, but like I always find after an hour or so of foiling, my legs start to feel it, and then the crashes come more frequently. So I'm doing it for 9 hours or whatever it is. I can't even imagine it.
Yeah, and that's what we've seen. I mean, the talk when I spoke to Maciek yesterday, he was kind of like, well, if we average 20, we could do it in 6 hours, but his aim was to be under 7. But now you're looking at the time and it's 5 hours 40 on this clock. They've done 120 kilometers. So there's 100 left. And by that maths, you're thinking there's still quite a good way to go. And if he's averaging 40 or maybe 35, maybe that's 3 hours, 2.5 hours. We will see. We will see.
Have you done any crossings, Ben? Have you had much experience with crossings?
No. I've done it. I come from like longboard background, obviously, as you know. So I did, quite a bit of like exploring, but that's so different because usually when you're exploring on a longboard, you're tacking upwind and then coming downwind. So you're never on the same tack for like a long time. And I think that's the bigger problem. I think I would almost prefer, even though it's not the straightest route, is to do it either super downwind or super upwind, where you're like kind of tacking your way up, especially, I don't know, again, because I'm not a foiler, but I could imagine just being able to tack and go on the other tack and be comfortable and be able to change it up, even though you're going slower. I think it'd be better for your body.
Yeah, definitely.
I
remember like many years ago, I did Bournemouth to Brighton along the south coast of the UK with Guy Cribb, and
I remember that race.
And it was like such a cool experience because we, for those that know the UK, it was like a good windy day on the south coast, and we literally between Bournemouth and Brighton, you've got, all of the top spots. You got like the Witterings and the Hayling. You got like the whole of like the Solent. You've obviously got like Avon Beach, and then right at the other end you've got like Nick Baker's grounds of like Shoreham and Worthing. And so it was really, really cool to like literally, I remember coming in, for example, at West Wittering, and we came in and there was like Jem Hall was out there wave sailing. You kind of said hi and then like carried on the mission. But that was like, I remember that was like basically almost dead downwind with a slight tendency on what's that on the going out tack. It was like sort of cross on.
What kit did you do it on?
Well, I was quite like when we set off from from Bournemouth, it wasn't that windy, and a lot of the boys, there was probably about 10 of us that set off, and most of them opted for like big race gear. And I didn't really have any race gear at the time, so I had like a 5.7 kind of like wave sail, I think, and I put it on a Supercross board at the time. And it actually ended up being pretty much gold, really, because the race guy. The problem was that when you go through the Solent, if the wind's side shore there, it just accelerates. And so we set off from Bournemouth, and I was a bit underpowered on 5.7, kind of like surviving. But then when we got to the Solent, it was like 3.3 weather at Hillhead, for example. There were guys out on 3.3, so it was like brutal. And I think Jamie Hawkins ended up stuck on the Isle of Wight, or someone ended up stuck on the Isle of Wight. Chris Audsley was like, sod this, and just went home because he lives at Hillhead, so he just stopped and went home. And he was having a cup of tea, and then also everyone was separate. When you start off, you're all together, and then when we went through the Solent, it was just disaster everywhere. Cribby had his own support crew and like spare sails, so he changed sailed and carried on sailing. And I think it was just me and Wemsey were the only two others that survived it, just with one gear. It was pretty nuts when I think back at it, because I think I had a mobile phone in a plastic bag shoved in my wetsuit, but that was my security.
That's pretty mad, isn't it?
We were pretty much on our own as well. I think we had a meeting point around Portsmouth where we kind of all got together, and that's when we realised we'd lost like everyone except for me, Wemsey, and Cribby. But yeah, it was like super amazing experience. But that was like it was on pretty free-ridey gear, so pretty comfortable, and much less distance. I think it was like 100 miles, I think.
Yeah.
What's that, 160k? But it was the most important thing, it was on different tacks. So you could, I was jibing every couple of minutes and it kept it fresh. But yeah.
That's pretty cool, though, because I remember seeing that and thinking, when you look at it, like my only experience of that type of stuff is stuff like Cape Town, where you sail from Sunset Beach down to down to Big Bay or whatever you go, Meltbot, whatever you could do. And it is so cool because even just going from Sunset top car parks to the bottom car parks, you see different people sailing their own little spot. And it is kind of funny because you kind of go past them and they're, like, hey, how you doing? And then you get down to Kite Beach and you see a few of the kiters, and then you get to Big Bay and they're like, where the hell have you come? It's so I can imagine in the UK with all those spots, when you think from Bournemouth all the way down, it is pretty epic.
It was. I did like, I sort of stopped and had like a couple of runs in most of the spots. Like Witterings, I remember going out and doing like a couple of jumps and then sort of like waving, saying adios and going. There's a couple of bits that you kind of had to get around. Like Selsey Bill is sort of, you had to kind of cut a corner a bit. To be honest, I have no idea how we did it now, because like there was no GPSs or nothing. It was just. It's
mad, isn't it? Because if something had have gone wrong. Or, I know Cribby is famous for that. He's done some downwinders over in Brazil as well and just winged it, with not being random people, but sort of clients, I guess, who, are not professional sailors. They've not, spent their life racing. And I think sometimes it is easy to kind of think that what you're capable of that other people are, it's just downwind. But for some people, it's not just you've raced for a long time on longboards, on course slalom boards, on everything. And the knowledge and the skills you get from surviving, even like I remember back in the day, longboard racing, just surviving one of those longboard races when the wind just goes crazy.
And the wind picks up and the sail's trying to push in from the front, and you're like...
All that sort of stuff is really hard to learn until you've done it. And if the conditions stay good, fair enough. But if they go a little bit changeable, which is what we could see today, it's meant to get windier. In fact, that's the biggest. My biggest learning from that experience was like, you literally, when we left Bournemouth, I was like, I'm not sure I'm going to make it because I was barely planing. Then going through the Solent, it was like 50 knots, and then by come out the other end, and it was like kind of 5.3 weather again. So it's like, and I mean, we were super lucky with that. That's what Bob was saying. He was saying the hardest thing is trying to find an accurate weather for that type of distance, because as soon as you're going over 50 miles or 70 miles, like it starts to get like, well, they're so changeable, the conditions. So finding a good forecast, which is kind of similar all the way down. Hang on, we've got an update coming in, so let's have a listen.
Sorry for being quiet, Ben. It just got so wet on the boat now that I'm struggling to use my phone. The time between I wipe the screen and the time when I trust to press the button, we get sprayed a couple times and I can't really do much. Other than that, the swell is definitely bigger. The wind remains on the limit for the 6-7, but as far as I know, Maciek is still on the same sail. When he had a moment on the leading boat, when a break a while ago, I believe he was just tuning the setup a little bit to make it a little bit easier with overpowered conditions. But for now, he's struggling on and doing well. We have 47 miles left, so maybe 2 hours, maybe 2.5, something like that.
Yeah, there we go. So it's going to be a battle, that's for sure. And then we don't know how much wind there's going to be on the other side, how long it takes him to get in. But at this speed, it looks like he's dropped down a bit. Like I said, he's been up to over 50 kilometers an hour, but it looked like maybe he's picked up the pace a bit now, but looked like that was 40s, in the 40s.
So you said there's what did he say? There's 50 miles to go. Is that nautical miles, I guess?
I think so. It must
That'd
be.
be like, you can pretty much double that for kilometers. So yeah.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, that sounds right. Yeah, because it's 125 they've done already, and it's about 220. The total distance. So there's 100 kilometers to go.
Yeah.
So he's going to struggle to get under that 7 hours. I think that was one of his goals he wanted to. There is a record already, but the record is 22 hours. So if he makes it at roughly what he's doing now, he's going to smash that. And then he will actually be in the Guinness Book of Records, I guess, because it's apparently in there.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah. Just having a look at...
What the biggest thing I remember from my Bournemouth to Brighton experience was the next day, I couldn't walk. Like at the time doing it didn't feel that bad. And then I remember the next day I was actually flying to Morocco for a contest, and in the airports when you have like a slight inclined ramp, when you're walking to the gate, and I was kind of like sort of just about walking all right, and then I hit that bank and pretty much collapsed in front of everyone just because like the slight angle, my legs just couldn't hold my weight or anything, and I was like crippled, like yeah. It was pretty brutal.
The mad thing is, obviously, Maciek is in the running for podiums in the world title, that type of thing. In the foiling, because they've only had one event. Is it one event or two events so far? Silt is coming up, and Silt. I'm pretty much flying next week, so it's probably less than about a week away, not far off, just over a week away. And this will take it out of you. It's not the best preparation for a World Cup.
Well, it depends. If it'd be super good in one direction, wouldn't he? It'll be like the Terminator on what's actually on now? He's on Starve Attack now. Starve Attack, he'll be like blitzing everyone, and then Port Attack will be nowhere. So yeah,
he's going to come on a fixed angle already in the stats. Well, anyway, again, I know we're going to do it on a separate podcast, but Patrick, it feels like you've sailed more in the last week than I've seen you sail, or maybe
it's just crazy because I was super stressed because when it all happened, like I got the gear kind of like basically mid August, when basically after Tenerife, all the guys from Patrick left me all bits and pieces of their gear. So I got it kind of like mid August, and I don't know how well the wind in the Canaries, it often kind of shuts down end of August. It typically shuts down end of August. So I got this gear kind of like mid August, and I was like, I really want to like get time on it to, you know, really feel how it all works, get tuned up and try like all the different models. And so I was like super stressed about, like, I had this in my head, like, oh my God, I got like about like, you know, 2 weeks of wind to do everything. So I was like, full power. And then we've had like this sort of like endless summer through September. Like,
it's just carried on, isn't it?
It's just carried on. It's been like the last week has been probably the best week of the summer, I think. Like, it's just been really, really good conditions with waves and everything. And I'm absolutely punished. I've just been like sailing. I mean, it looks like it's actually just shut down. Like, I think today is like glassy. Yesterday was glassy. So
we get the same kind of system. So, you know, and I know Portugal, like you say, usually sort of as we getting in towards the end of August, it's kind of already drifting off, and then September's usually a surfing month. You know,
exactly.
A little bit like it's been the last days. But then I've obviously been in the UK. But when I was looking at Portugal, when I got home from Portugal, it was just windy every day. And I'm looking at the Canaries after Tenerife, and it literally kicked in and it hadn't stopped. And I could see all the riders who live in the Canaries are kind of like loving it, because obviously all the guys from the World Cup have gone home, most of them. And it's kind of the guys who live in the Canaries who are still there. And you've got swell, and there's wind, and there's less people on the water.
It's been amazing. I did like a little shoot in Pozo, and it was like I was the only one there, which is like, you know, like in the summer, it's just carnage. I mean, there are a few people upwind sailing, but like actually in the bunker going through the waves, there was no one. It was like me and one other guy. It was like insane. So it's been good, really, really good. It's like kind of like, because you get sort of good days in the winter where there's not many people about, but generally the conditions aren't they're slightly different. They're a bit more like harsh, a bit more sort of, not so. In the summer, it's just all kind of like really nice and friendly and easy. And so it's like we had the really, really nice, easy, fun conditions, but with no one out. So it's like, super.
But how long were you on RRD? We are going to do a podcast, so don't worry. I just wanted to how long were you on RRD before changing for Patrick now?
Like I joined them like 17 years ago. Just at the time, just on the boards. I was on Nash Sales and RRD boards for like a year and a half, and then 15 years ago I joined on fully RRD with the sales and everything. So it's a long time. Like,
so how is it changing brands? Like how is that? Like, because obviously you're coming on not just as a team rider, obviously, because now with your background in the sales and the board design, what's your main role?
Was sort of like in the beginning, we've got the idea is like a wave project basically. So obviously Patrick is doing so well in the racing. It's like really the leader, the foil. He's like number one. And I mean, you know, Maciek's using it now, and he's not sponsored by them in any way. So it just goes to show that they're really there. And the idea is just to put that same energy into the waves. And you know, Patrick's such an amazing designer, and you know, he's done so well, but he's literally doing everything. So it's just kind of like to try and like take a bit of weight off his shoulders and like just put that energy in the end. You know, I mean, I'm sure you know, it's like so much of windsurfing is about just putting energy into the different areas, and where windsurfing is so like sort of broad, sometimes it's quite hard to put that same energy into everything. So we're planning like a wave project, like sort of almost not starting from scratch, but like as a concept, sort of trying to create this like a project to really just like push the waves and really focus on the waves and get like some, you know, a good team and good products, and just put it all together and really push it hard. So it's really exciting.
That's exciting. It is exciting, because I thought it would take a good project to get you out of RRD, because like you say, you've been there for so long, and one of the main guys. So it's interesting to see where it goes, that's for sure. And
it's super exciting. It was a massive decision, and I must admit I didn't really sleep for about 2 months. So really exciting. And right now, like, so much work to catch up on, and because it's been windy all the time, I've been like, I find for sure you're the same. You have this sort of like work-sail balance that you have to kind of get right. and it's definitely been more on the sailing side. So I'm quite happy now that the wind's dropped a bit. I'm like, okay, right now I just need to spend like 12 hours a day catching up on the computer. So.
No, but I totally hear, and that's the interesting thing is getting that balance right, because sometimes it obviously goes both ways, but more this summer I've done more work than windsurfing, and I always tell people, because a lot of people always ask me, well, how are you so passionate for windsurfing? I'm like, the main thing is you've got to go windsurfing. Like, I see so many people in the industry who don't go windsurfing, and then you lose it a little bit. But also I think equally, if you go too much windsurfing, you're not hungry. So it is finding that balance between windsurfing, enjoying it, not just sticking for me to just wave sailing, doing a bit of everything, because I think that also helps create that, that hunger. I think there's definitely a hunger in me still to go windsurfing in good conditions. And I think not sailing in perfect conditions all the time sometimes is also useful. I know it sounds daft, but like, I think if you sail in perfection, then you get very spoiled and you don't appreciate some of the conditions which are not so good. Like the guys in Maui. I'm sure sometimes I've heard them moaning about certain things. I'm thinking, you guys, it's crazy.
No, it's definitely true. Like, I actually found it, like when I first sort of started living out in the Canaries, I actually found that side of it like quite difficult, because like in coming from England, as you know, you're kind of like waiting for these storms to come across, and you have like big periods where you're not sailing at all. And you're kind of like building up that excitement. And then when you see this, oh, it's going to be windy, and you're like calling all your friends, oh, where are you going to go? It looks like good on Monday, you're the tire. And then you all go there, and then you score this session, and you sail like for like 5 hours, because you know that you might not get another chance. And there's something really magical about that. And then when I came out here to Canaries, it's like just windy every day. It's like nothing to do. It's like, should we go sailing next Thursday at 4 o'clock? You know what I mean? And then I found it like in a sense, sort of a little bit demotivating, because it's just like the same all the time. And then also it's all the same conditions. Like in England, you get like, it's southwest, it's going to be good at this spot on this tide. And then the next day, it's northwest, you need to go to this other place. And then here it's just like, Pozo if it's high tide, and Parkers if it's low tide. And more or less it's like that all summer. But like a bit like you, like I found for me, like definitely like the slalom stuff really keeps it fresh. And when it gets a bit groundhoggy day, you can like just take your slalom gear out and like try and do some speed runs with a GPS watch, or go blasting through Pozo on the slalom gear and get the heart rate up, and just like keeping it kind of fresh. And I think it's really important. So it's like when you're somewhere where it's sort of basically really, really good all the time, I think, it's on one side it's amazing. On the other side, you need to find ways to sort of like keep the energy. So
I think the problem is it depends on your job as well. If you've got a job which only gives you limited time, then you need to live in one of those places. So then when you do have the time, you can actually go sailing. But when you've got the time to pick, like you say, it's like, oh, this is a bit too easy. It's like, come on. But no, it's good. All right, let's have a look. So Maciek Rutkowski, where is he? What have we got? 130 kilometers. So 6 hours in, 130 kilometers. He's been averaging just over 20 kilometers an hour. So that should pick itself up as well, hopefully to about 25 kilometers an hour, 30 kilometers by the time he's done it. So he's still got a few hours left by the looks of it, but he's he's cruising around 40k, high 30s, 40k when he's trying to not go as fast at the moment. What you got today? I know you can't stay for long, so just feel free to say when you go, because I know
I should probably make a move pretty soon. But I was gonna say, like the beginning bit of Maciek's thing with no wind, I think sometimes it's worse than having wind. It's like absolutely draining.
And especially knowing you've got so long ahead of you, and then you spend the first 2 hours literally covering 8 kilometers.
Especially when you're going for a record, that's basically it's game over, done already, isn't it?
Exactly. It looked unlucky, really, because the forecast looked, you would have thought even on that the lighter end, he would have got foiling, and he could have kind of just made it out into the wind quicker, because that's the problem. that speed, you don't get to the wind line quick. You just end up tootling, walking pace. It's kind of frustrating, but he's going great now. It looks like he's been cruising this last bit. This looks the hardest job, I reckon. This looks brutal.
I saw the guys in the boat. It must be hell on earth, no? So SIS guy, that's a camera. It looked like a machine gun he had behind him there.
Just in case they have pirates.
So it's an SAS guy with a machine gun, just like getting ready to take him out. But...
No, brutal.
Cool. Well, Ben, maybe I'll leave you and get on with some work and pop back in later if you want.
No worries.
I'll be around all day on the computer. Good luck with everything, and if you speak to Maciek at the end, give him best of luck to him.
Pat him on the back.
A virtual pat on the back. So cool. All right, take it easy, Ben. Cheers.
Cheers, dude. Thanks, mate. See you in a bit. So we go. John Sky just finished working with RRD, moved over to Patrick Windsurfing. So that is an interesting, and I would say that's pretty big scalp for Patrick Windsurfing. One of the younger designers coming through. Obviously, he spent a long time doing sales and boards for RRD. So it'd be interesting how much that kind of moves into the Patrick stuff. At the moment, it looks like he's got the Wave project on the go, but we have got Mr. Paul Van Bellen back over in Australia.
Tell me, Benny, what's been happening? What have I missed?
Well, not too much, actually. There was a bit of a loose moment, but he looks like he's been making good ground the last sort of half an hour or so. Making good time, I would say.
Awesome. So no more catapults?
I think there's been one. I can't remember when you left. Did he change down sails?
No. Did he change sails?
He was talking of changing sails. Apparently, he hasn't changed sails. But there was a bit of talk of that. The wind has increased. Obviously, the swell and the chop is there. It looks pretty brutal, but I think he's made some really good time the last little bit.
Oh, wow. Have you had any other guests on?
Who have we had? We've had Bob Vanderberg, who's done the crossing from the Netherlands to the UK and then back again, which is
cool.
That is a hell of a crossing. That took him over 24 hours apparently.
Wow.
So that seemed pretty brutal, and he said he was broken. It was good to have the insight actually from Bob about this challenge. And we've had Mr. John Sky on, who's also done like a really cool downwinder. I forgot, actually, reminded me. They did it with Guy Cribb and a few of them, where they set off from Bournemouth on the south coast and then sailed kind of down to Brighton way, which, if you know the UK, that whole south coast stretch. But the cool thing about it is there's just so many different spots all along that coast. And he said, as you're sailing downwind, going through these kind of mini wave spots, it will be kind of the same as sailing from Geraldton down to Coronation, where you'd go past spot X and then you'd get past the top of Corros. But it's like that all the way down the coast, like 100, I said it's 100 miles or something like that.
Yeah, wow, okay. It's a new thing, mate. Everyone's going to be doing long distance.
Yeah. So we'll see. How's the conditions over there?
Oh, it's good. I just had a shower, had some food, because the thing is, it's warmer during the day, but as soon as the sun goes down, it gets cold pretty quick. So I just wanted to get some more clothes on, but no, it looks like there's people on the water, although they're probably all done now because it's starting to get dark.
Yeah.
But no, it looks. I think they had some fun, smaller waves, but anyway,
they get your teeth into.
Yeah, I don't think they're complaining too much. Cool. So what's the ETA at the moment with Maciek?
Oh, it's a good question. We could probably work it out. It would actually be quite cool if they had that, like a predicted, time of arrival, which I guess we can work it out. I think from the last time we checked, I'll wait for the phone to come up with the stats, but I think they had something like 80. Is it 80 kilometers to go? Was that what I remember?
Really?
I'll have a look. I'm sure we'll see it. But it looked like, if you think it probably 2 hours.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe. It looked like he was going to miss that 7 hour one from my calculations.
28.7, that's the current record or something, is it? Or?
No, it was just something they'd set themselves, I think, like where they thought, oh, we're going to try and do it under 7 hours. That was kind of, which I guess if he hadn't have had that light wind at the beginning, he'd be looking pretty good for that. Although it looks like maybe we've had a bit of a crash again. No, he's still going.
Or maybe he fell and is getting back going again.
Yeah.
Because look at those guys. They actually look like they're getting a bit drenched in there, huh?
They said it's absolutely miserable.
Oh dear.
It really didn't sound fun, the last message. We can listen to it again, yeah.
Sorry for being quiet, Ben. It just got so wet on the boat now
Oh dear.
that I'm struggling to use my phone. The time between I wipe the screen and the time when I try to press the button, we get sprayed a couple times and I can't really do much. Yeah, other than that, the swell is definitely bigger. The wind remains on the limit for the 6-7, but as far as I know, Maciek is still on the same sail. When he had a moment on the leading boat when a break a while ago, I believe he was just tuning the setup a little bit to make it a little bit easier with overpowered conditions. But for now, he's struggling on and doing well. We have 47 miles left, so maybe 2 hours, maybe 2.5, something like that.
So that was 20 minutes, half an hour ago, that was. And they had about 50 miles left.
Oh my God. Those guys.
That board looks like it's concave the wrong way, doesn't it? Is it me or is it my eyes?
Maybe yeah, maybe it's that the bottom's flat, but the top goes down a bit, if you know what I mean.
Beak, yeah.
Yeah. Interesting, isn't it? Oh, what's going on here? Is this the sail change or?
I don't know. It looks like there's some big swell and chop out there. It looks pretty. You see how fast they're going in that boat. You know, to keep up with Maciek on the foil, they've got to be cranking.
Get moving, yeah. So if Maciek makes it to the other side, that's an actual a Guinness World Record?
Yes.
If
he makes it in under, it looks like a crash. Yeah, in under 22 hours. The last time someone did it, they did it in 22 hours.
All right. Oh, okay. Well,
so he's going to smash that as long as he makes it.
Yeah.
Vladislav is around 14 to 15 degrees, according to the data.
It looks kind of dark as well. Like, what time does it get dark there?
It looks pretty stormy now. They've got loads. I don't think there's much sun. I think that's the only problem. But they've got a long time before dark. Well, if he cracks on. But maybe we'll get a bit of an update, say slow down. Because that's the thing. I've been in the boat on the Deafy Wind, the boat that goes up the start line and goes down. And it's pretty hardcore. It's pretty hardcore.
I can imagine.
And you've got to remember, the guys in the other boat, the lead boat, don't have like that water. They don't have a cabin. Like the guys in the media boat have got like that kind of cabin just to maybe keep the water off a little bit. But it doesn't sound like it's doing much. But the other boat has got nothing. That sounds pretty brutal.
You're doing well, Benny. You've been going for 5.5 hours, mate. So, although if there's any man for the job, it's you, mate, with all your marathon.
I don't know how I sign up for these things. Henning, he said, I've spent 45 minutes on the start boat in Tenerife at the TWS, and that killed me. Unbelievable punishment on that boat.
Oh, really?
Adrian says, who has been listening since this morning? Did go out for half an hour once. Oh, he cheated.
Adrian's a super fan, isn't he?
Yeah, he's doing a good job keeping the morale up.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems to me that the conditions have gotten a bit rougher the further they've gone into it. But as they're getting closer to Poland, hasn't exactly let up, has it?
No, not at all. Hey, Waggy's been watching from the beginning. Good job over in Cape Town. Let us know in the comments. Is he going to make it? Or maybe you need to predict the exact time that he's going to make it. Maybe we should give a Windsurfing.TV hat away for the person who gets the closest. Or maybe I'll make it so I don't have to give the hat away.
What is the local time there?
Hey?
What is the local time there?
It's a good question. It's an hour ahead of me because I started at 6 in the morning and they started at 7.
Yeah. So what time is it now?
It is 11:40. So their time is 12:40, I think.
12:40. Okay. Well, do you want to we'll both make a prediction? Maybe people can write their comment.
No, but maybe we should just say it in how many hours and minutes it's going to be.
Rather than what time?
There we go. SPN. It says 7 hours and 15 minutes.
Okay. And so hold on, just so I understand, but this podcast or the live stream's been going for 5 minutes 40. That pretty much started almost on the dot, did it? When he started?
A couple of minutes after, as far as I can work out.
Yeah, okay, that's cool.
This is what I'm trying to figure out because they've started their phone, with all that details. I would imagine that would be when they started, but it seems a bit too long. But maybe it was going for a bit longer than I. So maybe I think we should probably go off the phone that they've got because I just don't know why they would have started it earlier.
Yeah.
It would make sense to be that's the official time or at close to. Yeah. So we can wait for them to get an update on that.
Well, all right. Well, if he's got how many? That's 59. Sorry, how many miles was there to go? Did they say?
I've got to wait for that phone to come up.
Oh, okay.
Because it's got all the details on it.
God, these guys are the real heroes, aren't they?
That looks savage, I have to say.
The guys in the back. Poor guys, they're just covered.
They're just shells. Okay.
Oh, there's Justina.
Justina and the commentator. Yeah, it's 217 kilometers.
Okay. Well, I think that's it'd be interesting to see how he goes once he gets closer to the coast, because that image that you showed earlier, Ben, didn't look like there was a hell of a lot of wind.
That's part of the skill.
Coastline. So yeah, I know if it really depends on how far out from the coast it's like that, I guess.
Okay, looking at the GPS. I'm waiting for this TV thing to come up, but
what's going on? Batteries are charging.
So I'm just trying to update this thing, but it's not.
It's all good
at the moment.
Got a few comments here. Windy Days Dave reckons 8 hours and 21 minutes.
Yeah.
We've got Espan.
He's had a couple of guesses.
Another good name to try to pronounce. How do you pronounce that one, Benny?
Espion Kalodism. I'm such the worst person to be a commentator. I'm like fully reading dyslexic with names. If I could read, like I could have anything that's my worst nightmare it's actually reading and pronouncing names, and that is what I do for a living. But it's like one of my worst things ever. Just anyway.
Well, the European names, it's quite complicated, all the different languages. Phonetically, how do you say that, Espen? Can we type that in the comment there? I'd like to know. KJAER. How do you pronounce
You're
that?
Dutch. You should know.
Well, that's not Dutch, man. That's sort of Scandinavian.
Yeah, but still Dutch. You can say some weird words.
If it was Dutch, it'd be.
Totally. That's some good guesses coming in.
Oh yeah. Chris
Martin
Cleland.
Martin DeMann is easy. How's the Achilles tendon?
A lot of people reckon it's going to be starting with an 8 hours something.
I think he might get it under. I'm going in the 7s.
7s? Oh, I see. Well, that means it would have to finish within 2 hours or 2 hours. Huh?
Yeah, I can see that. I think he's been cruising the last bit.
Yeah,
I mean,
but just close to the coast though. Huh? There was like almost no wind by the looks of it on the beach.
Yeah, there is that, but you never know if he gets to a certain point. Might just be the end. Vlad 7:44. I need to see the time. I was thinking like 7.5, but then I guess another 15, 20 minutes at the end. Yeah, it could be 7:44. That's not a bad guess.
Oh, now we're getting into the 7s.
I'm just trying to keep my hats. Just teasing people. Oh yeah, it's definitely the 7s.
Oh, here we go. 7 hours, 58 minutes, and 15 seconds.
Well, you never know. Might be the difference maker.
That'd be interesting to see how close that one comes. So what's happened to the live footage?
Well, I don't know. That's kind of what I'm waiting for an update. I am just obviously receiving what they're putting out, but
that would be interesting, actually. Maybe having a race across there, having multiple.
Yeah, that would be pretty hectic.
Oh, wouldn't it? I'm actually quite impressed with how many people are watching your live stream here, Ben. We're up to 223. That's not bad, is it, for a long distance windsurf event?
Yeah, I mean, let's see where we finish up. Did you get breakfast, Ben? No, I had nothing. I'm fasting.
Oh, you still haven't eaten?
I'm fasting.
You're fasting now, mate. We're gonna unleash that 6-pack under there.
I'm what is it called? Intermittent faster by accident.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. We've got someone watching from Maryland, USA. It's cool. This guy, Bruno, I'm still here and I still don't windsurf.
Wow. Well, that's impressive.
Do you want to windsurf, Bruno? Is that like, are you interested? Or are you just like hearing Ben's voice? Or
how have you stumbled across it? How have you got across it, and then how have you stayed? That's really interesting.
Makes you wonder, actually, Benny, how many people follow you but don't actually windsurf. Would you have any idea?
I wouldn't imagine many. Put it that way.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Oh, what's going on?
140 kilometers done. So you've got 60, 70, 80 left.
80 left. Oh, okay. Well, it's
that's quite a lot. Yeah. Okay. 2 hours.
Now, what speed's he going at the moment?
Yeah, it's in the 8s. It's going to be in the 8s because if he's got 80 left, he's not averaging 40 at the moment. So that's
how fast is he?
That's at least 2 hours. So that's 8, and that's bearing in mind he does 40. I'm thinking it's late 8s on their clock.
Oh, late 8s now. But how fast is he actually going right now?
But their clock is half an hour slower than mine, which is a bit odd. It could be mid 8s if my clock's right, but late 8s on their clock.
Yeah.
I would guess. I'm just looking at, he's doing 40 every now and again, high 30s. He's got 80 kilometers to go. So that's if he even carries on at this rate, it's
still minimum 2 hours. Yeah.
Your disc is almost full. Is this live stream eating my disc? Oh my god. Maybe I'm going to shut down before he does.
Oh, shit. I think I don't know. Like I've got a feeling it might still be at least closer to 3 hours finished than 2. Only because even if he gets 5Ks from the shore and it drops down to 10 knots, all of a sudden he's going from 40 kilometers an hour to 5 kilometers an hour. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think so. I'm just trying to get some extra space.
Oh, Chris here is watching from Scotland, and it's blowing its tits off. So having to leave stream soon. So no, that's a good excuse, Chris.
Yeah, I don't want to hear that.
Oh, here we go, Bruno. So he's into kiting. He's into kiting, but I love water sports in general. Oh, here we go. You got kiter fans, Benny.
Oh my god.
No, but that's cool, Bruno. Good on you, mate. He's a kiter, but he actually really, he wants to be a windsurfer, Benny.
He's a closet windsurfer.
Mintox Ace, watching from Australia. There we go. Another Aussie.
I'm trying to get some space here. It's not.
Oh, okay. Let's hope. So we've got 2 bets going on. Either it's Maciek's time and whether Benny can get enough space. And the drama's increasing here, Benny.
Yeah.
There's lots of stuff going on.
Oh, God. Well, let's hope it lasts. Well, I don't know why this is saving to my laptop. Why? Maybe it's a remotely thing. Maybe I can delete that. I don't really know. I don't want to delete it though. Let's see. Let's see how we're going.
These guys there look like they're running a some kind of undercover
Drug
military operation, isn't it? Oh, a drug run.
It does look dodgy, doesn't it? Looks like it looks almost Black Ops.
God, I can't wait to hear how Maciek's been going this whole trip. Is it?
Yeah, I mean that's the interesting bit. It's just it would be great to have like every so often they stop and almost just give an English report. I mean, because I heard it in Polish, but I don't understand a thing. But just to hear him go, "Oh my God, I'm dead, I'm dying," you know what I mean, like that kind of bit of info is pretty interesting.
Yeah. Oh, I guess we'll get a good rundown from him. But just being on the same tack, I think that's the part that I wouldn't be enjoying, because you know what it's like when you're sailing. After a while, you want to turn around, don't you, just to get the other side.
That's what Bob was saying. Bob was saying he was doing like mini kind of fake runs the other way, even not planing, just to give his body a rest.
Yeah.
Which I never really thought of, but it kind of makes sense.
This is interesting. We've got somebody watching from the Netherlands. How did he eat and drink? Well, he's got a Camelback, and I guess he's What about food? What's he doing for food again, Benny? He's got little snacks, and he's
he's got gels, bars, little bits of like you would have in like a cycling race or something like that. The endurance athlete type stuff, gels, and that sort of stuff.
Got Remy, New Caledonian, watching from Melbourne. All corners of the globe. They're all here.
Yeah. So if he averages this speed now, he's still quite a good way off, isn't he? He's still got a couple of hours Jesus.
Well, and that's assuming he's maintaining the speed all the way to the coast.
Yeah, and that's bearing in mind nothing goes wrong.
Yeah, I think it's going to be closer to 3 hours, but I don't know. Could be wrong.
Yeah. My intermittent fasting is...
It's all about intermittent fasting for you now, isn't it, Benny? You're going to be right into it.
I've been doing it for ages. I do it every time I want to lose weight. I literally...
Oh, right.
But obviously we got Maciek here, but this is a long podcast, so we talk about anything. But my take on this fasting, intermittent fasting, whatever, is because you spend time not eating, when you eat, because it feels like a big deal because you've waited so long.
Yeah.
I feel like you don't eat shit as well. So it's got like this double effect.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
You've waited so long. Like I don't try not to eat before 12. And then when 12 o'clock comes, I'm like, I want to eat healthy because I've waited so long to eat. So then you eating healthy and you're also not eating as many calories because you're not eating for very long and you're giving your body time to do your thing. So you kind of like gets these triple effect. That's my take on it anyway.
Yeah. Wow. Makes sense.
Yeah, this is not easy sailing right now. It's definitely not easy in the boat, as we were saying before.
Got Croatia here. It's good windsurfing in. I've never been to Croatia, but that looks like an awesome place to windsurf too, huh?
It's fun. I've been to actually Tony. I think maybe it was Tony who was on earlier, or the center that he owns is that Bol in Croatia, which is the zoo station, which I went there years and years ago. But it was super fun. They had a really good vibe, and it's a great place. It's like wind in the afternoon comes in. They have these crazy winds. Maybe someone in the comments can let me know what it's called, which comes from the other direction, which is like this storm style wind, but it like gets mental. I don't know. It is called something down there in that sort of part of the world. I can't remember what it's called, but I seem to remember him telling me they can get wave sailing when it comes in from the other direction. Well, jumping and stuff.
Yeah.
The Bora, is that it? Is that what it's
called? Yeah. Bura, Bura?
Yeah, Bura, that sounds right. That's the one.
Cool. Yeah, it looks beautiful.
I'm just going to lie back for a second. Oh, that's not me farting. That's the chair, by the way. Just wondering what that noise was.
What's the longest distance you've
What's
sailed?
this? What's this trophy? Is that what you were asking?
I didn't even notice that trophy. Oh my god, you got it right there, Betty.
I did it. To be fair, I did it for comedy effect, but no one mentioned it, so I was kind of gutted.
It's because we can only see half of it, Benny. It's sort of just. Hang on. And plus, you're only a little square. Oh my god, here we go.
You see that? This is 7.
Looks like, that's massive.
7 kilos.
It looks like a shark fin.
7 kilos, this thing.
How did you bring that thing back?
Exactly. I had to leave stuff because I couldn't fit it in.
Did you carry it on the plane?
Yeah, I'd actually put it in the bag on the plane.
No, that's awesome. How'd you feel, Benny, winning that?
Well, I actually, pretty good.
That's awesome, mate.
Pretty good.
I could just see it too. They wouldn't have been hearing the end of it, would they? Were you just rubbing in their faces? And
actually, I wasn't really.
Oh, you weren't? Okay.
No.
Not like you did with Mark.
Well, yeah, I was doing that, but that's nothing. No, it's close. Like the final, we didn't have the best conditions for the final. It was all right, but it was actually I had better heats than in the final. I think most people did. The final was kind of like it was all right, but it was good. It was fun. I actually had the most fun I had though was the week sailing before. It was so good. It was so.
Oh,
fun.
really? Yeah.
It was like sailing Coros.
Okay.
It was that type of conditions, a bit more cross shore. Yeah. But, and just like the same sort of power in the wave, not like a crazy wave. It's kind of a fun spot, like a fun park, which, I've missed that type of sailing. And, with hardly anyone on the water, loads of space, and it's just so good. Like Rosie, when it's good like that, is hard to beat.
No, it looks awesome. Good group of people there too. I enjoyed the video. He did the walk around, went into the shop, and then you went on the beach and the young kids and all that. So,
it's funny.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
It is actually funny, and there's some good crew coming up. But you can see like there's a lot of windsurfers who now have got kids that are that age where they're sort of late single digits, early teens, and you can see them coming through, and it feels like there's a new generation coming.
Yeah, it's nice.
Which I think is good.
I found that the UK crew, they all just seem like a really good bunch of people over there. Like all the windsurfers, they're all, I don't know, pretty salt of the earth kind of people. They sound pretty cool. Yeah.
That's the one thing I would say I miss living in Portugal. Not that the people aren't good here, but there's less of them. Like the windsurfers here are all cool, but we haven't got many. It's not like you're down the beach and there's loads of you. There's a few of you. But compared to like the UK, and maybe we're a bit spoiled because obviously I used to live, or Rosniger was my sort of home spot. So obviously I met loads of people I haven't seen for years and years and years, and it was pretty cool. To be fair, a lot of them are getting on a bit, and a few of them, more than most, were on foils, on wings.
Oh right.
Like, oh my God! But to be fair, Rosniger is a good winging spot because the wave's quite soft. So in the sort of lighter winds, 10 to 15 knots, you do spend a bit of time on the old wing. So I kind of, I did talk to them.
No, it sounds super cool. Actually, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but the impression I'm getting is that there's a bit of a revival of some of these events in the UK. Like, is there a few more?
Yeah, I was saying the same thing. I think, I haven't been back to the UK for ages, really. And it's good to see that, there's like in all these things, you get new people taking over, and there's got to be a reason usually for people taking over and doing different jobs. And Willie is obviously taken over doing the British tour, and he's got two young sons that are coming up. One of them won and the other one was second in the youth category. So, that having that motivation to want to come and do these events and, be the guy who's heading around stuff. Then you've got like, all the people that do the judging. And it just goes through cycles. You never know. Like I always just think it's a job that there's not many people want to do that responsibility for towing this trailer around, doing all the flags, doing all the heat boards. So you've got to have skin in the game, which is kind of having kids, that you want to put this thing on. Obviously Willie organizes the Tyree Wave Classic. That was kind of what he's done. He's been a windsurfer all his life. He's got Wild Diamond windsurfing school and stuff in Tyree. Then, more recently took on the Tyree Wave Classic. He's done that for a few years, and now he's kind of helping run the whole thing on the UK with, other people doing different roles. But it looks good. And then obviously George, who is sponsoring Windsurfing.TV for quite a few years, not anymore, but he's been putting. I was listening to Nigel, who run it before Willie, and he was basically talking about the kids and what they were going to do for the future. And George, who is a Rosniger kind of local, that's his local wave spot, he's done well with business, and he overheard this conversation and he said, look, well, how can I help? How can I, put some money into to help the youth? This was a long time ago now. So he's been supporting those kind of youth projects, which is the Future Pros, it's called in the UK. And they basically have a coach, and people give up their time, but there is a paid coach and stuff to happen, and they set little challenges, and they're trying to run these little Future Pro events at the same time as the wave competition, so they get to see the bigger pros and the other people hanging around. They get motivated by that. They do their own little competitions, and it's kind of a whole thing. So it really is going the right way. And
cool.
There's been people, kids come from the Future Pros, which Lucas Meldrum is one of them, who has now gone on. He's won the Tyree Wave Classic the last 2 years in a row. So, it has worked, 10 years on, and, they have gone on to do well. And the same with, you saw it with Pozo, with the PWA, since we've done those youth finals, Marino Gill, Moritz Mao, Alessio Stilrich, Costa, all these guys have come through those youth things. Marino, obviously, and Liam Dunkerbeck is the newer ones, and they're now, getting on podiums and stuff. So you've got to put that effort in. It doesn't happen from nothing, and it really helps if you have a group together, because I'm seeing it with our kids already. They're pushed by other kids. Like you try and get Vienna to eat something, no chance. If Miguel eats a bit of pizza, now she's eating pizza. Now she's having some chicken. I'm like, oh, Miguel.
Yeah, right.
If I ask her to have some chicken, oh no, Dad, not having that. Yeah. It's quite funny, man. It is funny how they're so motivated by other kids.
Yeah.
And it's obvious. It's obvious when you think about it.
No, it was awesome to see. It's obviously we've often talked about the whole new generation coming through and the future of windsurfing, but there it is. It is happening.
Yeah, it's happening again. Will it be as big as it was in the 80s? No, of course it won't. But it doesn't need to be. It does. We don't want it that big. There was no space.
No, I think it's pretty sweet right now, to be honest. I think it's kind of cool as long as the industry can continue on. But yeah, it's the other thing when I see these young kids, I look at them. I think they don't know it, but I look at them and think you have no idea how lucky you are to have the gear that you've got now. I keep. Because they're basically born at the perfect time. Well, getting into it at the perfect time, isn't it? The gear's great now.
Yeah.
So
it's amazing. I mean,
so
for
much
kids
easier.
now,
Yeah.
you look at the kit you learnt on. Oh my God! Well, not just you personally, but
but yeah. No, I'm pretty old now, Benny.
Stefan said, my longest surf session for one day is 210 kilometers in 6 hours, 50 minutes. I just made a short stop to change equipment. Wind dropped, so I had to change. It's impressive, man.
Oh, well, you may have mentioned already, Benny, but do you know what the longest, how many Ks or whatever you've done in a day? Or
I have no clue. I should look on the Water Speed app, but I'll be honest, more recently, since I've been using like the app and the stuff like this, I've not really done any long sessions. Back in the day when I was a bit younger, I would go all day, not even stop. Now I'm a bit more picky. I've got work to do. I'll go for an hour, go for a couple of hours if it's good, or but I don't rarely go for longer than that, especially free ride stuff.
But it's interesting because I'm thinking about it myself. But on wave gear, when you're planing along at a sprightly pace, you're doing, I don't know, 23, 24 knots, kind of thing. But I could easily be on the water for 2 hours planing around. So, let's just say you did 40, what's that, 40 knots? What's that in kilometers? Well, it's about, I don't know, it's about 70, 75 kilometers, I guess, isn't it?
Yeah.
2 hours. So, I mean, it's actually a bit longer than you think. I mean, 70 Ks is a fair way, isn't it?
Yeah. 100%.
And that's just on wave gear for 2 hours. So I mean, if you're on free ride or slalom,
maybe I should do it just out of interest, just to give it a. It's hard going. It is hard going. I mean, what Maciek is going through now, he's like I said, he still could potentially have 2 hours left.
Yeah,
he's been going for 6 hours and still 2 hours left. It's
it's pretty impressive.
Yeah. Tillen here, it says, I'm in vacation on Lake Garda, learning to wing foil first time. And I'm I've been windsurfing for 3 years, 1 week per year. Oh, 1 week per year. And still a beginner. I am so torn. I don't know what to do. Tillen, we know what you should do, mate. I think you've come to the right place. We can advise you. Wing foil. No, you can do both. There's no reason why you can't do both apart from the price, but I think it all depends where you live. I think for me, flat water on the wing got very boring. Wave sailing on a wing, not for me. Slopey waves, maybe if I live in a place which is 10 to 15 knots and slopey waves. There are places like that. But I think if you're a windsurfer and you look at any of the guys that have got into wave sailing and whatever, they are not selling their wave gear. Most of the wing guys I know that wing, as soon as it gets to 4-7 weather, they're on windsurfing.
I was actually talking to a guy here today who's come from Margie's, and his business is selling and doing kite lessons and wing lessons. He said kite lessons are down, so kiting is I mean, I don't know what it's like in Europe, but in Australia, it's on a downward trajectory.
Yeah.
And he said that winging he's just noticed that it started to dip a little bit now. So it sort of was growing, and now it's starting to dip a little. So I'm wondering if we've reached peak wing
I think
or something.
I think you can look at it like, okay, who's going to learn to wing? It's windsurfers, it's kite surfers, it's surfers. These are the natural people to learn to wing. It's very rare that someone just goes, you know what, I'm going to learn to wing foil and comes out of the blue, which there will be people like that. But I would say mostly it's people from other water sports. So I think that has a natural kind of peak, which is the same with kiting. You know, the most early kiting was mostly windsurfers trying it out and learning. So I think that does change things. And then I think you're going to reach a bit where it drops and then it's just more the normal people. And then you also have the drift back where the people that have done it were a bit like me. I did it at first. I wanted to sort of say I could do it. I had a bit of fun. I still do it. I haven't done it for ages now, but it's not something but I wanted to do it straight away. And I think you will find that people will have learned it and then the novelty wears off. And then you lack, this is what I think anyway, you lack that connection with the water. Some people love the foil. I don't mind it, but I don't love it. Like I like being in connection with the water. That's surfing. I like being in connection with water. You know, don't get me wrong, surfing a wave on the foil's cool, but I would never want to lose that surfing. And it's the same with windsurfing.
Having said all that, watching Maciek just then, foiling through those chop, you probably prefer to be foiling through that.
So then there becomes the bit where you speak to the older guys, which I saw in Rosniger, and a lot of them are saying it's much easier. A few of them got problems with their knees, and they have been loving the foil for that. You know, so I can see, you know, there's going to be maybe we've got.
What's happening? Oh, gear on the boat.
Oh, is he trying to change? Because that would be so difficult to re-rig. Maybe he's.
Oh my God! Look at that boat just getting rocked around.
That looks savage, doesn't it? If you are just tuning in, this is Maciek Rutkowski trying to go from Sweden to Poland. He's done 6 hours already. Probably a couple of hours left. The conditions are pretty tough at the moment. The wind's gusting 20 knots by the looks of it, 20 something. He's on a 6.7 foil sail and obviously a 85 foil wide board, 550 front wing from what we're hearing, for anyone who's interested in that. But yeah, it looks like he's going to do it, but he didn't look totally happy there, did he? It didn't look like he was having a lovely old time.
No, well, he's probably pretty knackered by now, I imagine.
Yeah, I would imagine so. Let's have a look at these comments. I'm just going to read it. No bars as far as I know. He gets gels and shots. What's going on now? Looks like some sort of massage or something. Jeez. All right for some.
Gels.
Gels, just gels.
Never
Jean-Mick Gel said, I did 170 Ks in 5 hours last month.
Well, that's... yeah, 35k an hour. That's not bad.
My longest session, 173 Ks.
Yeah, right. That's pretty good.
Paul, question for you. Does winning Rosniger Wave Classic mean you automatically qualify for the Wave Rally World Championships?
Mate, not only does winning it, just entering it does. So you're all welcome.
How are you getting on? I heard you opened up the entry.
Yeah, I opened it about 2 days ago. I've got 8 entries already.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah,
you're nearly a tenth of the way full.
Yeah, no, I'm sort of quietly confident I might actually sell this one out. I don't know. I've just got a feeling there's a bit more interest. I had 82 last time, so we'll see.
Looks good.
Yeah, see what happens.
We will see. We're going to be doing some, obviously, talking on that coming up in the podcast. The podcasts are back open at the moment. This is the start. It's kicking off with an 8-hour marathon. We've got, hey, Paul, could you a port tack video of this stream for me?
Yeah, that's. I'm assuming that's related to my making a port tack about time video the other day. If anyone didn't know,
I was at Ross Niger the other day. I don't know if I told you at one. No, but we were in Ross Niger in the flat of the shop, and we were watching about time port tack. And there was a few South Coast boys who were starboard tack people got a little bit freaked out.
Oh no! Oh, okay.
They were getting upset. They couldn't watch it.
Yeah. But they put the starboard tack version.
I don't want to say names, but a certain James Cox, who's a top British wave sailor, had a freak out. He's like, no, I cannot watch this. You know? And then we had to put the original on, and then he was like, okay, that's all right. Now I can.
Well, that's the beauty, you know. There's two options there, you know. So
no, but it's really interesting. The port tack guys were loving it.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
It actually is really well. Like you don't realize how easy it is just to watch it and appreciate it in port tack.
Well, yeah, it's also just because I sail port tack all the time, and the guys around here, so we're kind of thinking, how does he do the turns? Isn't it interesting when you're watching port tack how different it looks? It's just, it's crazy. It's just, it's kind of weird. Yeah. Anyway, and also just seeing Maui in port tack's kind of interesting too, isn't it? Just a different.
Yeah, no, I thought it was really interesting. I thought it worked really well, like much better than I thought it would. I mean, why wouldn't it? But you kind of think to yourself, but it's not real. So that's what Coxie was saying. It's not real. I can't watch it.
I know it's not real, but the thing is, if it was port tack Maui, that's what it would look like. You know what I mean? Like, it's just that the wind happens to be going the other way. So it kind of is real in that sense, if you know what I mean.
Okay, we've got Street Sailor here. Maciek is back up and running now. He says, my longest windsurf on land in one day, just over 100 miles. On a Californian dry lake, covering 2,117 miles over 49 days.
Like a wind skate?
Jesus, it must be, yeah.
What's he done? 100.
I'm trying to work it out. What does that mean?
A statute miles.
What is that? I don't really understand.
Oh, I'll look it up, mate. All right.
Yeah, okay, good. I'm gonna leave you to it because I'm lost. He covered 2,117 miles over 49 days. Yeah, so 100 miles in the day.
A statute mile. A statute mile is a length of unit. Oh, it's exactly the same. It's just a mile. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So in 49 days, he did 2,117 miles over 50 days. Yeah.
Okay, that's it. Jeez, that's
40 miles a day.
Oh, that's almost across the US. Okay.
Good going.
It's not bad. It's a shame that we can't line up the wind and the roads a bit better for wind skating. So I tell you what, it's a fun way to get around.
I actually saw your video going through Geraldton on that skateboard. And I actually watched that all the way through. There's something weird about it, and how, like I've seen the BMX stuff from like Pilgrim, and he basically drops in a city somewhere and just basically BMX or kind of goes on the mountain bike round the city. And you watch it because you're visually seeing all these things. It's like when you do a walk around, you don't think you're going to stay. You see it's an hour long and you think, I'm not going to watch all this. And then you start like just kind of seeing everything and you're kind of in there. And it was kind of the same with you on the skateboard. I kind of watched it and I was like, oh, Jero. And then I saw
no, it is funny. And I'm not even that good at it. I mean, I can just,
no, you should.
I'm not doing any tricks or anything, that's for sure. But it's fun. It's good fun.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, right. Well, that's like 3/4 across, huh?
That's looking good, isn't it?
But yeah, that end section. So the wind's coming from. Hold on, which way is the wind coming from again?
Yeah, it must be coming from here.
Yeah, so it might get a bit funky close to that land.
Yeah, it could do, unless it's west and he's like on a slight downwind, which maybe not. Where? Yeah, it does look lighter. I'm just looking at windy. Hang on, let me just. If I look at.
What comments have we got here?
Yeah, it's lighter, but I mean, it looks. He's about here, is he?
Just can you zoom in again?
About there.
Yeah, so you see that it's close to coast.
Yeah, he's here. It's definitely light here. It's offshore.
Oh, exactly.
This could be a disaster.
That's what I mean. Like there's
Why wouldn't you go here?
Can you just could you just zoom out a little bit and see with that wind again? So how far does that green? What's the strength there? Is like 5 to 10 knots or something? Is it or?
That's 20.
Oh, okay. But in the green area.
Well, it says 18, but that's not officially what it is.
Oh, I see.
Because this could be all totally sheltered.
Okay, so still a little bit of wind there. All right.
But if I'm looking at that video that we saw, this looked glassy, and I thought, oh well, maybe it's not that far. But actually, that's pretty offshore.
Okay.
I reckon that might be a nightmare. Look at that. Look at that bit. Because this bit was not saleable.
Yeah.
Wherever it was here.
It's actually
This was glassy up here.
Yeah. It's actually, when you look at it from Sweden to there, it's a fairly consistent wind strength, isn't it? It's all fairly. It's not like there's big.
No, they've done well.
Big gusts.
I think they've picked a good forecast.
Yeah. That's cool. Just looking through the comments, there's lots about the gear. As we're talking about the young kids having the good gear. Svata Muskin, back in the early 90s, 10 to 15-year-olds, second-hand gear was absolutely crap. Well, that's when early 90s, that's when we were the teenagers, Benny, and that's it was tricky. Oh, this is an interesting discussion too. Merrick, he says gear was cheaper before. No, I suppose there was more mass production. And this is an interesting one because obviously it depends on how you're going to calculate the inflation and everything. But I honestly don't think it is actually any cheaper at all now or then. Or because I remember opening up magazines in Australia in the early 90s. They used to have prices back then, the shops. And you'd buy like a new wave sail, like I'm talking like 1992, and they were about 600, 700 Australian dollars. And now a new one's like, say, 1,300 or 400, so like double the price. But we're talking almost 30 years, more than 30 years ago. You take inflation into it. I'd argue as much as maybe some people might disagree with me, but I'd almost argue that the gear is actually cheaper now if you take inflation into account. Because 30 years, it wasn't cheap back then. I'm not saying it's super cheap right now, but
no.
I remember back then in early 90s, to buy a carbon mast and a board and a sail, it was very expensive as well. It was.
Also, you got to compare what you're getting for that money.
Well, yeah, that too. But I'm just saying, it's like the top of the range then and the top of the range now. You know what I mean? Like, or whatever, like a good. But honestly, it was not cheap.
What I was going to say is, if you look at what you got back then for the money, and now look at an equivalent, like the bottom of the range sail.
Oh, well, that's right. Yeah,
then it's actually not that bad. You know what I mean? Because that's the equivalent, really. You can't put like a top of the range sail back then because they were still using certain materials, whereas now it's totally different.
But the thing is too, like with this inflationary thing, you've got say a sail back then was $700 and now it's $1,400, so it's doubled in price in 30 years. But if you compare it to other items, a house, for example, the house that was $100,000 before is now 500, 600, whatever. Like some of those other items have blown way out more. You know what I mean? I think the issue with windsurfing gear is that nowadays there's a lot more financial pressures on, because you got to get a house, you got to get this car, there's so many things that people want to buy, and so there's a lot of things pulling, you know what I mean, a lot of bills, and I think that's what makes it tricky as well.
Yeah,
like the existence is a bit more complicated. There's more stuff, iPhones and computers, and you know what I mean.
Yeah, 100%. There's too many things to spend your money on. That's the problem.
Well, yeah. I think this whole notion of surfing gear getting expensive, I think the main comparison would be comparing, the last 30 years versus Windsurf 1 design. Like when boards were plastic and everything was a try. Okay, that's I think more the compare. You know what I mean? That's when people sort of say it's gotten a lot more expensive. You know what I mean? It's more related to that.
I think what you've got to remember is everything's got expensive. Like, it's not just windsurfing getting complained about. Everyone's complaining about everything. Electricity's got expensive. This got expensive. Houses have got expensive. Everything's got expensive. That's the problem. It's just the money has not gone up. It's just gone crazy. Look, there you go in the background. There's going to be a slow go in, isn't it?
It's going to swim in.
You might well have to at that rate. Jesus. God. Okay.
Yeah. Look. Yeah. Sorry. Obviously, you just said it, and I didn't. But this person said my income certainly hasn't 5x'd in the last 20 years, and that's the other aspects. Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. I think that's the biggest problem, because it isn't just windsurfing. It's not like someone's going, "Oh, windsurfing is too expensive," but everything else is fine. It's not like it's it's not on its own, is what I'm trying to say. It's not like the windsurfing industry is to blame. It feels like everything has done the same thing. And some things obviously have more of an effect, and windsurfing is a hobby, so maybe it feels a bit more. But if you just, like I say, look at electricity, look at heating, look at bills, look at council tax, look at anything. It's my God, it's crazy just in general. But second-hand prices, I do believe it has never been a better time to buy some second-hand stuff. I mean, there is some amazing stuff still on the market which you can pick up super cheap. So I think in that respect, I mean, look at those boards I've got outside. I'm not saying you should buy those boards because they're very, very old. But if you look at the condition they're in, you realize that, they do last quite a long time as opposed to other things.
Yeah.
So I think now, if you invested in a board now and you look after it, that board could very well take you a long, long, long way. If you look after it, change the straps every now and again, do whatever. But if you look after it, I generally think it would last a hell of a long time.
Well, especially if you end up doing a few little repairs here and there, just little ding repairs. It's far to hear, the price of a 60% carbon mast. I mean, remember those Neil Pride? They were those 60% masts, which were pretty high-end masts, and they cost a bomb, those things, I remember.
But that's what I mean. If you look at it price for price, I actually think it's not that bad. If you compare what a mast cost then, like you say, 60, and you compare it to 100% now, you're going to get a huge difference.
Yeah. Well, Benny, I'm part of the, sorry, just to segue or, just change topic. I'm now a committee member of Windsurfing Western Australia, and in 2 minutes time, I've got a meeting online.
Okay.
So I'm gonna just join that, and then.
Oh, I thought you were going to do it live on the podcast. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, but I'll join that, and then once that's done, I'm not sure how long it's going to take. I'll see if you're still going, and I'll join back in. So sorry, mate, I'm going to have to leave you now, mate. But
cool, all good.
Okay.
Well, cheers for joining, dude. I'll speak in a bit.
See.
Okay, so there we go. Mr. Paul Van Bellen has gone. We're 6 hours and 30 minutes into the stream. 3 cups of tea in, 0 food. Started at 6 this morning. We're still trucking on. We've had a few drop-ins. If anyone wants to join me on the stream, just send me a message or put it in the comments. I'll send you a link. You can join me. You just got to have good internet. Although Paul Van Bellen in the middle of the desert doing pretty good. Obviously, if you do want to watch the whole stream in Polish, there is obviously that is happening on Maciek Rutkowski's YouTube channel, but it is all in Polish. We're just doing a watch along here for anyone who's interested in following it. In English, we haven't got all the insights in Polish. We haven't got all the little videos you're seeing, but like I said, they are all in Polish as far as I understand it, or I've been told. So we're just bringing it to you for anyone who wants to stay. We're hearing he has got the Patrick 550 front wing. To answer that question, I'm going to go through some of the stuff now. There we go. What have we got this? I and my wife started windsurfing when kids moved out. Now 5 years later, pushing 59, I have learnt the carb jibe. It's absolute magic. Good job. Good job, man. I'm literally just working on a bit of a website app as a skill tracking type thing. You're going to be seeing it at some point. We're working on it with my man George over in Greece. So I don't know what is going to come out exactly, but the idea is to try and get you guys motivated to learn new stuff, to work out where you're at, and to give you a rating, let's say, as a windsurfer, which some people might not like, but I quite like the idea of kind of making it quantifiable and trying to work out where your next progression should be and motivate you to learn stuff that you might not thought you wanted to learn, but you think, oh, I didn't know I could try that. And we kind of, again, watch this space. There's something coming. But it's definitely for the guys who are kind of wanting to push their level or maybe stuck and want some sort of motivation or some quantifiable goals, which they can kind of look up. So watch this space. David Reardon says, if you have Windy Premium, you can do distance and planning and see how far out the light wind goes. Oh, there we go. I don't have that. Yeah, we've just gone through that one. Yeah, so we were talking about that mast before. It says now a nice 100% carbon second-hand mast is so affordable. I'd agree. And that's what I think. When you're looking at all these prices, you've got to look like for like, and you've got to look second-hand, and you've got to understand where the bargains are rather than moaning just about the price, because there are some good stuff to be had. Not everywhere, obviously. Is there live tracking somewhere? Well, we have to wait for them to give us, but I do have a live tracking, which I've been pulling up every so often, which we will put up in a minute. I'm just trying to catch up with these comments. I'm quite far behind. But comparing to winging or kite wind, it's still too expensive. Is that I'm not sure. I've seen some of the prices of some of this wing stuff, and it's just a bit of inflated and how easily they are damaged. I don't know. I'm not so sure on that, but the only good thing is, I guess, it fits in your car. That's the one downside we got to windsurfing. It's not so easy to put in your car. Well, we're trying to convert this thing. Let's see. Because they're mostly high quality carbon. Yeah, I was going to say mass quality has changed. They've got pre-preg carbon, this stuff, that stuff. Again, you don't have to buy the top of the top. That's what I would say. But I've also had a wave mast 100% carbon that hasn't broke, and you're still using it. I don't know how many years on. Like, ask anyone who's bought a mast a while ago and how many times they changed their mast. It's not as many people breaking masts as they used to. I remember when they were snapping like twigs. Right, I'm catching up now, nearly catch up with all these comments. Here we go. What's this? If you only just started to get planing, windsurfer already with a skill tracking app, even have scale for this. What's that? If I only just started to get planing, am I a windsurfer already? Will the skill tracking app even have scale? Yes. My plan is, I'll bring it out to you guys first because I want to hear your thoughts of how it is, but I'm going to have a beginner section just to give you motivation. I want it to be able to be filling up categories to kind of motivate you. And obviously, if you're an experienced windsurfer, you can just click a button and it will complete the beginner section. So, you know, planing, jibing, tacking, all non-planing, all that sort of stuff. You can just click it and you don't have to go into that section. But if you are at that level, I was thinking maybe it helps you kind of keep a progression and have things to aim for. That's my thinking anyway. Again, whether it works, let's see. Maybe it's rubbish. Ordinary Swedish windsurfer says, I don't agree wing foiling is more cheap than windsurfing with a fin. I agree. I don't think so. That's what I was kind of saying before. A wing board costs like a windsurfing board. 2 wings isn't less expensive than a sail, and a fin is nothing compared to a foil in the price. Yeah, it's definitely not cheaper. It's and it gets outdated quicker, I would say, at the moment. And then you need a new board. And when you get into anything, it gets expensive. Trust me. It's wind apparently in Victoria. Nick says, Mick says, I've got too much gear and not enough time to use it. Well, nothing wrong with that. I've got all the gear. Okay, we are getting close. Okay, and the last one is 27 miles left. Right, let's have a look, because we will be getting, hopefully, some updates. Let's see if we can get an update from over on the boat. Let's see if we can get an update, see if we can hear from the guys out there. But let's have a look while we are waiting. Let's have a look at the GPS tracker that we have got on here, just to give you an idea. Keep the motivation up for everyone still on the stream. It's been a long day. There we go. Look at that. He's cracking on right now. And look how straight that line is. Isn't it faster to go round in an arc because the world is round? When you see aeroplane tracks, you're like, wow, they didn't go straight. Well, I don't know. I was just making that up for a joke, but maybe there is something in that. But not far to go. You must be able to see land, I would say. Can you see land? It's quite cloudy. Maybe not. But yeah, we are, well, I say we, the royal we, definitely not me. I'm not doing anything. I feel like it though. There we go, boys on the boat, trucking on. 27 miles left to go. Maciek Rutkowski in full flow. That board freaking me out with that nose down. Oh, he's one-handed. I mean, I say you can see land. Look how miserable it looks. Maybe you can't even see land when you're next to it. Yeah, they've got a lead boat, so he's basically following the lead boat. So obviously the boat has all the bits. Windy Days Dave. I have got back into windsurfing after 30 years of not doing it, and I've been loving every little step forward. I would say I'm an early intermediate level. That's cool. I've spoken to a lot of people in that kind of situation, and I think we're just seeing it more and more. It is such a good sport. I mean, especially if you work, just getting out on the water, clearing your head. You know, I surf a bit here in Sagres, and you know, you don't always catch waves. There's people stealing waves. Windsurfing, just go, especially if it's free ride or something like this. Even wave sailing, you just get so much more, you know, action or time for your energy that you put in compared to something like surfing. Don't get me wrong, I like surfing, but there's just something so good about it. I've got a few surfers here, a couple of the boys, one of them actually just bought some stuff off me, got given some gear from his brother, and he's surfing here. He's shapes boards, he's like a local surf shaper, and he's been down at Martigny, flat water. He says amazing. I just know the forecast, go down, rig up, blast around, laying down jives, laying down everything. He's getting so into it. So the difference between surfing, again, don't get me wrong, he likes surfing still, but the windsurfing is ticking the boxes. And I think sometimes you do forget that once you get into it. And again, if you've been wing foiling for a bit and then you go back to windsurfing, it feels pretty good, in my experience anyway. But feel free. You know, I'm not dissing wing foiling. I get why people do it, but it's just not the same. Having that touch and feel of the water is not the same. The foil has its place, but for me, it's not a, it's not a zero sum. It's not like you go one or the other. It's not all or nothing. I think if you have a foil, you surely has to have a fin. It's just, for me, I can't just do one. And if I have to pick one, it's the fin for me. That's just a personal thing. Foil doesn't work in seaweed or shallow water like a weed fin does. There is that. A bit of support coming in from Maciek, says Mario. Go Maciek. According to Lezek, Maciek's brother, at 1:32, he had 27 miles left. Yeah, so they are, again, close. Nearly got a marathon left. And at that speed, he'll be feeling pretty chipper right now. 6 hours and 40 in on my live stream. So it's a bit earlier than that. He's been going a bit longer, but not too far off 7 hours. Wow. Most returning windsurfers is around 40 to 50 years old. Bring out your kids too. Yeah, but it is. I think we are seeing that, and it's a lot to do with the kids growing up. We're seeing windsurfers at the moment bringing their kids into it, but we're also seeing, guys where their kids have moved out and then they're getting back into it. That's kind of the two sort of guys I'm seeing out there, and girls, obviously, women. We got Kurt, go Maciek, respect, totally. I mean, he's going to be feeling better than he was right now as you kind of feel you're on the home straight, with less than 30 miles to go. Jim, windsurfing. I was a mad surfer. Now I found windsurfing. I do that instead more often. Yeah, I can see that. That's I'm getting that from a lot of surfers, because once you've endured surfing and the little action you actually get as opposed to how much time you spend doing it, it is a big difference. So this has got the time as 7 minutes 15, distance 166. So that's still quite a chunk to go. 50 kilometers or so still to go. So 50 kilometers, it's going to be 8:30, 8:45. Yeah, it's still going to be a chunk, hour and a half, maybe. Fin for the win, said Windy Days Dave. I'm going to say the feeling of a fin, man. It's amazing effort, says Waggy. There we go. And this is the comment. This is my thoughts. And that's what I kind of said before. Got Sav saying windsurfing feels so good after winging for a while. And it does. It's like you forget. Like, I remember this when I went winging for a bit and I was like, yeah. And then I went back and you go blasting or you go wave sailing, you go do something on the fin. It feels just better. It just feels better than it did when you left it, because it's sometimes hard when you don't go back to something for a bit. And when you do, you're like, wow, this is pretty epic. So I think winging can only be a good thing for windsurfing, weirdly. Sports says it looks like he's going very slowly compared to the Speedway Slalom foil race. Yes, I think he's been sailing or foiling for nearly 7 hours. So, and it's pretty tiring on one tack. Remember, he hasn't been on the other tack. So it really is quite painful, and you have to be careful. You're not going to go down. It looks like he's had a crash, though, if we are stopping like this. I didn't actually see what happened there. Maybe I'll have a little refresh, maybe. Or maybe I missed it. Or maybe he's not on there. Still going pretty good. Yeah, I didn't see. Max says, you lads had kids too late. I was a dad at 20. Footloose and fancy free at 36. I'm the opposite. I've had my retirement early, you know, till mid 45s, been traveling around the world, doing everything while I was young. And now I'm getting older. I've got the kids to keep me young again. You know, I've done it a different way. I actually think it's good at the moment, although I'm going to be an old dad. I know that, which is not ideal. But for me personally, this is the best way to do it, as long as I can keep healthy and fit. But I'm playing with the kids. I feel like I'm still in my 20s. We got Waggy over in Cape Town. We see a lot of older guys getting back into the sport. Peter says, I specifically have chosen my boards to not be foil compatible. Don't want to go down that rabbit hole. Garage is already packed. I know the feeling. I'm still shit at windsurfing, so no need to shift. Exactly, but it depends how much you windsurf and how many toys you need. But windsurfing, what you do see is there's just so much to learn. It's kind of never ending. And this is kind of the reason for doing this website app I'm talking about, is to try and motivate people, because I think what happens is some people get stuck in this kind of rut and they may be not happy because they're not progressing. But I think there's so many, I think that comes from motivation. Depends who you're around. If you're hanging around a load of kiters and wingers, you're probably going to go winging or kiting. I notice it when I go to windsurfing beaches because I'm a kind of die-hard windsurfer. I feel like I motivate people to go windsurfing because I'm doing it and I'm enthusiastic about it. And that's the same with anything. So I think it's pretty cool. But windsurfing ain't going anywhere. It's going to be there. Maybe there's less brands in the future. Maybe there's less people. I don't know, but it's still not going anywhere. It's too good a sport for that. Someone is threatening the kid in the background with a wing foil kit. Exactly. Welcome to my world. Do you want to do an 8-hour live stream, Ben? Yes. Don't give me the kids. People asking my motivation for doing these long ones. That's it. You can hear it in the background. There we go. Jeff Houtman, blooming impressive, just donated. Good job, Jeff. Obviously, this is for charity and a good cause. If you haven't understood what it is there's a young girl called Malwinka, a young girl with a very rare condition, Rett syndrome. She's actually the daughter of one of the Polish Formula One H2O championship racers, Bartek Mazeklek. I'm terrible with these names, but that is what is happening at the moment. There's kind of a GoFundMe for that, and Maciek is on board. So if you do donate money, that's what it's going towards. Good to see Jeff Houtman. I didn't see him. I've just been in the UK. Where were you, Jeff? Didn't even come and say hello. Maybe you weren't there. Nigel's already given me his excuses. Max, that was the plan. Ended up as a granddad at 45. So there you go. Windsurfer maximalist only. Yeah, that's me. I'm a maximalist. Adrian says he likes the bumps on the fin. I would foil if I lived in a place with consistent light winds, but I don't. I think that's a good point. I think it's horses for courses. Depends where you live. Depends on the conditions. Depends on a lot of things. For sure. If you speak to the guys in windy places, they're still windsurfing. A lot of them in good, fun wave spots. I think they're still windsurfing would be my take on that. But for sure, wing foiling is doing good. And that's good for water sports, I think, in general. "150 kilometers done," says Thomas. I can join on the live to talk about long distance stuff. Bring it on. I'm gonna put the link in the chat. So feel free to click on it and then I can add you in or not. Oh, I sent you a message on a messenger. Oh God, we got so many comments. I will do that now. Let me just, I've got so many different ways of getting contacted. It's impossible, I'll be honest, for me to keep up with where I'm getting messages, because I can't have the notifications on because my phone would just be mental. So I do miss some sometimes because you don't always know you've got them. Which messenger chat? Could be on any messenger chat. On Ben Profit, on Windsurfing.TV, on other Ben Profit. It's Ben Profit, maybe. Excuse me, I'll go quiet. Let's see if we can send a message. Right, that should be sent a message. As you can hear, my baby in the background is doing a normal thing. What we got, Marius? We got foil windsurfing complements normal windsurfing. When I learnt a foil jibe in the air, my normal jibes also became so much better. Yeah, it's good. I mean, like I said, it all adds to it. 1 hour, 1.5 hours to go. Come on, get your times in. When do you think you will finish? There's already been some good guesses, which you had to guess then, really. Is cheating now, but I'll be having a look later. Mario said, I started windsurfing 17 years ago, 37 years old, tried foiling for 5 days and gave up. I love too much the fin. Oh, yeah, but gave up. Okay, we do have a guest. Let's bring him in.
Hello.
Hello, how are we doing, man? All good?
Yes.
Do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, why not? So I'm Sebastian from France. Also, you see my pseudo on YouTube is Wind Brother.
You are quick. I think you should tell people what's your speeds, what you've been doing.
Yeah, sure. So yeah, I'm doing some competition here and there. Deafy Wind, Prince of Speed, and when I can, I do some long distance stuff on the foil.
And what's your take on it? I mean, results wise, you've had some good results in the Deafy Wind over the years.
Yeah, Deafy Wind, my best result I think is 21 or something like this.
Yeah, solid. Yeah. So what sort of long distance stuff are you having? Obviously, Maciek is probably an hour and a half off making it now. He's been going for nearly 7 hours or 7 hours. Have you ever done something that distance?
Yeah, I did send you some a picture of what I did. My longest is 260 kilometers in 9 hours.
Wow. Okay, so that's proper.
Yeah, it was from Nice, you know, the town of Nice.
Yeah.
Near Monaco, and all the way to Marseille.
Oh, bloody hell. On one tack then? So that's still one.
No, downwind.
Downwind, okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say.
I did some tacks along the coast. Maybe you can put the picture on the screen if you...
Yeah, send... I should give you my WhatsApp, so I've got too many... yeah, I've got it. Let me have a look. Excuse me. Technical genius I am, honestly. Does that work?
Yep.
Yes, there we go. That is hell of a long way. So 265 kilometers in 9 hours. Wow. And how was the wind? Because that looks like...
It was the same as Maciek and Bob and everyone. At the start, I was not planning for 1 hour. And I was with a 8.5 and a 900 square centimeters wing.
Okay, wow.
So really big stuff. It was like maybe 5 knots. And then near Toulon, near l'Almanar, it was 30 knots.
Jesus. And you stayed on the same stuff?
Yeah, I was alone, no support boat.
Wow. How cool was that, though, just to go down the coast?
Yeah, it's what I like to do. So usually I go in one spot and I do a upwind and then a downwind or something like this. And this day I said to myself, why not do a big downwind? It's the most enjoyable part. The upwind is always a bit long and
So
not so fast.
what do you take with you? I'm guessing you take a phone or you've got some sort of...
Yeah. I put a picture also. I didn't send you. Yeah, phone, VHF radio, and then drinks, banana, like bars. And...
banana, just a banana, just banana, a bit of water, and off I go.
Yes.
I'm guessing somebody picks you up from the other side.
Yeah. It's a bit of an organization, but it's way less than what Maciek is doing right now with all the boats, all the people who are involved. It's pretty impressive stuff.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess like from what you're doing, and this is when I was talking to John Sky earlier, you know, because they went down the coast in the UK when they went from Bournemouth to Brighton. Similar thing. Obviously, you can still get into trouble. I'm not saying people should do it, but obviously, if you're staying relatively close to the shore and people know you're there, and I think nowadays, like I've been getting helped out by the Water Speed app, and there's different ways of doing it, but you can send someone your tracking details, and they can kind of follow you. I mean, again, I'm not saying everyone should go and do that, but it's quite cool because even just speaking to Skyboy earlier, now talking to you and looking at this track, I've been looking in Portugal on the south coast here. It's apart from
there is stuff to do everywhere.
Yeah, it's interesting where you can go to and how far you can get. That's cool, man. Looks good. So when do you think Maciek's going to make it into Poland? Have you been looking? That's
Yeah, I have had a look. I hope the wind will go near the end. It's looking really light. So
yeah, that's what I'd be worried about, if I'm honest with you.
Yeah.
It's still quite swelly out there as well. So 7 hours and 30 minutes, done 173 kilometers so far. And at the moment, traveling high 30s.
Yeah, but what you are looking at, the speed is it's the boat.
Yeah.
I don't know if you... Yeah, it's following him, so it's the speed he's doing. But
it's a rough idea, I guess.
When he did 50, it was not him necessarily.
Yeah, no, good point. He's just catching up a little bit or swinging out. But it looks like he's averaging, in that sort of 30 to 40 range at the moment. I would say that's kind of the average.
Yeah, but it looks so rough.
Yeah.
When on the camera, it looks like this. In reality, it's...
yeah, it's savage. I could tell by just when we were speaking to the boat guys, they sounded like they were having a hell of a time. It didn't sound fun. I don't think they used the word, it's been a great trip. It's like, it's been an experience, which I'm not sure is a good experience for them on the boat, at least anyway.
Yeah.
Let's have a look, see what we've got coming in. Yeah, I'm just looking for an update from the guys on the boat, just because it's interesting, obviously, to hear the little bits of details, but I think they're just locking in at the moment, just trying to get to that next bit. But it's the conditions look good. I mean, it's been relatively stable, from what it could be, because I think on a 200-kilometer crossing, especially when you're getting squeezed in between two, bits like that, it could have easily gone crazy, windy or gone really nuking. I think it got windy at one point, but it looks like he's handled it pretty well. I think it's 6-7.
He looks windy. Maciek is not how do you say,
an amateur,
closing the sail too much.
Yeah, no, I think he's kind of got it almost just in relax mode. It's like you say, he's not hanging on. I mean, he's not pulling it down, that's for sure. We've got Andre saying his back and hips would be hurting, as I understand correct from Bob. Yeah, and I'm going to say, but obviously you've done a lot of it on both tacks.
Yeah.
But the Defi wind is a good example. That's 10 kilometers, and that's pretty painful in one way. Or for me, anyway.
Yeah,
Maybe you're used to it.
But I did it downwind, so it was way less physical.
Yeah. Okay.
It's become really physical when I was overpowered, like 8.5 in 30 knots. I can barely hold on.
Yeah.
So this part it was really physical, but otherwise downwind I don't know if you did on foil, but going downwind it's effortless.
Yeah, you can almost just be sheeted out and it cruises.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
You've got to have that concentration, I guess.
Yeah, of course.
What front wing did you use?
Yeah, I told you it was 900 square centimeters, so big.
Well, that's that. But see, when I was talking to Bob earlier, that's what I thought they were going to say, because he said, "Oh, what you really want?"
Yeah, but they are crosswind.
A big wing, yeah, crosswing.
They are doing it crosswind. So crosswind with 900, you cannot really shit in. You always
just disappearing.
Yeah.
Well, he's going well now. Look at that. He's in the distance right there. So I guess we're going to see a bit of a boost from the boat to catch up. But they are definitely getting closer. We've got about 25, 40 kilometers to go, something like that.
Yeah, hopefully.
So 40 kilometers, that could be 7 hours about to touch. It's going to be over 8 hours by the time you look at that wind map where it looked like the wind closer to Poland looked very light.
Yeah.
So that last bit could be the tricky bit that could possibly take an hour. We don't know, do we? It could be the bit that they're not expecting. I mean, you look at that. What do you make of that? It looks light.
Yeah.
It looks nothing. I mean, we don't know, because you can see the sort of headland in the back, the bit that sticks out. It might be windy behind that. And then this last little bit could be just the bit where it goes offshore. So we'll have to wait and see how that works out. I'm just seeing here, Ben is enjoying the peace and quiet. I am. And I can hear the baby going crazy in the background. I'm like, yeah, it's not so bad doing 7 hours on the stream. It's all good. Dione Guadagnino has been in the chat here, who says, good vibes, Ben. Does Maciek have to go slower than normal because of the boat? Can't go as fast because of the waves? Or is he going all he can? Again, we haven't really had any exact info from Maciek, only what we're basically seeing. So it's difficult to know those type of insights. But what I can say is the boat, it looks brutal on the boat. I think if given the choice, I think I would go on the foil. I know it's not easy, but I'm sure in that boat must be horrendous. Because if you've ever been in a rib just for a short amount of time on sort of choppy, swelly conditions.
Yeah, I don't know if they have I haven't seen, but some seats are on suspension like mountain bikes.
It doesn't look like that.
No, it didn't look like it.
It looked basically like a rib. I mean, the one rib hasn't even got the cowl over it. It's just open. So those guys must be getting destroyed.
Washed.
Destroyed. Let's have a look. What have we got here? Oh, that's Maciek's mother, by the way. Is that what we're hearing? Where's that? What have we got? We got Philip saying, change of perspective. Thanks to all the amazing families, partners, and friends who put up with this. Windsurfers enjoying the stoke and suffering along the way. I was going to say, if you are a windsurfing widow, let's say, and your husband or your wife is a windsurfer and you are not, yeah, you got to feel for them. I've got one in the other room, which is, yeah, it's not easy. What have we got? Well, the comments. Who have we got coming in? Don't know what that is. Well, we'll have a look at the GPS in a minute. Yeah, I'm just going through the comments as we speak. We're just getting down to it. We got Dave Gravy saying back in 2006, I did Dolly Mount in Dublin to Ross Niger. Wow. Ended up about 4 kilometers short because we ran out of time. Oh, no. 100 kilometers on the same tack was definitely hard going, but was worse. But it was worse in the chase boat. Yeah, that's crazy. Oh, you must be gutted to not make it. Oh, but you must have made it to land. Did you make it to Holyhead, I'm guessing? So have you got any other things planned, Sebastian?
Yeah, hopefully one day I do something like this again. Because you have to be free, you have to have the good forecast, you have to have someone who is available to drop you, to pick you up.
What about Corsica? How far is Corsica?
Corsica, Matteo did it. It's 180 kilometers, I think.
Okay.
And also, I don't know if you know Jean-Christophe Le Gall.
Not particularly.
Yeah, it's a guy who has a windsurf center in Saint-Cyr-sur-Mer.
Okay.
Near Toulon. And he also did it, but he did it on freeride equipment in foil.
Okay.
So a really big wing, maybe 1,000 something square centimeters. It was a taboo pocket, a really short board, and a wave sail.
Wow. I'll tell you what, though, that rocket, I tested one years ago, probably 20 years ago, but it was so smooth. It has quite a lot of shape in the bottom. So it's quite comfortable on the chop, which I can imagine like doing it on the fin with some board with quite a lot of V or, like some decent
he was on the foil. Huh?
Oh, it was on the foil. Okay.
Yeah, it was, the pocket, I don't know how it's called. It can be used in wing and in wing foil.
Just an all-rounder.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Oh, okay. I was thinking maybe on a fin. If you're going to do it on a fin, maybe what was that old starboard thing? Was it a some weird thing that they brought out for a couple of years? Had a lot of shape. What was it?
Hypersonic, no?
Yeah, that's what I thought. It was a hypersonic. Yeah. I never went on it, but I can imagine.
Yeah, it was a spaceship.
Yeah, it was a spaceship, exactly. We're getting some comments coming in. Big respect to Maciek. Obviously, Maciek getting closer and closer. Ribs are very fast in the wave. Dave says, no, we didn't make land. Oh, no, as we had to use the same 6.5 rib to get back. 4.5 hours of getting battered in the other direction. Oh, my God. Oh, that must have been horrific. Luck to have Oisin van Gelden as one of the boat crew. Oh, man, that is that's brutal not to make it. Oh, no. Andre, for a chasing support boat, you need a vessel that has capabilities to eat waves. There are not so many boats that have the speed of a foil. Maybe the Navy can support next time. Yeah, I know it's difficult, man. It's difficult. I'm interested to hear the stories from the guys that have been out there because I'm sure they are dying right now. And Maciek, I wonder how he's feeling. It'd be good to have some. Is the Polish channel getting comms with Maciek? Is he able to speak or say stuff? It'd be quite interesting if anyone's got any feedback. We're not getting any at the moment. Haven't had any updates for a while.
Yeah, Maciek, he's got a VHF, I think, on him. I
Yeah,
saw him doing like this and speaking.
Yeah, I did see that. We haven't heard anything on that side. It would be great to have like a little update or an English update. Are you any good at Polish pronouncing names?
No.
You don't want to try? Do you know where they're heading to?
Yeah, I saw the name, but
Vladislavovo. Webcams. Oh, there's a webcam in Vladislavovo. And there is no wind. There is no wind. Oh my God. This could be the painful end where he's like just absolutely nothing. Just cruising in. Oh my God. Oh my God. Let's see. He's cranking now though. Looks like he's got some speed. Oh, got a bit of a burnout. So looking good for Maciek Rutkowski. 7 hours and 7 minutes we've been streaming, and we started a little bit after. So we will have to see. This is in Polish. If you do want to tune into the Polish channel, it is on Maciek Rutkowski's YouTube channel, which is exactly the same stream. It's just obviously you've got the Polish talking. So if you are Polish, that's the place to go. That's for sure. But let us know in the comments.
I saw one comment. Apparently, there were more than 1,000 people on the Polish stream.
Yeah, I can have a look actually. There is 1,045 right now.
Nice.
So doing a good job. Good to see. We'll see how many they'll get at the end, obviously, because I'm sure there's some quite good interest in it. It's got some big sponsors, obviously Samsung sponsoring it. Let's have a look. What have we got? A single tack makes it so much worse. I'd agree. I mean, doing one tack. I did 50 kilometers race on a slalom board, 25 kilometers on each tack. Never had calf and back pain like it. Oh man, the definitely win for me. I am not very good at long distance. And to compete with these boys like Sebastian and all those top boys, I've got to push so hard. And the defi for me, the 5K is enough. Like 5K is enough. 10K, I am so broken. Like especially on a slalom board with the fin, because your feet are wrapped around the rail as well, which for me is just painful if it's longer than, you know, a couple of kilometers. And then obviously you're back with a waist harness. You sail with a seat harness or a waist harness, Sebastian?
I have like an hybrid. I have a waist, but I did get seat harness and I hook it on my hook. I don't know if you understand. I have
I
something
understand.
under my bottom, but I have a waist harness.
It makes sense. I like that type of hybrid harness. It's I mean, the one time I use it is more long distance stuff. So I've got like that Liberty harness, which for normal sailing, I don't particularly like it. But as soon as I'm doing any longer reaches, it's just a different world, like compared to a waist harness. When you do on the fin, if you've got a waist harness and it's slightly upwind, oh my God, it's like the defi wind when the angle is a bit, it just feels painful. And I can see all the foil guys looking really relaxed, but obviously they're not doing 200 odd, kilometers, but still they do definitely look more relaxed.
Yeah, but that's true. We didn't see Maciek do any other way.
No, he's going
tack.
all the way on one tack, that's insane because that's hard going. I think that, you can't quite comprehend how hard that is. That's it's probably 7 hours and 20 minutes he's been going, which on one tack, that's pretty insane.
Yeah, at some point, I think the longest I did was maybe half an hour or 45 minutes.
Yeah.
And you feel like your body is like twisted and you cannot really move. It's a weird sensation.
Yeah, horrible, I would say, sensation. So he's got about 30 kilometers to go, or maybe just over 30 kilometers, which is that's getting close. Can you see land at 30 kilometers? It's probably not far off.
Yes. It depends of the visibility and if the land is really flat or if there is like mountain or something like this.
Yeah, I mean, looking at that, the visibility doesn't look great, but I'm not quite sure how it looks on land though. Martin saying, I hope he can sup the last mile. Says Adrian said, I did a small 2-hour downwinder alone in some 35 to 40 knots, overpowered on a 4.5 and aboard 15 liters less than my body weight. Legs died, but in those days I did not run. Yeah, so Dave's saying getting consistent wind is a real challenge with any long distance. I had really It was really like leaving Dublin and then stacked for about 40 kilometers flat calm in the middle of the Irish Sea for nearly an hour. It's mad, isn't it? That seems to be the biggest problem, is having some gear that can take everything and being able to get through the light winds and then survive the strong winds on such a long distance of a race. And then at the end of the race, he said, or the end of the challenge, he had 30 kilometers of perfect before the wind died away about 10 kilometers from the Welsh coast. Oh my God, that's a nightmare. How's Maciek's mileage? He's getting close. I mean, that's the mileage at the moment, 180, pretty much 185 kilometers done. I think the whole challenge feels or should be around 220, 215 to 220, something in that range. And he's gone pretty straight. If we look at the GPS, it actually looks, it looks pretty straight as you can go.
Yeah, I don't know if he has a compass or something to show him.
I think he's got a lead boat. So the boat, he's basically following the boat, and the boat is tracking it, because that's pretty accurate. If you did it on your own, you wouldn't want to miss Poland, would you? You'd be like,
because 10 degrees you do not feel, and you can
I mean,
arrive in.
He could have already made it if he'd have gone up the coast a bit, you know?
Yeah.
But I don't know what is here. Or maybe the actual record has to be like a certain point to point.
No, I'm not sure. You just have to cross it.
Yeah, you would think he just has to get to Poland, but yeah, I'm not quite sure on that. But
yeah, I think he has some kind of support maybe on this town or something like this.
I think apparently it's like one of the big the biggest surf town in Poland. I guess that's makes sense because it's right on the point here. Probably picks up some swell if there is any. But yeah, I'm doing good. So, to work on my live streaming skills, but yeah, going well. Still waiting for an update. Come on. Anyone? Now we can try and predict a time. It should be easier to predict a time now, but I don't think it's going to be easier. Go on, give me a. What do you think, Sebastian? When do you think he's going to touch down?
I will say
we'll go off this time. If we go off the time that's on the screen, so 7:50 at the moment, 7 hours 50.
For him, I hope he does it in 9, like me.
9. Okay.
Yeah, because at the end it looks really, really light, so I think it will be a bit of a slow finish.
Yeah, me too. I mean, yeah, you could do it putting a big front wing on, like a massive one, so you just never drop it. Even that looks like it. That last bit is going to be. It could be painful, you know. Yeah. It really could, because what if it looks just so offshore?
Yeah.
What if you can't get in?
I think the only solution is to do like a Balzmüller. You put the sail off, throw it away, and then you pump.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe that's the way to end it. Let's have a look at the comments. I've missed a few here.
Oh, he's not wearing any helmet now.
He's getting delirious. He looks like he's going downwind now, does he?
Yeah, but on windy, I think you saw the wind was a bit turning at the end. It's maybe more downwind now than at the beginning.
Yeah, we've got Alexander tuned in quite late. Where can I donate? There should be a QR code that comes up. We're not in charge of the stream. This is just straight off the Polish YouTube channel. We're just sharing their screen. So we have to kind of wait for it to go on. But there is a QR code which you can click on. Or if you go to the Polish YouTube channel, there's the links and everything over there, which is Maciek Rutkowski YouTube channel. Timmy says, Aman Maciek goes above and beyond for Windsurfing TV. Reporter excellence, yes.
Yeah, 10 degrees.
10 degrees off would be Russia. It's true, and you wouldn't want to be there right now, I don't think. Imagine that. You tried to do it on your own and got it wrong. Probably would not be a good idea. Dave says also got buzzed by the RAF. Yes, Nimrod, who did a low-level flyby for us after we chatted to them on the radio, and then they buzzed by a police helicopter just off Holyhead, who were really suspicious. Yeah, there's probably a lot of boats down in the other channel. Maybe not Ireland to England though, more France to England. Yeah, Belgium 29 says, ouch, all on the same tack. Ask Bob van der Berg how he felt. Yeah, we just had Bob on, actually. It was quite good to get insight from him. That sounded like a long journey. I think it took him over 24 hours in the end, wasn't it?
18, I think he said.
Yeah, bloody hell. That's,
yeah. I don't know how he did it at night. It must be really, really scary. I remember watching his video. It was like between cargo ships and everything.
That's terrifying for me. I don't like. There's something about boats. The big boats just scare me. I don't know what it is. I don't like it.
I think you are right to be scared. Huh? They cannot move.
Yeah, they can't.
If you're on the way, it's like this.
Yeah, no, I'd agree with that. Is Maciek in a camo wetsuit? Maybe. Sport Romax says, I attended King of the Bay this year. Again, that's the Maciek's event in Poland, in case anyone's wondering, and made about 30 kilometers during a race in max 1 meter high waves. I was okay after the race, but can't imagine to do that in one direction for 7 hours. No, not me. Yeah, the boats are leading the way with their tracking, in case you're wondering. Oh, we got a bit of an update here. That's an uncomfortable looking stance. Is he overpowered? I think he is struggling. I'm still doing my intermittent fasting. Cup of tea. Thanks, babe. I'm going to get a cup of tea on the go. Keep your eyes out for drones. Yeah, God. Tim says, I was here at 6 a.m. and was lucky enough to hear about Ben's Olympic legacy and then nailing the forward loop in one day back when he was winning like at Rosnagi the other day. Yeah, exactly. It's a long time ago. Right, let's have a look what we've got. We've got an update.
Sorry, Ben. We've been getting so much water in the boat lately that it's been impossible to send anything over. We now finally got a little bit of shelter from the Polish coast, so things are a little bit calmer. Things are going really well. We have 12 miles to go.
Oh.
So we can't see the beach yet because the visibility isn't great. But yeah, we're almost there, almost there. Maciek has been doing great so far. So yeah, we're pretty confident and can't wait. There is a welcome party waiting at the beach. So yeah, we should be there in 40 minutes or so, half an hour, 40 minutes, let's say.
I don't know if I want to break the news that there's not much wind at the beach. I won't ruin the morale right now, but there, let's see.
Yeah, hopefully it's only at the end because we see a breakwaters.
Yeah, it could just be that.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah, I agree. Hopefully. Oh shit. Easy Gherkin TV says he's going to be like Derek Zoolander after this. He can't turn left. This might be right. He might be right. Amazing update. Man on the high seas, incredible. Like I said, those boys are having some to deal with. Good to hear. It's kind of they've got a little bit of respite now as they get closer to Poland. And what 12 miles left, he said. So that's good. Is it miles? I'm so used to dealing in miles when you're from the UK that when you hear kilometers, it sounds like a long way away. You know, you hear like 30, 40, 20 kilometers, and then you're like 12 miles. Oh, that's nothing. But no, that's good. Good to know. So that's 20 kilometers is 12 mile, I guess, something like that.
Yeah.
There's more comments coming in. Was planning to do a cheap skate bay crossing the other day, but the wind didn't play ball. I have definitely been more motivated recently to do some along the coast stuff. I like what you've done there, Sebastian. I like that. And then listening to Skyboy as well. You know, not going too far off, not doing this crazy stuff that Maciek's doing now, where, you know, you're on one tack the whole way. I don't like the idea of that. I'll be honest. That doesn't sound like fun to me at all. But I do like the idea of, you know, keeping it safe, getting all the safety bits. You don't need a boat, but just staying close to the shore and kind of finding there are a lot of places in this world where you can kind of play down the shore. But you obviously have to be careful because things can break and, you know, cause a problem. But I think within reason, I'm not going to motivate everyone to do it, but it's definitely one of the most fun parts of windsurfing. You know, when I've done these mini ones before, which I'm not talking like I've done 100 miles or something like this, but just these little ones I was saying I do on the lake, these big long lakes, and you basically pick a point and you know, go upwind. I used to do it on the longboard.
Yeah, it's fun.
And obviously with the foil, you can do it. The problem is you have to be a bit careful, thanks, babe, with the foil because it sticks down a lot more. Like on the old longboards, you know, you've got a retractable dagger board. The fin's not that big.
Yeah.
If it drops, you can still get your way in. I mean, we obviously should talk about John O'Dunnett, who's obviously been going around Japan, and he's done that other trip where he went all the way up to the top around Europe pretty much, which is crazy, like crazy. We definitely need to get Jono on at some point. And he's done all that on the longboard.
It would be a nice podcast.
Yeah, I mean, he must have some crazy stories because obviously when you're going from country to country, and some of these places don't particularly like people in their waters, you know, it's not sort of thing you play around with in some parts of the world. So you do have to be a little bit careful. Yeah, it could be nautical miles. Is that what you mean? Could be 12 nautical miles. Are they much different?
It was 12 nautical miles.
Okay.
Because on the boat you have everything in nautical miles.
Yeah. Okay. Good point. What's a nautical mile? Oh, I'm an idiot. Sorry.
It's like 1.8 kilometers.
Okay. So a little bit more than. Is it easier to keep foiling downwind? Well, depends on the size of your foil, I guess.
Yeah. On a PWA wing, it's not.
Yeah, it's pretty bloody difficult. I mean, that's the thing. People don't realize how small those wings are that the PWA boys are using, and they're using them because they're going cross the wind, reaching.
Yeah.
You know, when I was doing foiling, I had a 900, and that felt small, but apparently that's massive when you're going crosswind. But as Sebastian said before, when you're going upwind, downwind, it's a pretty good size. I think for reference, the IQ foil is around 900. Is it?
Yeah,
something
900.
like yeah, 900. So gives you a bit of an idea. But on the reach, that can be pretty fruity.
Yes.
Colas saying, yes, let's get Jono on a podcast. We're definitely going to do that. It's on the list. I've got a big list, but it's on the list. Timmy says, Mr. Jono done it. Beds down with the beans on with the bears on the shoreline. He's a brave soul. I agree. And that's it's definitely going to be interesting getting him on. I used to race with Jono back in the day, longboarding. I've been on a few events with Jono. Long time ago. Back when I was a young lad. Now I'm nearly 50. Oh my God. I still find it difficult to even say that. It doesn't feel right because of my brain is so immature. But yeah, nearly 50. Anyone know the wind force? Well, at the moment, not particularly, but the forecast was 20 plus knots average. So there'll be.
It looks like more than 20.
Yeah. You can see the smile creeping in on the boat where they know that they know they're on the home straight. Yes, it's not easy. Yes, it's not finished, but you can see that their eyes are like, we are getting close. We aren't too far away right now. We got Tim saying Jono is an amazing writer. I used to sail with him off South Wold in the 90s. Proficient, yeah. Like I said, I used to race with Jono back in the longboard days, and his brother obviously writing books for a living. So maybe that's runs in the family. Obviously, Greg done it. His brother was editor or one of the editors for, or one of the writers, I guess, for Boards magazine. Now he's an author in his own right. I think that was the last book I read was one of his. And then I bumped into someone who met him, who is now living in northern Spain, is he? Quite interesting. Random bit of... Tim never realised Jono had a racing background. Yeah. Longboard racing. Like I said, it was a long time ago. I'm old. I've been around a fair bit. I've been racing since I was, 13 or something on longboards, a lower class, all that sort of stuff. Early raceboard years as well. Now it's all changed. Although I think there still is like a raceboard circuit still going on. Well, I know there is. I know loft sales. Those boys
in Spain, in France, I saw that they are bringing it back. Also.
Yeah. I've seen even a few guys I used to race with, like in the later years, like Patrick Polak and João Rodrigues, obviously from Portugal. He's pretty handy, that fella. Olympic medal. Yeah, we're getting close. He obviously feeling pretty confident. Div 2. Div 2. Well, it still looks pretty miserable. If I'm honest, it's not like he's in his board shorts. He does look in a funny way. He's got both hands close to the front of the boom. He's leaning really far forward. So,
it's a real mission he's doing.
Yeah, that is an absolute. Has he lost his helmet? I don't think so. Maybe
the weight of the helmet was annoying him.
Yeah, because after a while he had. I think he had the BB talking on as well, which is all the mics and stuff like that. So yeah, like you said, your neck after 7 hours of bumping around.
And also when you have all the way he was like this, like on the right hand, it must be killing him, the neck.
Yeah, no, for sure. We've got Nick Dempsey and Mr. Barry Edgerton on the rib. Well, Barry was definitely on the rib. Nick Dempsey wasn't even windsurfing when I started, but then there we go. Main office looking in. Well, it looks like he's going to do it. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Which is good news, because you don't want to go to all that effort and then not actually make it in the end. So let's hope that no disaster happens now. I mean, I'm going to pull up the. I mean, he's super close right now. Just, I'll leave this on. Oh, excuse me. I was trying to just have a look at this just to give you an idea of how far we've got, but we are pretty close. Yeah, so we've got to go to. Be interesting. Looks like they've got to go here. This is going to be the tricky bit, or maybe it's here. Oh, I guess it's there. It looks like he's closing in fast though, so not long to go. Mission Baltic is nearly accomplished. Maciek Rutkowski. There he is. I wonder how long does it take you to recover from something like this? Like I said, he's got Silt World Cup coming up in a week. I bet you'll still be feeling something.
Yeah,
You know,
I think a week is it's tight.
yeah, I think so, because that's heavy going. One way, especially. Just let's hope he's not pushed himself into a hole here. I guess he's had it planned. I think he was hoping to do it earlier than it happened.
I don't know if you saw, but the hand was in the air. I think the rib is not going fast enough for Maciek.
Get out the way.
Go!
Yeah, you don't want to be slowing down or trying to deal with the wake of a rib as well as all that after, nearly 8 hours on the water. I think he's had, which is it's a long old way. Oh, maybe some updates coming in. Let's have a look. Obviously, those guys have got some. We are getting a voice message coming through. So we might have a little update from his brother, Leszek. I'm so interested to see how this ends, because it won't be smooth. It's not like he's just gonna. I mean, if he'd have picked somewhere else, he could have just sailed straight into the beach. Whereas I feel like there's gonna be some sort of. It was a shame, actually. It would have been so nice for him to come into the beach this speed.
Yeah, big jump.
Yeah, exactly. Some sort of ending where it's like, way. Now it's going to be, I have a feeling. Oh, we got an update here. Let's have a look.
Hey, we might be having some slight network issues with the cameras just now. The team is working on it, but we're cracking on. Everybody's still doing all right. Maciek is going strong. We got less than 10 miles left. We just crossed the 200-kilometer barrier. 200 kilometers sailed today. It's been, or still is tough going. But we can see land now. We can see Poland, the Polish coast. So, energy is great. And we hope to be on the beach soon enough. I'd also like to share, I don't know if you have the link for the charity fundraiser that this whole project is connected with. If not, I'll try to get you a link. Maciek has built the whole project to raising funds for a girl that needs some very, very expensive treatment. And we're hoping that this crazy adventure will help to convince people to open their wallets. So yeah, thanks very much, and I'll be in touch more.
There we go. So let me gonna share that link now. There will be a QR code on the screen. Let me just copy this over. Like I say, it was a little bit last minute us getting involved with this, but I think it's been good. It's definitely for a good cause and definitely interesting to see. I don't know if you can click on that link. Maybe people can tell me at home. Sometimes when I put a link on, it doesn't always do that. But there we go. That's the QR code. If you're a bit of technology, get your phone out. You can use your camera to access the website by pointing at that QR code on your screen. That's probably the easiest way.
The link is working.
It's working. Okay, perfect. So if you've enjoyed this adventure, if you feel the need to do it, you can click on the link and put some donation in. And again, with all this sort of stuff, I know it's not the same thing, but when we have beer money donation, anything helps, because if everyone puts in a little bit, it adds up to a lot. You know, it's not, don't feel that you need to put in, you know, above your means, but if you put in a little bit and everyone puts in a little bit, it does make a huge difference to any of this sort of stuff. So yeah, that is the link. And Maciek, it looks like it's maybe flattened out a little bit now, a little bit less rolling swell. I'm sure it's still pretty tough going, but maybe a little bit smoother. So yeah, we are getting down to the end. What they say, 10 miles left, nautical miles.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's getting close. Will he be able to plane in? We've seen the beach. It didn't look great. It didn't look great. Are we going to see, you know, that last bit be, because it could end up like the first bit. Imagine that. That would be a hard slog. But as they said, Leszek said he could see land right now, and that is a massive confidence booster, I'm sure. When you've been out at sea for 7 odd hours, nearly 8 hours, and then you see land, I'm sure that's the motivation you need.
Yes.
There we go. Emmerich, donation done. Good job. How long did he have to wait for the wind to kick in? He literally did 2 hours near enough. It felt like an hour and a half plus of no wind. Like, I think in 2 hours, I remember this bit, 2 hours, he'd done 8 kilometers. So that was a bad start, really. You know, that's not the ideal start at averaging 4 kilometers an hour when you've got 220 to go. So I'm sure that didn't feel good. But then obviously once he's been up to speed since then, he's had a couple of quite bad crashes, catapults, to be honest, maybe 4 or 5 in the middle when it got a bit tricky. And then the last bit, he's been cruising. He looks like he's got it all sorted, I reckon. There we go. Thomas, donation done. Good job. Yeah, Infinity says waited 2 hours to get on the foil. Be interesting to see how well this is. I mean, maybe I don't think there'll be any Polish people watching because they'll be watching the Polish channel, but it would be interesting to know how well it's being received in the main news. Is it getting good coverage? Because I have to say, this type of stunt, if that's what I call it, or challenge, will get more coverage than a world title. It's just that type of thing that people can understand. So your average person will go, oh, he's saying from Sweden to here. They look at the distance, they look how long it takes, they understand it. You know, racing around buoys with lots of different people, it takes some, it doesn't quite resonate with a lot of people, but these type of challenges, these type of distance things do get more coverage, is why a lot of them are done for charity, you know, because they do get that awareness. They do sort of make people stand up and they can kind of understand it. So fair play to Maciek for taking this on, especially so close to the World Cup. Oh, so I only heard of it because of YouTube, but once he's done, I expect to get more coverage. Not sure how mainstream though. Yeah, and that's the thing. So it is difficult, and I know, like, he's got people working on getting the coverage out. He's been on a few programs here and there, but you know, how much news does he get? But I think a lot of the time they do wait for these challenges to be completed. You know, it's very rare you get all the coverage before, unless you're already quite a big star, I would imagine. So yeah, we'll have to see. You have to let me know how he goes. I'm sure I'm going to speak to Maciek anyway, and we'll see. But like I say, we've been going kind of 8 hours at the moment, and he's pretty much on that home straight now. Let me have a look at the GPS. Oh, he's getting close. Basically, if he'd have gone to the land a little bit further up, he would be in Poland now, because it's the actual angle he's going is a little bit further away than straight to the mainland. So he will be feeling pretty confident now. Be interesting if we could see ahead of him to see what he sees. You know, like just to, it's quite interesting, isn't it? Just to see. Oh, maybe he's listening to me. Are you listening to me? Oh, that must have just a coincidence. A total coincidence. But yeah, it's kind of, I would like to see what he's seeing, because if as soon as you see land, it'd be nice to kind of get that feeling that he's kind of, not that you'll get it, but we got Thomas saying, by the looks of it, lots of Polish radio stations mentioned it already. I imagine it will get TV coverage in today's news for sure. I mean, windsurfing used to get a lot of coverage in Poland. I know with Wojciech, and, you know, I think there was a big telecommunications company, Era, sponsoring a lot of the Formula events back in the day when Wojciech was winning world titles. So I think it doesn't, and, you know, obviously they've got gold medal, or not. Have they got gold medals? Maybe they have. They've definitely got medals at the Olympics in the women and the men. So I'm sure it will get coverage. The mainstream media seem to be informed about it. It's just probably waiting for the video footage exactly. This looks more comfortable now, though. This looks probably the most comfortable bit of the race. And it's kind of the bit you want to be comfortable, although maybe it's getting lighter. Maybe it is getting lighter. Let's see.
Yeah, it's getting lighter for sure.
But
I think now it's good wind for 6-7.
Yeah, he looks comfortable, which is when you want it comfortable, right at the end when you're knackered. Let's see how far he can get in. Now we just need the sun to come out, and all the people on the beach, TV, sun, big wave, massive jump at the beach. That'll get all the that'll finish it off as a good day. Maciek Rutkowski. He will be in the Guinness Book of Records with this. The Guinness Book of Records. I think the record at the moment is 22 hours, and he's obviously going to smash that. It's going to be over 8 hours, but we will have to wait for the official time. But you're thinking maybe 8.5 hours, something like that, depending on how the wind is. on that inside over in Vlod. No, I'm not even going to try and say it. It's a difficult name. There's not many names that are that tricky. I wonder if he's got a nickname, maybe Wawa. Yeah. Vlada. Cruising. I didn't see if he has got a waist harness. Maybe he has got a seat on.
No, he has a waist.
Waist, okay.
Yeah.
Someone was asking, why don't they get closer to him? I'm like, I think someone else commented, they're like, well, when you're on a boat in the swell and the chop, you do need a bit of room to be able to keep him in frame. It is very difficult because obviously it's not just on the beach right now. This is a pretty bumpy old thing. Vladek. Vladek is the nickname. Vladek. Vladek Vovo. Vladek Vovo. Come on, let's see the beach. I want to see the land. I want to feel the joy he's feeling because he does look like he's cruising now. How does it work with the Guinness Book of Records now? Is there still a book? Do you know? Because like I'm guessing it's an online directory, and then I guess maybe once a year or once every so many years they reprint it. I don't know. Always used to be the book, get in the book. But times have changed. Times have changed. On a 6.7, if you're just tuning in, 85 wide foil board with a 550 front wing. Obviously, sponsors Samsung have been putting together the tech to try and make this live stream possible. People, I think I did hear in the build-up that it's very rare that you get something that streams the whole way, on a crossing like this, which is totally true. I don't know how many times it would have ever been done like this, because it's not new, totally new technology, but it's relatively new, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Oh, we have Mr. Paul Van Bellen tuning in from Australia.
Back.
Oh, who have we got here? We got another guest.
Yeah. I was stepping in.
He's a fellow long-distance racer.
Oh, okay, great. So are you guys in the middle of a conversation?
No, just watching Maciek.
Maciek Rutkowski, nearing the end of this freaking challenge mission.
Yeah,
Baltic mission.
Where are we at, Benny? What's going on?
We are relatively close right now. In fact, I might take this opportunity to. You look like one of those youths that they're like banning from supermarkets right now.
Yeah, it's true. I should be showing more of my face, but it's actually pretty. I'm outdoors, mate, in the bloody desert.
Look, that's the line.
Oh, right. Okay. Gee, so it's actually gone pretty quick.
Yeah. He's right next to it now.
So
not far away. He's got to go here. Vlad. It's
the end that we're sort of interested in, isn't it?
Like I said, you can see that breakwater, which is here. Is that
okay?
So they must be here.
I see.
That's not that easy to get to, is it?
Well, yeah. I mean, he has to actually physically windsurf to the beach, right? It's not like he just jumps on a little boat just near it and does that. Or?
I guess so. Like, because that is offshore and there's no wind, so this bit could take freaking ages.
Yeah.
Like if he was coming in here, this would kind of make sense, or actually here would make sense. Yeah. So I don't know how this end bit's going to go. It could be a disaster almost.
Oh,
well, not a disaster, but it could take a bit more time than you want after 8 hours at sea. You know, like if you're just going out for a little toot around, it's probably fine. But if it adds an hour, I can imagine how that could be frustrating. Let's say.
Sorry, Sebastian. I'm sure you've been introduced by Ben, but because I've only just joined, whereabouts are you in the world?
In France, south of France.
Oh, okay, awesome. And oops, what have I done? Oh no. And you've done some long distance windsurfing, have you?
Yeah, but not crossing, just along the coast.
Oh, right, awesome.
Yeah.
Basically, like the ledge to Lancelin, but extended version.
Oh, right, okay.
But a big extended version of that, but the same sort of style where you go downwind down the coast.
Yeah, cool.
Which is pretty cool because it does excite me, that type of. I was just saying before, the crossing stuff, not so much like going on one tack, but the kind of downwind down the coast. I do get excited by that. I like it.
Oh yeah,
it's fun. Cool. Well, when they said they could see land, it's still.
It's on the horizon.
That is a suspension seat, isn't it? Not that it makes it that much easier. There's definitely suspension in that seat.
My God, they'll be happy to get on land, won't they? This is.
I bet they can't wait. They look happier than Maciek, I think.
Might be a good party tonight in that little port.
Not for Maciek. He's going to be curled up in a ball, I reckon.
Well, we're going to. Yeah, I'm really curious how he's going physically. God, what do you think, Sebastian? Do you do foiling?
Yeah.
What do you think's been going on with him physically after what's this now? Coming up to 8 hours on the foil. How do you think he's going?
Yeah, I cannot imagine. As we discussed with Ben, Matteo, and every other guy who did this kind of thing, they did some, and Bob also, they did some short leg like on the other tack, and then they go back again on the way. But Maciek didn't do that.
That's rad. Honestly, that is freaking mental.
Yeah, that's mental.
Go all the way. He never went the other way once.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting maybe just to do a jibe every now and then, just to stretch the muscles out or something. But
that might be a record in itself. Just
maybe
8 hours on one tack without
it's good
going the other way. I mean, I don't know anyone that's probably done that. Like,
that's a good shot.
Mata says the record for the longest windsurfing marathon is 71 hours and 30 minutes.
Jesus.
Set by Sergey.
71 hours?
Seems a lot.
Oh, that's 3 days straight. Hey, imagine that's hard enough to just not sleep in that time, isn't it?
But that means you didn't sleep? Is that what it says?
Well, I guess so.
You just have to keep going. You can't
like
stop, or you do. I mean, I wonder how
it's usually what a marathon is.
What the rules are. Like, you could stop in a marathon, you just don't do a very good time.
Oh, okay, I guess, but
you know what I mean. I don't know. It's hard to say time, because you're like, well, is he standing up for the whole time, or is he sleeping? I guess not. Or it's easier to do distance, because then, well, I don't know.
No, he must have been sleeping. 70-something hours is more than 3 days.
That's what I mean. So then it's hard to say, how's that a record? Because if you're sleeping, then...
Yeah, I know. Then it's a separate session at that point, isn't it?
Like, otherwise, how do you clarify when you start, when you stop? Like, otherwise, you know, I guess Jono or someone, who's gone around Japan, a windsurfer who just windsurf every day. So I wonder what the rules are in that. I'm not taking any credit away. I'm just trying to understand the rules of how that works. The longest windsurfing journey, here we go, is 14,454 kilometers, which is 8,981 miles, achieved by John O'Dunnett, the UK, from the 20th of May 2017 to the 11th of May 2019.
He's got the right surname, hasn't he? Done it.
Yeah,
He did.
John O'Donnell. Yeah, I know. He did it. No, John O'Donnell. He done it. Yeah, I know. But what about him? Yeah, but he's done it.
14,500 Ks. Where did he win?
He went around the UK. That was his first mission, was around the UK. And then he did one around Europe, like all the water around Europe. And now he's just done Japan. We're going to get him on the podcast. I was saying before, Paul. I used to race with him back in the day. When he was
right. Okay.
Younger. But I have.
Jeez, there's a lot of windsurfing legends out there, isn't there? Including you, Sebastian. Anyone who does all this stuff is cool.
Sergio Ferraro crossed the Atlantic from the Canary Islands to Barbados.
From where, sorry?
From the Canaries to Barbados.
Canaries to Barbados?
It's a while, isn't it? I always remember the pictures in the magazines, with that big boat thing. And it's like a windsurfing sail on top of it.
Yeah, true.
It looks like an oversized canoe, but it's like a boat.
I'll tell you what, that would be an experience. Can you imagine just like weeks and end out at sea on one of those bloody things?
Sounds horrendous. I spoke to who was it? Miguel Chapuis, and he actually went across the Atlantic on a boat, and he says it's a mad experience. He says you just you kind of go a bit mad, and then you have moments of just random highs and lows. So
for sure. Look how the sea state's gotten a lot smoother now.
Yeah, it looks a lot easier now.
There is a party boat now.
Party boat, party boat. This is the VIPs going, fuck, how much did we pay for this?
How many backup people are involved in this? It's like a whole army.
No, but they are coming from the beach, I think.
I see.
Yeah, it's a new boat.
Yeah.
Oh, right. This is like
the greatest distance on a windsurfer, flat water, in 24 hours is 695. We had that earlier.
Hey, look, a Dutchie.
Achieved by Dennis Klassen. Okay.
It was back in the days. Now it's Fred Houdier from.
Yeah, I was going to say it's changed, doesn't it? I was going to say that's not correct. Because Fred did it down in the south of France. Yeah. Okay. I thought that was a bit different. So we don't know if these are correct.
What's that?
The fastest circumnavigation of the British mainland is by windsurfer unsupported. 97 days, 5 hours, 53 minutes was achieved by Jonathan Dunnett. Yeah.
Well, that's the 14,000 K one, is it?
Yeah. Well, no, maybe this is a different one, or maybe it's the same one.
Well, same.
He's done a few things, so I'm not sure which is which.
He's done it a few things.
He's done it. He's also, like you say, he's like, fuck, I got to do it. That's my name. I can't just try it. He's got to done it.
No, Australia, we've actually you can ski in Australia, TD.
It's colder than you think. That's why they've got Ugg boots over there.
Yeah, night time.
Yeah, bloody freezing.
Freeze my ass off.
So Arthur says, so the record will be for specifically crossing the Baltic Sea on a windsurf board or what? Good question. I don't know the official stats of this record. I don't know anything. I was late to the party on this. I apologize.
I have to say, this is actually, I sort of joined in this, Ben, just thinking, okay, this is going to be a bit of a, I don't know, a slow event or something. But this has actually been pretty cool to be a part of, to witness this, hasn't it? Like it's kind of, it's something different, isn't it?
I'll tell you what, you know why you feel a part of it? Well, I know why. I've been sat here for 8 hours and I'm knackered.
Mate, you're more knackered than Maciek, eh?
I've literally just been sat here. So I'm kind of like, well, friggin' hell, if I'm knackered sitting here, imagine how that guy's on the boat feels and imagine how he feels on the board. And then you sort of have this deep appreciation for it.
Oh, is that what it is? We can sort of relate. You're sitting in our armchairs.
I think so. I feel like I should be eating. If I did this for 8 hours.
Oh, yeah. Don't you do that for 8 hours?
It's actually knackered. I think I've done my back in, actually. Fuck. I haven't got up for 8 hours. I should really get up. My legs. See my legs. Ow.
That's funny. That has to be a meme of you bouncing up and down saying, if I did this for 8 hours, I've got to... Oh my God.
Probably have another baby at this rate. Jesus.
Oh dear. No, but it's interesting. It's like, as you said, it does kind of feel like you've gone along for the journey, hasn't it?
Yeah, 100%.
Unfortunately, I didn't see the whole thing. But
will he do a crab walk on the beach? I think he won't be able to walk properly. I mean,
yeah.
At least he's making it in quite a way. I really feel this last bit could be an anticlimax to the ending. That's the only worry. I don't think they've thought this ending through.
He's slowing down a little bit.
Yeah, that's what worries me.
But should we go back to? I mean, maybe there's too many comments now. But when you asked what was the time that he was going to finish it in?
Yeah, I'm going to wait.
Okay.
Oh dear, free up space to continue.
Uh-oh. This is going to be the end of it.
Some features on StreamYard might not work until you clear data.
Oh, yeah.
God. Oh, God. We've still got a stream, though, yeah?
Yeah. Well, yeah, it looks like it.
It's good to know. Oh, God.
It's like the big victory, isn't it? It's like the coming into port. Pretty amazing, the foil, isn't it? It's so efficient. Just cruising along.
If I delete the stream by accident, we might just disappear.
Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, hold on. What's this? We got beach.
We got a beach.
Look at the. Can you see it? Oh, the crowd. They're all there. Half of Poland are there. Look, there's not a lot of wind there, is there, Benny?
No.
No, hang on. I'm just. Trying not to delete this one as I'm trying to frantically
delete it now. It's getting to the crescendo moment.
Yeah, but I'm trying to delete all the old ones.
Oh, I see. This must be pretty cool for Maciek. Like he's coming in with boats all around him, and
yeah, I mean, it'd be interesting. I'm really interested to see if they give it much coverage in the press. You know.
Oh, this is interesting. So Tomasz has said, in this boat is the biggest Polish radio station, RMF FM. So he has live coverage on mainstream media.
Okay. Well, at least they've got him foiling, because it would have been worse if they, let's say it goes to the end and they film the last bit, which is what usually would happen.
Yeah. It's actually a good point, because if this show's on the news and you see this guy flying along on a foil, it kind of looks impressive for someone who's never seen it before. Yeah. Look at this.
So he must be getting close. They seem to be getting ready.
My God, how's the finish line? It's got this whole red thing and everything.
We can see the boat, I think.
We're getting some cheers. Don't catapult now, dude.
Anastasios, he said, after that, it'd be difficult for him to turn his body to the left. It would just be stuck in this position.
He'll be like, yeah, pleased to meet the mayor. And you'd be like, oh. And they'll be like, he's so rude. He didn't even look at us.
Hey, there's a crab walk. He has to walk sideways everywhere.
Oh dear. He's gonna be broken for a while after this.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe he'll just waltz off the boat. I can't wait to hear what that long on that one tack on a foil.
My only worry is we're not going to get anything. We're going to get all Polish, so we're going to have some translators.
Oh, Sebastian, you know any Polish?
Absolutely not.
Oh. You have to get any Polish out there that wants to come on and translate. Look at this. This is a bigger crowd than at the Slalom X finish, the beach finish.
Yeah. Shame. Oh, maybe there's a little bit of sun coming out. Is that sun?
That's the grand finale. The sun, rainbow comes out. Fireworks. They got fireworks?
Maybe. One of those little party poppers where the gold flakes.
So
he's going to have to pump the last bit.
He's pumping now. I mean, it's dead offshore at that beach, is it?
Yeah, I know. I don't know how he's going to get there, basically.
Imagine that. He just can't actually get there. He's just stuck.
Well, no, but that's what I'm saying. That could happen because it's fully offshore and glassy. Like that could be half an hour at minimum. They do look like they're ready for him though, so maybe it's just that breakwater. And
he's going to come off the foil, isn't he? Soon, is he? Oh,
no, it's coming. Yeah, it's just the end.
Oh god, yeah, he's super close when you zoom into that.
Look at this. Look at the people.
He's literally there. Okay, so that's fine. He's just got to go upwind. That's the problem. Oh, that's the beach. I mean, he's fine.
Jeez, he's done well.
No, he's going to be fine unless he hits a rock. That would be a bit wound.
Do you reckon he's already practiced coming into the beach, like on another
Yeah, they must have practiced because or not practiced, but had to go because they're actually fine. They're flying in.
Mango Tree reckons he's going to turn back.
Yeah, well, that's what we just heard from Dave. He sailed from Ireland to UK and then turned back again. Sailed back, or went back in the rib. I was like, oh my god.
Here you go, Benny. After 8 hours.
Oof. Oh yeah, I want to know the official time before we check that. But that's impressive stuff. If you are just tuning in, Maciek Rutkowski, I think it's probably like 8.5 hours altogether. Will cross from Sweden to Poland. And,
I'm actually, I thought it might be a bit less foiling at the end, but he's foiled pretty close. Oh, I don't know. Now he's off.
Oh, this is going to be.
Here we go.
On the legs. He's like, oh my god, I can't go that way.
Oh no, he's stuck.
Oh no.
That's it.
This is it. This is the problem. Oh, if he could have just finished on the foil, it would have been so good. Because now he's literally got to wobble in.
What's he going to do, Sebastian?
I think they're going to move the finish line.
Yeah, we'll have to work upwind with the foil on the head.
Can he swim it in? And paddle?
I honestly would love to know what is the longest distance on one tack. I reckon that might be it. I don't see anyone's that crazy to do that.
Yeah,
even if it's just for a little bit, we never saw him go the other way once.
Oh no, but he fell off, huh? So
yeah, but still, he never went the other way.
I know, but if you fall off, that would break the distance, then, wouldn't it? I mean, if you want to be technical.
Well, okay, that's a bit harsh, but
I know.
Bloody hell. I don't think he can go the other way now. He's like, I think my body doesn't let me.
No, but you're right. You'll give it to him. It's definitely one tack the whole way. It's nuts.
Yeah, this is the problem. It could be like this for a while.
Mango Tree again. Walk of shame. Where is he?
He's decided. That's what I was saying. They're going to have to move the finish line. He's going to have to do because to get in there where they are is going to be bloody difficult.
Do you reckon we'll see tears? Well, he's burst out crying.
I think he's just going to lie on the beach, and everyone's going to be, "Where is he?" And he's like, "Oh bollocks! I'm not walking up there."
I want to see the camera on the boat. I want to see what's going on there. Is he? The anticlimax.
You knew it was going to happen, though. You would have hoped they would have gone, look, it's going to be difficult for him to get to us.
Oh, he tacked.
Oh, he tacked. His
Cheat.
first tack in 8 hours.
That is hardcore, man. At least he hasn't got breakwaters going out, just to make it even more tricky.
Maybe he's going back. It's a shame it's so we can't really see what's going on. What?
Yeah, I guess. I'm not
Where
sure
is he?
what's happening here.
If he falls in, has he got an uphaul?
You'd hope so. Oh, God.
Where is he?
Exactly. The thing is, does it add to his time? Because he could have got to shore quite a while ago.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
like, imagine
Yet,
imagine somebody goes next week and beats him by 2 minutes. You'd be like, yeah, but I could have got to the beach quicker.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a slow drift in.
Oh,
This could honestly take.
yeah, here
half
we
an
go.
hour.
This is going to be the next 8 hours.
You could have just, it's gonna be a
Oh,
while.
and look, he's got these big like rock wall things poking out.
Yeah,
Not
exactly.
easy to
Those
navigate.
break
Break walls. Look, there's confusion on the beach. They're like, what's going on?
They're like, what should we do? Should we move the finish? That's the last thing you want to do, you know, where you literally, he's done it. I mean, he's done it. He just needed to sail into the beach, which he could have done. The problem is the finish line.
But why is there no camera from the boat? Wait, hold on. Here we go.
Maybe it's lost.
Oh, okay. The boat. Oh my God! How that's not easy to get in on its dead offshore.
No, it's just a slow chug in now. It's a problem though, because that's what the cameras pick up. You know, like you've planed all the way, you've foiled all the way, and then the finishing shot.
Guy just fluffing around.
Yeah, exactly.
They've probably just gone live on national television right now.
Exactly.
Here he is.
Yeah, but they probably have, and then they're like, "Oh," and then half an hour later, they're and we're live. We're still live.
Oh, here he goes. Oh my God. Wow. See, this is where the extra 30 minutes comes in, isn't it? This little end section.
That's what I was saying. This could be a while. He's moving though.
Yeah, no, he's going.
Good sign. Doesn't quite help with those foil boards. They got quite a short nose on them.
Yeah, well, especially that one.
Yeah, you're not easy to kind of wobble in on.
This is awesome, isn't it? You'd never normally be riveted to someone putting along, would you? You just.
You think he's going to carry the gear in, or like Hollywood, just leave it? What do you reckon?
Carry it?
Oh, he's going to put it on his head and carry it in because it's foil, or you think he's just going to leave it for somebody else to?
Yeah. Okay.
What would you do? What would you do?
We'll see if he's able to carry it.
I'd probably just dump it on the beach and run up through the thing. Eh? You're not going to want to carry all this after 8 hours.
What I was thinking. You kind of want to just leave it, don't you? But I think like the inbuilt windsurfer in you wouldn't want to leave it.
Well, if I was him right now, I'd just leave it there and swim into the beach.
Cramp halfway.
See, now's the time for the little remote control shark to step in, just add a bit of drama.
Adrian says, what about the beach finish? The sprint up the beach.
Oh, yeah. Well, they've got that red tape, right? So I guess that's what the plan is.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, look at his boom. What's he got? Is that little the gel stash, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And he hasn't got... Oh, no, he does have harness lines.
He's like, I don't need this after all that effort.
Jeez, he's lucky it wasn't like this the whole way.
Oh man, the start was like this for 2 hours.
Yeah,
Just so you know, you missed it.
No, I saw a bit of it.
Didn't see you tuning in then, mate. Help out.
No, I tuned. That's when I came on.
I'm joking.
Look at all the sponsors on his sale. I can hardly see through it.
Yeah.
It's really sponsored up.
He got a close view of a few of them earlier. Smackdown.
Pretty cool to see some big companies on there.
Oh, it's a shame he couldn't have foiled all the way in. That's the shame about it.
Well, he's going away from the finish line.
He's got to go upwind, doesn't he? And then he's
Yeah, I know, but the wind is like it's like zero,
it's
like 2 knots.
pretty much offshore. He's got to sail all the way up to that other breakwater to get in. He's got to sail quite a long way.
Oh, but what if he just gets to the end of that break wall and just step, and then just runs along that? That's technically
I think
landing,
it's like
isn't it?
wooden.
Yeah, part of land.
Yeah, I think I would have done it like this.
Yeah.
He's losing time now.
Yeah, that's what I mean. And then that's the thing. When's the record stop? I think I would have just touched land.
Yeah, when you set foot on land, it's a record.
Wait.
Yeah.
Finish line, it's just for the media, I think.
No, but for a Guinness World Record, they're going to want him. You have to sail to the beach, huh?
Yeah, but if he's going to the beach and set foot on it, it's a beach. It's the same.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I think the finish line with the pole, it's just for the media. It's crossing the
Oh, I
finish
see.
line.
Yeah.
But I think maybe they needed to, work out that bit at the end because he actually planed all the way to the beach and then had to do this to get to the finish line, kind of thing.
This is amazing.
Or maybe this whole record is based off 2 exact points. I don't know.
See, look at the wind. Okay, the wind direction's not. It's like, it's not completely offshore, is it? It's like a bit of an angle.
No, it's got a bit of an angle. Nearly 20,000 euros collected for charity.
That's amazing.
Yeah, that's solid.
They use 30 grand in fuel, but no, that's cool. Oh, okay. Thomas is saying it depends how the Guinness record was set up. The sailing gate could be at the entrance to the port.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder. So have they actually got have they got somebody from Guinness actually on the beach? Is that how it works?
I think you have to, don't you? Or have to have somebody who's to have an official Guinness Book of Records. I think there has to be some sort of way to. I know for all the other records you need someone. Maybe it's changed these days, but with AI, I'm guessing you do need someone these days because otherwise you could just send a video. Yeah, did it. 3 hours, smashed it.
Adrian, say this is the longest video I've watched ever.
Me too. Actually, that's not true.
Oh.
This is easy compared to the live stream. Actually, it's not. It's 8 hours, 21 minutes. It's getting on for a PWA day. Normal day for me, this 9-hour streams.
Yeah. Well, that's a pretty slick boat, isn't it? Look at it. Like a spaceship.
Yeah. You'd want to be in that boat, not the other one.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
The lead boat looked pretty brutal.
Oh, here he goes. Look, now he's making a bit of a charge for the beach, is he? Or
charge. I think you could probably change your wording.
But he's got a pretty good angle there, or is it a bit deceptive?
Oh, die. I think he's got a while yet.
What's he got on his back? Is that a life vest or it's not a weight jacket, is it? It'll be a
Camel
life
bag.
vest. What is that?
A camel bag with water.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, the camel bag.
Oh, he looks like he's going to make it.
Look, is that
Fair play, man. That's a long stint.
What about the organisation for this? There's like an LED screen on the
Hang on,
beach.
we've got an update. Let's have a look.
We made it. We're here right by the beach. I hope you can see the stream still. And of course, after whatever it was, 7 hours, most of which we had 20 plus knots and 2-meter sea states, we end on a glassy cold beach with offshore wind at 5 knots. So Maciek needs to dig back into his roots and do some upwind sailing, which I bet he hasn't done for years. But there's a solid crowd on the beach. Everybody's excited. Maciek mentioned that he hurts all over. He said that there is no direction he can bend without causing pain on the opposite side. So I think everybody's happy that we made it, and everybody's happy that the adventure is coming to an end. Maybe there's dinner on the horizon, who knows? But one last push. If you thought the adventure was crazy or silly or brave, please go ahead, visit that the fundraiser, the Misja Baltic fundraiser, and please chip in. Every little helps. We're hoping for a nice sum to hand over to somebody that really needs it.
Flipping hell, good effort. Like you said, if you feel you want to donate, you can find the link. Actually, I might have it still on my...
Yeah, it's super cool.
Put the link in the comments in case you are wondering where it is. They also put the QR code on the screen. But yeah, what an effort that is. He said that doesn't sound like he's in a good way. Everything hurts. That is a hell of a that's nearly 9 hours, I think it is, on the other timing that they've got. Well, it is. It says there. What's that say? 8 hours. Well, there you go. It's about 9 hours right now from when they started on that phone. 9 hours.
Oh, right. So it was. It did creep into the nines.
It's sat on their phone. It says 9 hours.
There you go.
And 3,131 calories burnt. And that's how much Maciek is going to chip in, from what I understand.
Oh, how many did he burn?
3,132. Doesn't seem that bad, does it?
Well, I don't know. It's almost a day's worth of energy. Yeah, well, yeah, I guess.
Well, it's been a day. I think I'll burn that. Yeah. My God.
It's a fair chunk. A few Big Macs.
Well, we started this stream at 6 in the morning.
Yeah, right.
Early day. Early finish. We have to do another one.
Yeah, now you're pumped for these long distance ones, aren't you, Betty?
I'm on. I said 9 hours and 4 minutes. Max Speakman. Wow, you're on it.
What did he say?
Well, apparently Max said 9 hours and 4 minutes.
Oh yeah, I think he did actually.
Wow, that is on the money. I'd say that's on the money.
Oh, here he goes. Look, he's carrying it.
He's carrying it. His legs just give way. That's a fair effort. I didn't think he'd carry it. I guess he's got to, otherwise it looks a bit weird.
Right. Max is dead on. It's probably going to be like not right on the minute.
On their
Does that
phone.
deserve a hat?
I think you I didn't think anyone would get it, but I reckon that is on the money. My God.
Look at
when
this.
He crosses that line.
Oh my God.
I tell you what.
He's getting carried up the beach.
He's not carrying it very well.
Oh my God. Oh.
Nearly killed someone. That guy nearly got axed with that foil.
Oh, he's lost his head.
It's only an $8,000 foil. Oh my God. Yeah, the carrying didn't really work, but he looks in a good way. That's not a good look, is it? Jesus Christ. Fair play, Maciek. That is impressive.
I guess they can't. Here he goes. Look. He's done it.
Oh, my life. He looks like Gru.
Well done.
Blake. Good job. Good job.
Yeah.
That is
Wow.
that looked brutal.
Wow. I'm impressed with the coverage, like the media and the people. It's a bit of an event, eh?
Yeah.
Straight to the
Oh my god.
When you cannot unhook your harness yourself.
Oh my god. He's trying to get as much clothing off, strip off.
I've got to hear from him.
Yeah. Well, he's going to be talking in Polish. That's the only problem.
Yeah.
Maybe we can get like a.
Is there any sound in this video, or?
Yeah,
like just to maybe, you know, get the experience. Well, he's not crying, so
which is nice.
Wyzwanie, które trwało de facto 4 lata, a jego finish to ostatnie 8-9 godzin, czyli od 7 rano dzisiaj Maciek płynął. Na początku było bardzo ciężko, bo nie wiało, później było bardzo ciężko, była wysoka fala i bardzo mocno wiało i na końcu było bardzo ciężko, bo nie wiało. Więc cóż byłoby to za wyzwanie, gdyby nie miał Maciek problemów po drodze, ale absolutnie sobie z nim poradził. Cała ekipa, która mu towarzyszyła, również czapki z głów, bo rzeczywiście myślę, że w trakcie jak Maciek tu dopłynął, to reszta ma chorobę morską. No więc naprawdę wielki wyczyn Maćka. Te wszystkie materiały teraz z racji jakości tego dźwięku nie chcemy wam akurat tego puszczać, natomiast oczywiście w całej...
Sorry. It's weird, he's talking over him.
Ale myślę, że nie ma co się dziwić. Zobaczcie, że tak naprawdę musi rozciągnąć plecy, rozciągnąć nogi, bo na jednym hasie płyną ponad 200 kilometrów.
Więc... sound on or off?
It's difficult.
It's
I was hoping to hear from him.
Maciek was just talking. It's hard to understand that. I just let Maciek go.
Yeah, stretching in front of
układ nerwowy pracował, jak on płynął 130.
There we go.
Nie wiem, co mam powiedzieć. Jakieś wody? Masz jakieś życzenia? Może chcesz się napić? Może...
Masz wodę.
A jest Piotrek Świeckiś tutaj?
No dałem ci wodę właśnie.
O, no chodź, żeby ściągnąć.
He's cramping up.
Słuchajcie, brawa dla Maćka, po prostu naprawdę. Jak widzimy, nie jest to sztuczna inteligencja, jest to człowiek z krwi i kości. Naprawdę, no nie ma łzy w oczach. Maciek, naprawdę, to jest mega, co dokonałeś. Mega. Powiedz mi, czy oprócz skurczy coś się jeszcze dzieje?
Nie, przede wszystkim pierwszy wysiad po 2 godzinach nie miałem dzień, jakby widzisz gorzej, odczuwasz gorzej. Jedyne co pomogło, to poprosiłem fizjo, żeby mi walnął z płaskiego i zamiast walnąć z jednej strony, to mi walnął z dwóch, tak? Że najpierw mnie zamroczyło, ale potem się obudziłem. Więc to tylko pomogło. Kofeina w sensie okej, ale w ogóle ci się nie chce jeść. Masz trapez założony, jest strasznie duże parcie tutaj na żołądek, na jelita, w ogóle ci się nie chce jeść, musisz się zmuszać, żeby jeść, żeby pić. No i żeby płynąć. Momentami mówię, patrzyłem, była na przykład 12:09, mówię, dobra, płynę do 12:30 i robię przerwę. Potem mówię, to na pewno już. A to jest 12:12. Także naprawdę na środku był straszny hak. Jakby fale z 3 stron. Ale więc jak zobaczyłem rozewie, to się popłakałem. Pierwsze co widać to klif. O dziwo nie było widać latarni, ale widać było klif. I naprawdę się poryczałem, bo po prostu wtedy już czujesz, że jesteś blisko, mimo że nie jesteś blisko, bo to było jeszcze chyba ze 20 mil. A, czekaj, siądę tam, żeby nie...
Oh my god!
teraz jak człowiek. Ale nie wiem, co ja mam mówić. Ja nie chcę nic mówić.
Co te gleby generowało? Czy to śmieci z wody, czy po
Nie, no gleby generowało zmęczenie po prostu układu nerwowego. Jakby
nagrywa? To
pływanie na foilu na hydroskrzydle nie jest wymagające fizycznie bardzo.
jest tylko jamy.
Natomiast jest bardzo wymagające,
Nie, że on może sobie...
jeżeli chodzi o po prostu tak skupienie, równowagę, czucie i tak dalej, więc okej, pierwsze 2 godziny stałem.
Yeah, in tears when he saw the coat. That makes sense.
Bo też na pewno by były te skurcze. Ale
Catapults were due to
ale
tiredness.
pierwsze co wysiadło to po prostu skupienie. Mimo dużych dawek kofeiny, mimo magnezu, witamin, jakby ładowania tego przez ostatnie 2 tygodnie i tak dalej, to po prostu ja mam też dosyć ciężkie ADHD i pewnie to nie pomaga, ale najciężej było po prostu utrzymać cały czas jakieś takie skupienie i jakieś małe cele, bo fale naprawdę były duże i bardzo krótkie. No, nasz Bałtyk jest taki niewdzięczny.
First thing that was gone was my focus, and that was causing all the crashes.
Bo mi się chomik wygrzewał.
Interesting.
Bo tak szybko biegł, więc po prostu robiłem wszystko, żeby tą głowę próbować chłodzić i próbować, żeby ona działała jak najlepiej. Raz właśnie też sam sobie strzeliłem
Yeah, I think it's the problem when you are on in open ocean. You see the same thing all day long.
Yeah. Imagine being out like Atlantic style, days, weeks. Or in the old days when there was no GPS or anything. You're just out there going, we're going to go off.
Oh, this is interesting. It says his ADHD was not helping. The biggest issue was my head. Obviously, mental battle.
Bardzo dobrze! 70 koła prawie.
Dobrze.
Super. Tak, myślałem o Bartku i Malwince wielokrotnie. Mam nadzieję, że byliście hojni. Ciekawe.
Ben, I have to go.
Okay.
I will pick up my daughter Adnani. Yeah.
Enjoy, man. Cheers for dropping in. Cheers,
Yeah. Nice to meet you. See you next time, mate.
Cheers, Paul. Congrats to Maciek. See you guys.
No to właśnie chodzi. Jakby to nie jest dla mnie. Ja tego dla siebie bym w życiu nie zrobił.
Well done, Windy Days, Dave.
A telewizje są na żywo czy w zapisie? Jak chcesz to wypnięcie? Zapiszę. Bo mój kolega zwykł umawiać, że pewne sytuacje są jak całowanie w tyłek do 2. Ryzyko ogromne, przyjemność.
No, well done.
To jest właśnie tak. To jest właśnie tak. Brawo! Brawo, naprawdę super. 15:30 gdzieś dopłynąłem, tak? Tam 32 czy 30, czyli 8,5 godziny, minus 1,5 godziny stania, czyli ta jakby estymacja 7 godzin była dobra, tylko oszukali nas trochę na początku. Także emocje.
Doubtful pleasure benefits.
It's a high-risk challenge with doubtful pleasure benefits. Wow. The question is, who's going to do it next? Will anyone?
Benny.
I'm on.
Scenariusze musisz sobie założyć, tak? I myślisz, że...
Oh, here we go. Oh, sorry, I just put it.
Yeah, so the estimation of 7 hours, which is what they were hoping for, but then the light wind at the beginning, what cost them.
Yeah. God, he was probably worried at that point, wasn't he? He's thinking, oh my God, the whole thing's going to be like this.
Więc zaczynasz sobie to kalkulować, ale wszystkie prognozy mówiły, że będzie wiatr i jak przyszedł, to miałem od razu za dużo. Całą trasę miałem kosmicznie za dużo, więc to nie pomaga. Potem zmieniliśmy trochę ustawienia, to się tempo podniosło, ale no nadal było zdecydowanie za dużo. Na początku wziąłem większy żagiel, żeby na początku mieć ok, a i na początku i tak nie było wiatru. To jest taki po prostu ten, że rano jest 8 rano. Zazwyczaj no...
Oh, he was overpowered the whole way?
Prędkości maksymalne. Widać było, że motorów miały.
30 węzłów, czyli 55 na godzinę. Jak zobaczyłem rodzeję, to zacząłem wyciskać.
Oh, Max, you're not going to hear the end of this.
Bo spokojnie...
Max, you should have asked me how long it would take.
Spokojnie by poszło, ale no trzeba mieć do tego plecy i nogi, a to jakby już wysiadło, zaczęliśmy łapać skurcze w przedramionach, w bicepsach, a w ogóle na początku zmarzłem.
A legend of Tomasz and Arta for translating all this.
I było to bardzo nieprzyjemne, szczególnie, że nic się nie spodziewałem.
Tweak setting. Oh, that's what they were doing on the boat, eh, Ben? Were they just tweaking outhaul and downhaul, were they?
Całej ekipie, mam nadzieję, że tu dotrze. Jak jest Ania albo Magda, to napiszcie im, żeby tu przyszli. Oraz właśnie dwóm wymienionym dziewczynom, bo bez Magdy Mikulskiej, mojej menadżerki, nie byłoby tego eventu.
Wyjdź z namiotu!
A bez Ani w ogóle by mnie tu nie było, więc serdeczne podziękowanie. Gdzieś tu też moja mama mignęła, więc...
Jest mama, tata też.
Oh, that's his partner, Anna.
Yeah. We might get an English update. Maybe.
Jest mama!
No jest mama, jest mama. Brawo!
But he can't promise anything. Obviously, it's difficult.
You got some spasms. Oh, is that his dog? Oh.
Yeah.
Stary na chatę, dawaj jeść.
Równiutko w połowie drogi. Po tam 110 km.
Oh, that was his mum.
Wielkości głowa była tak jak ze 3 razy moja. Jak
That's cool.
spojrzała się w stronę Polski, zanurzyła.
To był drogowskaz, Maciek.
Oh, here we go.
No, jak
Oh, Magda's PR agent. Oh, okay.
U nas przepływaliśmy bardzo blisko.
Thank you, PWA.
Są ogromne na tyle, że łopaty są super.
Wrócił od Fedów!
Maciek, witamy w Polsce, naprawdę.
670.
Jak Boga była nawigatorem, to super.
Motorówka ci.
Nie, sam bym w życiu nie utrzymał kursu. W sensie, jakbym miał płynąć.
Oh, I saw a huge sea seal.
To, co było z wiatru, to bym wylądował
Halfway.
w Świnoujściu albo w każdym
Oh.
razie. Po prostu
Well, that's pretty cool.
ten wiatr cały czas oscyluje.
And then hit it full speed.
Is that how he catapulted?
Czasami nie mogłem uwierzyć, zgłaszałem się na radiu.
Just after I crashed, I saw a huge seal was going around in circles.
I saw 2 seals.
Ja musiałem osłonić się od wiatru, a nie byłem w stanie na fali się obejrzeć, się do tyłu odwrócić, bo od razu leżałem, więc trochę radio osłonić od wiatru i krzyczeć słowo po słowie wolno, ale no, nie mogłem uwierzyć czasami. Miałem wrażenie, krzyczałem do nich, trzymajcie kurs, trzymamy kurs na kompas. A po prostu wiatr oscylował po 30 stopni, więc chodzimy z deszczem. No, czasami nie było nic widać. Ciężko. Naprawdę dużo ciężej niż się spodziewałem, czy niż cokolwiek cię może przygotować do tego.
Oh, my brain's
Oh, you're fucking delirious, eh?
Potrzebujemy teraz
Right, back to this.
jakieś białko pewnie albo coś.
He had boats lead him. Sometimes he could not believe it was the right direction, so he followed the boats. Okay.
W sportu chłopaki są twardzi po prostu na maksa. To, że
On the radio, he was asking the boats to check the course.
Nawigacyjną, ale nie jakbym w sensie nie popłynął za $1 000 000 nie popłynął.
Yeah, I can imagine that. It's really weird when you're out there.
Yeah, you wouldn't know which way to go, would you? No way to navigate without the pilot boat. Sometimes he thought they changed course because it was shifting by 30 degrees. Probably a bit of current too, huh?
Yeah.
Dzięki wszystkim za przybycie. Super. Jak zobaczę, wypłynąłem za główek portu i was zobaczyłem, to też się zrobiło ciepło na serduszku. Szkoda, że ja dopłynął do samej plaży, ale bardzo fajnie. Oczywiście jak tylko
My brain wants to say a few things, but I can't. They're not even funny. You just aren't. I can't do it.
God damn it. This is a legendary event that Maciek's done, eh?
I mean, it's ridiculous.
Hats off to him, eh?
Yeah. Like I say, he doesn't need to do it. It's like one of those things that is, but it's amazing to do. Once you've done all the effort and all the stuff, it will probably never be done again. Maybe, who knows? I bet the guy who did it in 22 hours thought no one's going to do that. I'll be in the Guinness Book of Records.
Thanking everybody. He started cramping the minute he fell off the foil.
Nie było zrobione. Dzięki serdeczne dla SFD. Myślę, że byłbym w dużo gorszym stanie, gdyby nie ich suplementy, i serdeczne dzięki dla Surf Stolicy za tą metę.
You get delirious after about 8 hours, eh?
I'm there.
No zróbcie proszę hałas, aplauz dla...
Oh, here we go. Thanking sponsors. Thank you to Samsung. I'm not sure if you had the live coverage all the way. Oh no, it was pretty good, actually.
Słuchajcie, był z telefonów Samsunga. Telefony były, z tego co wiem, 2 na sztywno do łódki. Nie na sztywno, tylko na tym ramieniu, które wybiera falę i wybiera jakby te uderzenia. I 2 chłopaki mieli w rękach, też na gimbalach. Ja miałem jeden na bomie, tylko że no, przy każdej glebie on dostawał po prostu cały, przekręcał się, w końcu coś się połamało.
Nice thoughts and something to close the whole project with. From my side, all I can say is don't try it at home.
Okay.
I don't think Lesic's signing up to the next crossing.
Yeah, it's not gonna. We're probably not all getting super excited to do it ourselves, are we?
I mean, you got to say it. Let's hope he hasn't done any damage. You know, like it sounds daft, but you know, things like this can set off a back problem which you've never had. You know what I mean? Like doing
Oh, okay. This is interesting. Look, the phone mount on his sail broke, so we didn't see the onboard footage.
Oh, okay.
Bezpośrednio do zbiórki dla Malwinki, która tam gdzieś oscylowała w okolicach 6,5 miliona. I co? I potrzebne jest tam grubo powyżej 10, w sensie zbiórka jest na 10, ale łączna kwota całego leczenia to jest tam w okolicach 17 milionów złotych, także to jest jakiś po prostu kosmos. Dobra.
Brawa, poprosimy dla Maćka Rutkowskiego, Wisła Baltic.
Oh, here you go.
Nasz człowiek, prawda? Jeśli Państwa jeszcze nie płacił tutaj, to zapraszamy serdecznie, żeby przy tej okazji właśnie tutaj wrzucać pieniążki, dorzucać do skarbonki na Malwinkę. Naprawdę brawa, brawa, raz jeszcze dla Maćka poprosimy. Jest, Maciek, dałeś radę, naprawdę.
Now we have to fundraise to help Maciek.
Widzimy swój kości, także... Ale przede wszystkim sportowiec. Super. Maciek, ja mam prośbę, czy jesteś w stanie jeszcze powiedzieć, żeby ludzie tego nie robili na własną rękę, bo to jest bardzo, bardzo duże przedsięwzięcie, które no nie jest łatwe.
Nie no, słuchajcie, to jest jakby...
I żeby to wybrzmiało.
I nieodpowiedzialność. Jakby to, co my już zrobiliśmy, przygotowaliśmy się najlepiej ze wszystkich crossingów w historii, jakichkolwiek.
Yeah, I thought we might get an English thing, but it doesn't look like it's happening. But he did it.
Yeah, well done.
We have the official time. Be good to know the official time. We'll have to wait for that to come in.
9 hours and 4 minutes.
I'm pretty sure Max smashed it.
Jak chcecie przepłynąć Zatokę Gdańską, jak chcecie przepłynąć...
No, hold on, what's this? Can you just tell people not to do this on your own? Yeah. Do not try this at home.
I'll be honest, by watching it, I didn't think about it. Look painful.
Yeah.
O nie, wyszliśmy i dookoła nas wszędzie była ulewa. Jakbyśmy byli w centrum huraganu. Było zero wiatru, zero. Była taka pogoda jak tutaj. Tylko że tutaj wiatr się zaczyna mile od brzegu, a tam płynęliśmy chyba 5 mil czy coś. Zajęło mi to 1,5 godziny.
Took months of preparation, yeah.
45 chyba.
Say that.
Nie wiem, no blisko 2 godziny stracone tam, także tak.
Byłeś sprawcą, że ludzie wcześniej stali niż zazwyczaj, a teraz jest okazja, żeby się przywitać i...
Oh, here we go.
Mrs.
The final reward.
No, that's just some fan.
Is that just some chick?
That was just some fan walking on the beach. When you cross the
I na jedno kolano usiadł, ale niestety już... Nie niestety, ale już pierwszy...
Justina?
Więc za późno. Yeah, sorry. There is also a live stream in English. I don't know if you can hear me.
Oh, here we go.
Windsurfing.TV. Thank you, Ben, for accepting this invitation kindly. I mean, this was the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. About to cry. In the middle, you don't believe, for any windsurfer out there, you don't believe how there was waves from 3 different directions, 2-meter waves from 3 different directions. I was looking at my GPS, at my watch, doing 17 knots, and I was working like I was doing 37. Couldn't freaking go. And I was just like, it was taking such a long time. The miles, the kilometers, they were going so long. And like I took the bigger sail, the 6-7, just because I wanted to get foiling at the beginning. But there was 0 in there. And the minute I got foiling, it was 5-7 weather, or 4-9 weather. I was so freaking overpowered the whole way. And then I changed the settings. I decreased the back wing, put the master forward, put the foot strap forward, the front strap. But still, I was dying. I was doing like 20 knots. I unhooked like 100 times not to crash 10 times, I think. It was so hard to stay focused, so hard to just keep going, you know, and the charity thing was going and thinking of the guys in the boat, like how disappointed they would be. And anyway, if you're in the middle, you might as well go to the end. So it was, and here at the end, like the minute I stopped foiling, I cramped so hard. Actually, when we entered sort of the zone with less waves, and I saw that, first of all, when I saw the land, I started crying. Then I started pushing for like 3 minutes, and then I start cramping so hard that I just couldn't. The back cramp, and if I turn the back, the leg cramped, and turn the leg, the back cramped, and I was just okay. I just gave up and let the back cramp because I'm used to back pain anyway as any windsurfer, and that's it. And thank you everyone for watching. Please support the cause. I'm sorry I'm in this kind of mood, but I'm fucking destroyed. I'm just waiting for the physio to come from the the harbor and just start working and stuff and give me some magic pills or something. And that's it. Thank you guys for watching. I hope it was not too boring, but it didn't feel boring at all.
Nie, było dobrze, dobrze.
And that's it. Thank you to all my partners, JP, New Pride, Easy Surf, Vibrams, and thank you to Samsung and SFD and Sir Solisa for supporting this event and this cause. I mean, it was awesome. It was a huge project. There's so many people involved, and I'm really, really, really glad it's over.
Brawo!
Brawo, brawo! Please big applause for Maciek Rutkowski.
Good, man.
It's about it.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Dobra, chowajcie się pod namiot.
I'm glad they finished in English. Well, there you go.
That was cool. That was so cool.
That was impressive stuff, I've got to say. Let's have one last check.
Well done, Benny, for doing all that. That was
I
amazing.
didn't really do anything, but
well, you did.
Look at that. That's a fairly
pretty straight.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's like bang straight, isn't it? Wow, you can really do that straight with a ruler.
Thank you, Tomasz, for translating all that. That was awesome.
Yeah, that was good, actually. It was good to hear that. Yeah. Yeah, that was unfortunate, that ending. It just would have been nice for him to plane all the way in. It's still good. I think it was
I don't know. To be honest with you, I kind of liked it. There's a bit of a a bit of a little bit of drama there, and
it shows it's not easy. It's not plain sailing. You look at that though, the distance of where
that's
that
a fair chunk of Europe, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
That's awesome.
It's quite far. If you look at Italy, it's like,
geez, that's crazy. That's like almost the length of the Netherlands. Well, not quite, but
it's a chunk.
Yeah, no, it's crazy.
Right. Well, there we go. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Congratulations to Maciek for making it. Obviously, if you do want to donate, the website is in the comments. Obviously, all the information is on there on the cause, but they've raised over 20,000, I think. So that's I think that's a mission done. But there's still plenty of more to go. But I think it's a solid effort, and it doesn't sound like we're going to be seeing another channel crossing from Maciek anytime soon. Let's hope he recovers in time for the PWA, because that's a beasting he's just give his body, which, when you're in it, you probably don't notice it, but afterwards he is going to feel it even more. Like if he's feeling it now, it ain't going to get better. That's for sure. Not for a while anyway.
That's awesome.
Let's hope that seal is okay.
Yeah. I was going to say also, obviously just amazing effort to Maciek, but I'm also feel very privileged to have been a part of it, because it's kind of, it's weird. It's just it really adds to the collage of windsurfing, something like this, doesn't it? It's kind of what makes windsurfing special, is the stuff like this. Pretty cool, isn't it?
I think by doing the live stream, you do appreciate the time more.
Yeah.
Well, I do anyway, because you've actually kind of lived it, even though you've not been in it. Whereas if you like tune in, then go away, then come back, you're like, yeah, all right. But when you've actually sat through it, you realize he's been battling that whole time. It must be freaking intense. But yeah. Well, thanks for joining. Thanks for everyone who did join the stream. And thanks for you guys at home watching. Obviously, Skyboy came in. We had Bob come in. We had Sebastian come in. And obviously, Mr. Paul Van Bellen up there in the desert in WA. That is impressive. The coverage you're getting up there. That's like a game changer.
Oh,
remote working.
I'm moving up here now.
Yeah, that is epic. That is epic.
Yeah. I know, but I think good on you, Benny. Good on you for doing all that. That's awesome, and I'm sure Maciek will love that when I'm sure he'll watch a lot of it back. It'll be cool for him to watch as well.
Yeah, when he's in the hospital with his legs,
his legs up.
Sweet chunk. Police Academy. But yeah, okay, right. I might get some food. I'm a bit over this intermittent fasting now.
Yeah, no worries. All right, mate. Well, are you ending this or am I ending this?
You can end it. You're the best at the end.
Is it with the banner or without the banner? Well, what's going on here? All right, we'll do without it. Thanks, guys, for everyone for joining in. That was fun, and well done to Maciek. And yeah, donate if you can. Is it ended? Oh no, it is now.